The cold winds sweeping in from the neck carried with them the scent of distant pine and the sharp tang of frost. It was the sort of chill that reminded men of the North's unforgiving nature even as winter still tarried somewhere on the horizon. Eddard Stark, Ned to his friends, stood beneath the gray sky, listening to the anxious rustle of newly recruited soldiers. Their armor was mismatched, some wearing the leathers of farmers turned fighters, others still sporting dented breastplates looted off the bodies of fallen Targaryen bannermen. The rebellion had worn on longer than Ned ever expected, scarred by violence that seemed to broaden with each passing moon. He remembered when Robert Baratheon, his friend and brother by oath, had first called his banners, proclaiming the fury of the Stormlands to unseat the Mad King. Then Ned had pledged the North with a heart full of duty and fierce loyalty. Now something had changed, something that made him wonder if the man he had followed into battle was still the same friend who once laughed so freely in the yard at Storm's End. He rested a gloved hand on the pommel of ice, the ancestral sword of House Stark, and exhaled a slow breath that turned to vapor before his eyes. The soldiers fidgeted, their gazes sliding between the steel in his hand and the ominous shape of Moat Caelan's towers in the distance. Ned was not preparing for an assault, not here, not yet, but the tension of conflict rested on his shoulders. He had summoned these men to regroup after news from the south reached his ears, dark rumors about what had happened during and after the Battle of the Trident, then the horror of the sack of King's Landing. Word was that Robert Baratheon had either condoned or conveniently ignored certain atrocities committed by his allies in the Lannister host. The stories made Ned's blood run cold, helpless children butchered in the name of ensuring an end to the Targaryen line and women ravaged as spoils of war. He would not countenance such brutality. And yet Robert had demanded it or at least allowed it under the guise of war's necessity. It was unthinkable that Robert, the same Robert who once toasted life and love as though they were the sweetest wines in the land, could stand aside while such horrors were perpetrated. A raven had arrived late last night, bearing Robert's seal. The message urged Ned to march south with his full strength to complete the rebellion and consolidate their victory by rooting out any Targaryen sympathizers across the Seven Kingdoms. But the words were filled with harsh imperatives, promising that those who did not bend the knee would feel the wrath of House Baratheon. The letter spoke of retribution, vengeance, and iron-fisted rule. The tone was so at odds with the Robert that Ned had known that it felt as if a stranger's hand had penned it. The small council Robert was amassing. Men like Jon Arryn were wise, but others were ruthless opportunists who whispered in Robert's ear about the necessity of fear, of force, of leaving no enemy behind capable of rising again. Those words had the ring of Tywin Lannister, not the man who once vowed to protect innocent lives from the cruelty of House Targaryen. Ned closed his eyes and could see the shimmering water of the Trident. He recalled how Robert had stood triumphant over Rhaegar Targaryen's corpse, the rubies from the Dragon Prince's armor washing away in the river's current. There had been no shame in that duel, it was a fair fight by all accounts. But everything that came after, targeting Targaryen children, commanding or condoning the sacking of the capital, had left Ned's heart in turmoil. One could fight for freedom or justice, but this was turning into something else, something cruel and all-consuming. An eye for an eye had become the wholesale slaughter of entire houses. He remembered his father and brother executed under the Mad King's orders, remembered that searing rage in his chest when he had first learned of their gruesome fates. Justice had demanded action then, had demanded that the Mad King be overthrown. But justice, Ned knew, was not the same as unbridled vengeance. His father had taught him the importance of fairness, of measured punishment, of standing for something beyond personal fury. Winter is coming, they said in the north, and those were more than just words. They were a warning that all things, the good and the evil, would face judgment in time. Ned believed it with all his being, and it tempered his blade even in the heat of his own grief. He lowered his gaze to the letter again. The words seemed to pulse with anger. Reports of Robert's brutality, stoked by the Lannisters, traveled faster than the official messengers. Word had come that Lord Tywin Lannister set the city ablaze in a twisted offering of loyalty to Robert, presenting corpses of Targaryen princes as tokens. Robert had not denounced Tywin, nor did he punish the men responsible for the murders of children. To the contrary, he was prepared to accept the Lannisters as close allies, forging new bonds that would secure the stability of his reign, so he claimed. To Ned, these tactics felt like a betrayal of everything they had fought for. They had seen the realm suffer under the Mad King's cruelty. Now it seemed that cruelty would simply change hands rather than end. He felt the eyes of the men around him. The Northmen followed Ned's lead without question. They trusted him to uphold honor above all else, and they noticed the shift in his bearing, the quiet brood in his eyes whenever talk came of further raids and the punishment of Targaryen loyalists in Dorne or elsewhere. The men around him were loyal and would ride to war if he demanded it, but their loyalty rested on the premise that Ned Stark stood for what was right. If Ned walked the same path as Tywin Lannister, what difference would remain between wolves and lions? The ghosts of the North seemed to whisper to him in the wind, "Do not lose your honor. Do not betray who you are." A messenger emerged from the ranks, bowing stiffly. "My lord," he began, eyes flicking nervously across Ned's stern features. "Another raven has arrived. It's from the king, King Robert." It still felt odd hearing Robert referred to as king. Ned had barely grown used to that title, and yet here it was, repeated again and again. He took the missive with a curt nod, broke the seal, and scanned the contents. Robert's demand was the same as before, only more urgent. The Targaryen girl, Daenerys, had escaped with her elder brother across the Narrow Sea. They were said to be seeking alliances for a possible return, or so the rumors went. Robert, suspicious and eager to cement his claim, was mobilizing quickly, calling all loyal lords to muster a vast host to stamp out Targaryen supporters in Dorne and the Reach. Ned let the parchment fall to his side. His heart pounded with conflicting emotions. He had once sworn an oath to Robert, a vow to help bring down the tyrannical Aerys Targaryen and restore order to the realm. The war was over in all but name. Aerys was dead, Rhaegar was dead, and the city had yielded. The realm needed peace and rebuilding, not another wave of bloodshed. This was not the war he had agreed to fight. This was not the Robert he had once known. Turning on his heel, he spoke quietly to the gathered men, dismissing them for now and instructing the officers to distribute rations. He wanted to read the letter in private. In his tent, the candles flickered, casting long shadows on the rough canvas walls. The letter's words blurred together. He sank onto a wooden stool, hand pressed to his forehead. Duty warred with honor, loyalty clashed with conscience. They had triumphed over Targaryen oppression. What was left but to show mercy? A true king should be just, Ned believed, and to be just was not to become the very monster they had dethroned. He was so lost in thought that he hardly noticed the flap of the tent pulling back. Ser Roderick Castle stepped inside. The Master-at-Arms had served House Stark for many years, though his snow-white whiskers now outnumbered those of steel gray. He glanced at the letter and frowned. "More commands from our new king?" Ned sighed. "Aye, Ser Roderick. Robert wants us to root out any Targaryen sympathizers, chase them down to the last man, woman, and child. Dorne remains loyal to Princess Alia's memory. Perhaps the Martells will never forget what was done to her or her children. But Robert will see every Dornishman as an enemy if they so much as speak ill of his reign." Ser Roderick's frown deepened, accentuating the lines in his face. The war was to end the Mad King's tyranny, not to burn down half the realm. "I never thought Robert so bloodthirsty." "Nor did I," Ned answered. "But I fear the Lannisters have his ear, as do certain Storm Lords who fancy themselves heroes. They speak the language of retribution. We have tried war's taste, and it seems they've grown addicted to it." "What will you do?" Ned gently placed the parchment down. "I don't know. He calls me to serve as Warden of the North, but also as a sword-bearer to further war. I have questions about the orders I would be given, questions about whether I can abide by them." Ser Roderick's gaze flickered with empathy. "If you refuse, my lord, Robert may see it as open defiance." "He may," Ned said, voice low. "But if I comply, if I march south and use my sword against those who've already lost so much, then I betray the very ideals we fought to protect." A silence fell between them, broken only by the wind rustling the tent. Ned closed his eyes, recalling once again the warmth of Robert's laughter in their youth, the fond memories of camaraderie as they trained at the Eyrie under Jon Arryn's watchful gaze. If only Robert would listen, if only Ned could make him see reason. But messages by Raven would never convey the earnestness in his voice. Perhaps he needed to ride south, not with an army at his back, but simply to speak truth to the man who once called him brother. That night, Ned gathered his advisors under the dim light of lanterns. The tent smelled of damp wool and the remnants of a meager supper, stale bread and salted pork, for the campaign had stripped the land of fresh provisions. The conversation was quiet, serious. They whispered possibilities of riding south, not to conquer, but to parley. Lords like Wyman Manderley and Roose Bolton, who had joined the Stark cause, were grown impatient for real victory spoils, for the shift of power that would let them expand. Others, more honorable men, wanted only an end to the fighting. The tension even within the northern lords made Ned's brow crease in worry. A rift was forming among them, too, and if Ned gave any sign of hesitating in his support for King Robert, it might turn them against him. Still, he could not do otherwise. Honor demanded an attempt to steer Robert away from madness. He might not succeed, but he could not stand idle. He closed the council meeting with heavy words explaining that he would ride south with a small retinue, not to wage war but to speak with the king. If that proved impossible, if Robert refused to meet them in good faith, then Ned would reevaluate. But he would not lead the whole might of the north into blind slaughter. Preparations began at first light. Horses were saddled, men selected. Ned took with him a carefully chosen company, Ser Roderick, Jory Castle, and a handful of stout guardsmen of proven loyalty and restraint. A few lesser lords also insisted on accompanying him, men like Ser Helman Tallheart, who had once fought side by side with Ned and had no taste for butchery. The rest of the Northmen, the bulk of their forces, would remain encamped near Moat Cailin, awaiting further orders. The journey south felt like a walk into the lion's den, figuratively and literally, for if Tywin Lannister was at the king's side in King's Landing, Ned might find himself facing not only Robert's anger but Tywin's cunning. Days stretched into weeks as they traversed the Riverlands. The devastation wrought by the rebellion was evident everywhere they went. Burned farms, destroyed bridges, small folk beggared and desperate. Many wore the haunted look of men and women who had lost everything. Sometimes they recognized Ned Stark's banner, the direwolf, and approached, begging for scraps of food or mercy from bandits. Ned did what he could, distributing what meager supplies his party could spare, but it was a bandage on a mortal wound. The realm needed peace and quickly, otherwise these open sores would only fester. Near Harrenhal, they passed an encampment of soldiers sporting the crowned stag banner of House Baratheon. The men there looked both triumphant and restless, as though their fervor for bloodshed had not yet subsided. They shot curious glances at the direwolf banner. Some even snickered that the wolf must finally be coming to heel. Ned said nothing, reigning in his anger. He would not stoop to petty squabbles. He was a high lord, sworn to do what was best for the kingdom, not to engage in bickering with foot soldiers. Still, it weighed on him that the men who were supposedly fighting for a just cause now acted as though victory was an invitation to brutality. And these men answered to Robert. Did they reflect his heart, or were they a symptom of Tywin's influence? When King's Landing's high walls finally came into view, dusk painted the sky in streaks of red and purple. The silhouette of the Red Keep stood like a colossal beast, looming over the city with its spires and towers. Ned remembered his first time entering the capital, a place of splendor and corruption, the seat of Targaryen power. Now that power was shattered, replaced by the banners of House Baratheon flapping in the evening wind. On the main gate, the dragon sigils had been torn down, replaced with the crowned stag. But the walls were still scarred with black soot from the sacking. Smoke-stained remnants of houses and shops near the gate served as a grim reminder of the cost of conquest. The guards recognized Ned's party. They allowed him entry, but their expressions were guarded, and their courtesy was stiff. City folk looked on, some with curiosity, some with sullen resentment. The stench of burnt rubble still lingered in certain wards. Ned could practically taste the ruin. He kept his composure, guiding his horse through the streets, ignoring the undercurrent of hostility. This city had once been an enemy to the rebellion, in their eyes. Now it was a battered spoil of war. Upon reaching the Red Keep, Ned was ushered inside by gold-cloaked guards. They informed him that the king was in the Great Hall, hearing petitions. He noted that they referred to Robert as the king, with an unwavering edge to their voices, as if speaking otherwise might invite a sword in the back. The entryway into the throne room was still the same, the massive doors carved with ancient scenes of Targaryen triumphs, now overshadowed by the new regime. Ned stepped in, heart pounding with mixed feelings. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, a twisted monument of swords that glimmered darkly under the torchlight. At its foot stood Robert Baratheon, but not as Ned remembered him. Gone was the playful grin, the boyish gleam in his eye. His face was set in a stern mask, underpinned by lines of fatigue. His broad shoulders, once so full of vigor, seemed bowed by the weight of a crown. He wore black armor chased with gold, the crowned stag sigil displayed prominently upon his breast. The thick beard and the layered muscle from years of wielding a warhammer gave him an intimidating presence, though Ned had never felt fear in Robert's presence. Until now. Robert's eyes flicked toward the retinue from the north. A shadow of relief crossed his features for just an instant, replaced swiftly by a scowl. He lifted a hand, signaling the current petitioners to step back. Lords and ladies parted, allowing Ned to advance. The hush that fell was palpable. Ser Barristan Selmy stood near the throne, serene and steadfast, a figure of honor even in the midst of chaos. Farther along the hall's perimeter lingered men wearing crimson cloaks, Lannister soldiers. Their presence was like a silent threat. Ned bowed stiffly before the throne. "Your Grace," he said, voice resonating in the vast hall. Robert's jaw clenched. Then, almost painfully, he nodded. "Ned," he acknowledged, letting the word hang. Silence stretched. At last, Robert beckoned him closer. "We have matters to discuss. In private." Ned nodded, though he wondered what difference privacy would make if Robert's mind was already set on brutal tactics. Nonetheless, Robert dismounted the dais, signaling that the day's petitions were at an end. Courtiers and lords stepped back, gossiping behind raised hands, but parted to allow the two men to exit side by side. The footsteps echoed through stone corridors as they headed toward what had once been the Targaryen Royal Solar, now commandeered by the new regime. Guards and attendants peeled away as they reached the heavy double doors. Robert waved them off, gesturing for Ned alone to follow him in. The Solar was modest by the standards of the Red Keep, its windows overlooking the city and the Blackwater Bay beyond. Evening light bathed the chamber in orange glow. Robert halted, staring out over the darkening skyline. For a moment, Ned saw a flicker of the old friend, the man who might be moved by reason and compassion. Then Robert turned, his expression unreadable. "You took your time in coming." "I had my responsibilities in the north," Ned answered carefully, "and I heard troubling rumors about the tactics being used here." Robert let out a short, humorless laugh. "Troubling rumors? You mean the Lannisters sacking the city? Gregor Clegane hunting Targaryen pups? Those rumors, yes." Ned's heart panched. "Yes, those. Robert, we stood together to end cruelty, not to become its new faces." For a moment, Robert's eyes flashed with anger. Then he drew a breath and seemed to fight for calm. "And you think I wanted this? This ruin?" He gestured broadly to the window as if referring to the entire city. "Tywin Lannister showed up at the gates, pledging loyalty. I gave the order to open them, yes. But he chose the sack. By the time I rode in, it was over. The city had fallen, its defenders slaughtered or fled. The Targaryen children done before I could stop it." Ned watched Robert carefully. "If you did not command it, you could have punished those who did. Yet men such as Clegane still roam free, and Tywin stands at your side." Robert exhaled, shaking his head. "Ned, you don't understand the shape of the realm, not from the vantage of Moat Cailin. The war might be won, but everything is in disarray. If I move against Tywin now, the west could fracture from the rest of the kingdom. The reach is unsteady. Dorne all but prepares for rebellion. I need to hold things together." Anger sparked in his voice. "By the gods, I never asked for these burdens. But they're mine now. You want me to tear the realm apart just to avenge Targaryen whelps that, a year ago, we were all calling dragonspawn?" Ned bristled, but he reined in his outrage. "I want you to remember why we started this. To protect the innocent. What of the Targaryen girl in exile? Rumor has it you plan to hire assassins to hunt her down." Robert's face hardened. "If she lives, so does the dragon threat. We are not secure while the Mad King's spawn roam free. Viserys, that worthless brat, is likely plotting his return. Dothraki, magisters of Essos, sells word companies he'll ally with anyone willing to help him reclaim the throne. I cannot let that happen. I won't." His voice cracked like thunder. "I will not go through another war just because we left a spark of House Targaryen alive." Ned set his jaw. "And so you would kill a child?" The question hung in the air like a sword suspended by a single hair. Robert's face twisted and he slammed a fist onto the wooden table, rattling the pitchers and goblets. "Damn it, Ned, do you think I enjoy this? Children dying, blood on my hands? That's the cost of the throne. Aerys learned it in his madness and Rhaegar's children paid for it. Now, if I have to do the same to keep the peace, I'll do it. By the seven, I hate it, but I'll do it." Ned felt a weight like lead in his gut. This was the moment he had feared, the reason he had come. Robert was crossing a line, stepping firmly into a realm of pragmatic cruelty. The cause that had once seemed so righteous had become tarnished. Eddard Stark had a choice: remain silent and let it pass, or speak out and risk everything. His voice came out soft, but firm. Then you have become the very thing we vowed to destroy. Robert's eyes widened, color rising in his cheeks. Mind your tongue, he hissed, though heartbreak mingled with fury behind his gaze. You dare compare me to Aerys Targaryen? I compare the actions, Ned replied, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. You have not yet burnt men alive for pleasure, but ordering the deaths of children, even Targaryen children, places us on a dark road. Robert's chest heaved. For a moment, Ned wondered if his old friend might strike him. Instead, Robert whirled away, running a hand through his thick black hair. You speak of roads. What other road is there, Ned? Bend or break, that's how the game is played. A new king cannot afford to show weakness. Already, the Dornish mutter of revenge. The Tyrells brood over their defeat and the loss of Rhaegar, whom they admired. If I let Viserys and Daenerys live, I risk a spark that could reignite this entire damned war. I won't have it. Peace through fear, if it must be so. Ned's throat tightened. Peace can be built on justice, not just fear. Offer mercy, and perhaps the realm will see you as the king who ended bloodshed, not the king who perpetuated it. Robert's laugh was hollow, echoing through the chamber. You dream like a child, Ned. Mercy is a pretty word, but it's no shield against ambition. The Targaryens want their throne back. If they gather enough allies across the sea, they'll come for us. A kind heart won't stop them. Only a show of strength will. Ned stood straighter, hands at his sides, fists clenched. Then we are at an impasse. Robert studied him for a long moment. So it seems. I won't force your hand, Ned, but I need your allegiance. If you oppose me openly, the realm will see a split, Stark against Baratheon. That would be tragic after all we've been through. Ned nodded slowly, understanding the grim implications. Tragic indeed. I want no war with you, Robert. You know that. But I will not raise my blade to kill children, nor to butcher entire regions out of suspicion. I'll keep the North from rebellion, from open defiance, but I cannot support these tactics. Robert inhaled, shoulders falling. Then keep the North out of my way, he said tiredly. If that is the best you can do. The Targaryen brats are across the sea, so I suppose there's no urgent matter for you to act upon. Still, I will do what I must. Ned swallowed. He had come hoping to change Robert's mind, but the king's perspective was carved in stone. The best Ned could manage was a sort of uneasy understanding, a promise that the North would not rise against Robert as long as Robert did not order them to commit atrocities. That left many details in uncertain territory. What would happen when Robert inevitably began sending assassins across the narrow sea or punishing houses suspected of Targaryen sympathies? Ned dreaded the future. They parted with cold courtesy. Robert forced a handshake and Ned offered it, though it felt more like an awkward truce than a gesture of friendship. Outside the solar, Tywin Lannister's face emerged from the shadows, always watchful. He gave Ned a thin, polite smile that did not reach his eyes. Lord Stark, he murmured. His Grace has told me to see to your comfort should you choose to stay in the city. Ned looked at Tywin, remembering the horrors committed under his name, the sack of King's Landing, the murders of Prince Rhaenys and Prince Aegon, the savage butchery of Elia Martell. That this man walked freely and held power was a travesty in Ned's mind. I'll not remain in the city long, Ned replied coolly. I have no taste for the politics here. Tywin nodded, expression inscrutable. As you say. However, hospitality is extended. Ned merely inclined his head, stepping past the Lord of Casterly Rock. He found his companions waiting in the hall, anxious. He told them quietly that they would depart soon as there was nothing more to be gained here. While some of the northern lords had hoped for appointments or royal favor, Ned's stance meant they would leave empty-handed. Grumbles of disappointment filled the air, but Ned's authority was absolute in this company. Pride stung them, yet they followed his command. As they made their way back through the Red Keep, Ned wondered if any watchers would view his swift departure as an insult or a challenge. Perhaps Robert would resent it. Perhaps the Lannisters would twist it into evidence that Ned Stark was not truly loyal. But he could not remain in a city that reeked of death and intrigue, a place where every whispered conversation seemed to revolve around cunning maneuvering and the next wave of war. Let them talk. He would return to the north with his conscience, if not with the king's favor. They left King's Landing at dawn, the first golden rays of sunlight illuminating the battered gates. The city behind them felt like an ill omen, a grand stage for tragedies yet to unfold. Riding north, Ned contemplated how to fortify his lands should Robert or his Lannister allies turn a wary eye toward Winterfell. In openly opposing the idea of child murder and scorched earth tactics, Ned risked incurring powerful enmities. And if Robert believed in the necessity of fear, he might come to fear the North's reluctance as well. Upon returning to Moat Cailin, Ned found the camp still bristling with tensions. Roose Bolton, cunning and quiet, lingered in the background as if waiting for a moment to exploit. Wyman Manderley offered a more straightforward welcome, expressing relief that the war seemed nearly done. Others asked what the king's plans were. Ned shared only the barest details: that the rebellion's primary goals had been met, that the North would remain vigilant but not partake in further bloody campaigns. It did not fully satisfy the ambitions of some lords who had hoped to ravage the southern lands in return for their suffering. But they had not yet dared to question Ned's leadership. In the weeks that followed, Robert Baratheon's posture toward the Targaryen threat became public knowledge. Ravens flew to every corner of the realm, proclaiming the new monarchy's stance. Any Targaryen loyalists would be stamped out. Any rumors of the exiled children's return would be met with swift retaliation. Murmurs drifted up from Dorne. Prince Doran Martell seethed over the murder of Princess Elia and her children, but he was cautious, reluctant to plunge his people into another full-blown conflict. The Reach, led by Mace Tyrell, accepted Robert's rule begrudgingly, licking wounds from the defeat at the Trident. The Vale was solidly under Jon Arryn, who counseled Robert to temper his harshness, but with little success. The Westerlands, flush with victory and the favor of the crown, stood poised to shape policy with gold and steel. Messages between Ned and Robert were terse, bordering on cold. Ned could sense the tension, Robert demanding northern backing for punitive raids in the Dornish marches, Ned replying with carefully worded refusals, reminding him that the Martells were now Robert's subjects too, and open warfare might drive them into rebellion. Robert's frustrations spilled onto the page, scrawled in his bold hand, accusing Ned of undermining the crown. Ned, in turn, saw no path but the one dictated by his conscience. He would defend the realm if threatened, but he would not become an agent of terror. The months wore on. In the Red Keep, courtiers whispered of the king's dark moods, fueled by an increasing penchant for wine and feasting. Tywin Lannister pulled the strings of governance, ensuring that the families of those once loyal to the Targaryens paid dearly. Minor houses found themselves dispossessed of lands if any rumor of Targaryen sympathy arose. Merchants suspected of smuggling goods to supporters across the sea saw their shops seized. The small folk watched these developments with a mixture of fear and resignation, uncertain whether the new king truly heralded a better age, or if he was little more than a conqueror in fresh attire. Meanwhile, Ned's stance endeared him to some who valued fairness, but drew the ire of many who sought to profit from continued strife. Whispers reached his ears that the Lannisters were quietly building a narrative in King's Landing. The Starks might not be openly defiant, but they were isolationist, refusing to support the king's justice. Some in the capital began referring to Ned as the Reluctant Hand, an insult-laden rumor that Robert had wanted to name him Hand of the King, but Ned had refused. In truth, Robert had never officially offered him that position, probably sensing that Ned would be ill at ease carrying out the crown's current policies. Still, the rumor did its damage. As harvest season arrived, the realm seemed to hover in a state of uneasy peace. No major battles erupted, but skirmishes flared along the Dornish border, stoked by House Baratheon loyalists. Lannister bannermen cracked down on any pockets of resistance in the Crownlands. Spies drifted across the narrow sea, chasing the rumored footsteps of Viserys and Daenerys in the free cities. The siblings were said to be wards or captives or beggars, depending on the rumor, but they remained alive. Robert's fury simmered each time a raven told him of fresh Targaryen intrigues abroad, but so far, the children had not returned to Westeros, and there were no open claimants to the throne beyond the sea, just exiles surviving by the grace of foreign benefactors. In the heart of Winterfell, Ned tried to refocus on his duties as head of House Stark, preparing for the coming winter and ensuring the well-being of his people. His wife, Catelyn Tully, stood by him, though she heard from her own southern kin that Robert's court bristled at the North's aloofness. The tension weighed upon her as well, for she knew how easily noble houses could fall under suspicion. She worried that House Tully might be forced to choose sides if a real schism formed between the North and the Crown. Ned reassured her that Robert would not so rashly risk war with the North, but privately he felt less certain with each passing day. Robb, their infant son, was but a babe in the cradle, far too young to understand the swirling storm of politics that darkened the horizon. Ned would watch him sleep, feel the tiny warmth of his breath, and vow that the horror he had seen in the rebellion, the mutilation of children, the heartbreak of families, would never darken Rob's future. Yet how to ensure that, when the realm's new king seemed determined to stamp out all perceived threats with fire and steel? Ned needed allies, but the north was vast and isolated. His bannermen would heed his call, yet that path led only to conflict if Robert turned on them. One blustery afternoon, a raven arrived bearing the Arryn sigil. Jon Arryn's words were carefully chosen, hinting at discontent in King's Landing. He counseled Ned to remain patient, to trust that Robert might cool in his rage with time, especially if he found some measure of contentment in marriage. Rumors circulated that a marriage arrangement was being hammered out between Robert and Cersei Lannister, a union to bind the Lannisters firmly to the crown. Ned felt a chill at the thought. It would effectively place Tywin Lannister at the heart of royal power. He penned a careful reply, expressing hopes for peace, yet reaffirming his stance that the North would not condone tyranny. He suspected that Jon Arryn shared his unease but was too loyal or too cautious to openly challenge Robert. When the marriage announcement finally came, a great ceremony in King's Landing to unite House Baratheon and House Lannister, Ned was conspicuously absent. He had not been invited. Or rather, a lukewarm invitation had arrived, phrased in a manner that made it clear his presence was not truly desired. Instead, Robert's court welcomed lords from across the realm who supported the crown's policies. The message was plain: the king was forging ahead without Ned Stark's counsel. Not long after the wedding, the realm's rumor mills churned out stories of the lavish feast, the extravagant gifts, and the toasts to Robert's unborn heirs, who would be part lion, part stag. Ned heard that the bride was as beautiful as she was proud, that Jaime Lannister was named to the King's Guard, an audacious move that further cemented Lannister influence. Through it all, the talk of Targaryen extermination continued. If the Lannisters had their way, the golden hand of Casterly Rock would reach across the sea to pay assassins, poisons, mercenaries. House Martell's resentment deepened, though they remained outwardly loyal, wary of open confrontation without a unifying cause. That unifying cause seemed ready to appear one autumn day when a troop of Baratheon knights entered Dorne in pursuit of rumored Targaryen loyalists. The knights were rumored to have sacked a small Dornish village suspected of harboring sympathizers. The truth was murky, but stories emerged of innocents killed and families terrorized. Dorne erupted with outrage, and soon small skirmishes flared along the border. Ravens from Prince Doran to King Robert went unanswered or were met with stern refusals to punish the knights. The entire realm watched, expecting a spark that might set Dorne aflame. Ned received pleas from southern lords imploring him to use his influence with the king to end the madness, but what influence did he truly have now? Robert only seemed to dig in further. Meanwhile, Lannister envoys arrived at Winterfell, delivering polite but pointed requests for closer cooperation and thinly veiled hints that the crown expected northern support in any hostilities that might arise. Ned entertained them with courtesy but gave no commitments. Each day, the possibility of conflict with the crown loomed larger, and he could feel his bannermen growing uneasy. The North had bled for the rebellion. Would they now bleed again to sustain the tyranny they had helped overthrow? As winter's first hints arrived, chill winds and frosts creeping down from beyond the wall, Ned made a decision. He summoned his banners not to march south, but to hold positions across the north, ensuring readiness if the worst should happen. He had no desire for open rebellion, but neither would he be caught unprepared if Robert or his supporters turned on him. The northern lords gathered, curious and tense. Some urged that they prepare to strike first, to catch the crown off guard if war became inevitable. Others argued for continued diplomacy. Ned listened, decided on caution, and insisted that they aim for peace, though with swords at the ready if forced. Ravens flew from Winterfell to the Eyrie, to Riverrun, even to Casterly Rock, proclaiming that the North sought only stability and urging cooler heads. Ned's letters to Robert went unanswered this time, a worrying sign that the new king was done with words. Rumors abounded that Robert was struggling with his new queen, that Cersei was manipulative, cunning, and thirsted for power. If she egged him on, feeding his paranoia about the Targaryens and any lord who opposed him, then the wedge between Stark and Baratheon might become a canyon. It was late in the evening, snow swirling in the courtyard, when a band of knights arrived at Winterfell's gates, bearing the banner of the crown stag. Ned received them in the great hall, the hearth crackling with firelight. Their leader was Ser Brian Faring, a dour-faced man with a regal bearing. He presented Ned with a royal decree. Once again, the parchment commanded the North to lend full support in rooting out Targaryen sympathizers, specifically to prepare a force to move against Dorne if war became necessary. Ned read the decree, his blood running cold. This was the final straw, an edict that forced him to choose, obey or stand in defiance. Ser Brian watched him carefully, awaiting a response. The gathered northern lords looked on with apprehension. Ned set the parchment down. Tell His Grace that the North stands ready to defend the realm against real threats, but we will not condone the wanton destruction of Dornish villages based on rumors and fear. Ser Brian's jaw tightened. Are you refusing the king's command? Ned's gaze swept across the hall, meeting the eyes of his bannermen. Then he returned his attention to the Baratheon Knight. I am refusing to punish innocents for the crime of existing under suspicion. A hush fell. Some of the Northmen cast uneasy glances at each other. This was as close to open defiance as Ned had ever come. Ser Brian clenched his fists. You realize, Lord Stark, that the king will view this as rebellion. Ned's voice, though calm, resonated with resolve. I have bled for Robert Baratheon. I named him friend and brother. But I will not become the Mad King's successor in cruelty. If he sees honor as rebellion, then we have already lost sight of why we fought this war. Ser Brian stared, lips pressed thin. He bowed stiffly and stalked out, presumably to carry Ned's words back south. The hall was silent, the crackling fire the only sound. Then, one by one, the northern lords stirred, whispering among themselves. Some looked frightened, others resolute. The lines had been drawn. In the days after, as the snows thickened and the ravens carried the news across Westeros, it became clear that a Stark-Baratheon split was no longer a mere whisper. The Crown's supporters accused Ned of betrayal. They said House Stark was harboring Targaryen sympathies, that the Quiet Wolf had turned on the rightful king. Of course, these accusations were ludicrous. Ned wanted no Targaryen restoration. He merely refused to slaughter innocents in the name of fear. But in the Game of Thrones, perception often mattered more than truth. Noble houses took sides based on alliances and power plays. The Lannisters howled for the king to put down Stark's insolence, while some houses in the Riverlands muttered that they might prefer an alliance with the North if Robert continued to alienate them. Dorne watched with interest, possibly seeing this as an opportunity to break free from the yoke of the Iron Throne if the king's forces were preoccupied. Jon Arryn, from the Eyrie, tried desperately to mediate, sending ravens urging Ned to reconsider, but also appealing to Robert to show restraint. Those pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears. Robert himself, it was said, flew into a black rage at Ned's refusal. He cursed his old friend's name, calling him a stubborn fool who could not see the greater good. Surrounded by sycophants and opportunists, Robert was further embittered, convinced that if he let Ned's defiance go unpunished, other lords might follow suit. The memory of the rebellion that had toppled the Targaryens did not lessen his fear, it heightened it, for Robert understood how quickly the realm could turn on a ruler if they sensed weakness. So, in a cruel twist, the very friend who had helped him secure the throne was now seen as a threat to that throne. Winterfell braced for the worst. Scouts in the south watched the roads for any sign of royal hostilities. Ned trained with his men, quietly ensuring that if they were forced to fight, they would do so on northern soil, using the geography to their advantage. He loathed the idea of fighting Robert's forces, but he would not yield his principles. Catelyn saw the worry etched into Ned's face, heard the nights he spent pacing in the Godwood, praying for guidance before the Heart Tree. The old gods provided no easy answers. Tension spread through the entire north. Some lords called for a preemptive strike to move south and seize strategic points before the king could muster an army. Others argued that they should remain behind their fortresses, letting winter's harshness deter any invasion. Ned tried to reassure them that he still believed peace was possible, that perhaps Robert would come to his senses. But each passing day without a conciliatory raven made it feel more like wishful thinking. Then came word of raids along the neck. A small force carrying Baratheon and Lannister banners harassed villages near the Green Fork, claiming to search for rebels. The local bannermen skirmished with them, driving them off. Casualties were minor, but the meaning was clear. Robert was testing the North's resolve. Officially, there was no war, this was just a policing action, or so the rumor went. Ned's teeth ground in frustration. More innocents would suffer if Robert escalated, yet to stand idle invited larger incursions. Winter's grip intensified. Snow fell thick, blanketing roads and fields. The cold bit at men's cheeks, turning breath to clouds. For the southern armies, if they came, the northern winter would be as much an enemy as the Starks. Perhaps that alone could deter an offensive. But the Lannisters were wealthy, capable of hiring Sells-Words and equipping them to endure harsh conditions. The Stormlands were far away, yet Robert had supporters in the Crownlands and the Reach. The north might be large, but it was sparsely populated and not easily defensible along every inch of its border. Letters from the Eyrie hinted that Jon Arryn was trying to build a coalition of moderates at court to counsel the king against a northern war. But Tywin Lannister, newly appointed as the king's chief advisor, was pushing the narrative that Ned Stark's refusal was open treason and treason must be crushed lest it spread. Robert's new queen, Cersei, reportedly added her voice to that cause, wanting to secure her children's future by eradicating any who might weaken the throne. Ned took some small solace in the knowledge that the Vale might not wholeheartedly support an unjust war, but men like Bronze Yohn Royce and others had grown loyal to Robert during the rebellion. As the snows piled higher, ravens arrived with a final royal demand. Ned must appear in King's Landing to swear renewed fealty before the Iron Throne, or face the king's justice. It was a direct challenge. If Ned complied, he would be forced to humiliate himself publicly, pledging to carry out whatever edicts the crown decreed. If he refused, it was outright rebellion. The great Jon, Umber, raged at the missive and urged Ned to refuse. Roose Bolton's face remained unreadable, though he muttered about the North's self-interest. Helman Tallheart swore fealty to Ned's judgment, while others worried about war. But all eyes turned to Ned. He retreated to the Godswood, snow crunching under his boots, the ancient heart tree standing silent and solemn. He knelt by the warm pool, steam rising from the water, and thought of the friends he had lost. Thought of Brandon, of Lyanna, of all those who had paid the price of the Mad King's cruelty. Thought of Robert, once as close as a brother, now twisted by power and fear. He prayed for guidance, for a way that would spare the realm further bloodshed. Yet he found no immediate sign, no voice but the sighing of the cold wind. In the end, Ned decided that traveling to King's Landing was too dangerous. He had no illusions that Robert or Tywin would allow him to return once he bent the knee. They would likely force him to remain as a hostage to keep the North in line. Or perhaps they would arrest him for treason once he arrived. Either outcome was unthinkable, and to kneel and abide by these cruel policies would be an affront to everything he stood for. Thus, Ned drafted a response, sending ravens to the king, to Jon Arryn, to all who might listen. He explained his reasons. That House Stark was not in rebellion, but neither would it support or enforce the persecution of innocents. He would remain in the North unless guaranteed a fair hearing and a promise that these harsh measures would be halted. The raven that returned from King's Landing carried a single line in Robert's bold, furious hand. "Then we are done, Stark." It was the coldest sentence Ned had ever read. For so long, he had known Robert as a friend, a man of great passions and at times great heart. Now he sounded like a tyrant, no different from the Targaryens they had once overthrown. Ned felt sorrow, deep and abiding, but also a simmering anger at how the realm had come to this. He read the line aloud in the hall. The Northern Lords understood its meaning. A break, a final severing of the bond that had once united House Stark and House Baratheon. Snow continued to fall, flurries drifting past the great hall's windows. Winter was truly settling in, which might stay Robert's hand until the thaw. But in the north, men readied themselves, forging weapons, laying in stores of grain, repairing walls. A hush of grim determination spread from Winterfell to the last holdfast. For the second time in less than a decade, Westeros braced for potential civil war, this time pitting brother against brother in a twisted mirror of what had once been a righteous cause. Ned tried one last time to appeal to reason, sending a personal letter to Robert, reminding him of their shared past, the virtues they once fought for, the simple joys they once shared. He pleaded that Robert not let the throne's weight crush the realm. He reminded Robert of Lyanna, how her memory had driven them all forward, how they had wanted to end the cycle of brutality. He pleaded that they find a path to real peace. Weeks passed without a reply. Ned suspected the letter never reached Robert's eyes. Tywin or Cersei would have seen to that, or perhaps Robert himself refused to read it. Over time, more reports of minor clashes in the Riverlands reached Ned's ears. Riverrun, commanded by Hoster Tully, tried to remain neutral, but raiders wearing Baratheon sigils took advantage of the chaos to seize goods, claiming they hunted Targaryen supporters. Hoster Tully sent ravens to Winterfell, lamenting the crown's aggression. The seeds of a broader conflict were scattered across the realm, and it would only take one strong wind to scatter them far and wide. Within the year, everything was poised on a knife's edge. The snows thickened, and the king's men, stymied by the cold, withdrew to southern strongholds, but not without vowing that come spring, the traitorous north would feel the might of the Iron Throne. Ned, though heartsick, did not waver. He would defend his people if the king brought war to his doorstep, yet he held out a slender hope that cooler heads like Jon Arryn or Barristan Selmy might somehow mend the rift before swords were drawn in earnest. As the season darkened, Ned would walk the ramparts of Winterfell in the fading light, looking out over the snow-swept courtyard, listening to the hush that enveloped his ancestral home. A line from the old tales lingered in his mind: there must always be a Stark in Winterfell. He understood it anew, not as a mere tradition, but as a testament that House Stark and the North must endure through the darkest storms. He thought of Robert, the friend he had once laughed with, the man who had held a warhammer on the trident and shattered Rhaegar's rubies into the rushing waters. Now that friend was lost behind walls of anger and fear. The cost of kingship, perhaps. The cost of a war that had begun with the best of intentions but left scars too deep to heal easily. And so Ned Stark took a measured breath of the cold northern air, his cloak rustling in the wind. The direwolf banner atop the highest tower flapped defiantly, as if howling its own lamentation into the endless winter sky. A split between House Stark and House Baratheon. Who would have imagined it at the start of the rebellion, when the realm rose in righteous fury against the Mad King? Yet here it was, undeniable as the snow underfoot. Ned felt a pang in his chest, torn between grief and resolution. Winter was coming, and if Robert Baratheon marched north with fire and steel, the entire land would quake beneath the storm of war once more. But Ned stood his ground, determined that if it fell to him, he would fight not out of vengeance or conquest, but out of the duty to protect innocence from another tyrant, no matter that the tyrant wore a stag upon his banners instead of a dragon. The passing weeks only deepened the quiet standoff as the North's frigid temperatures made mobilizing large armies difficult. Ravens came and went, but no fresh negotiations were offered. Towns in the south continued to face clampdowns by crown forces, and Dorne's agitation grew. Catelyn tried to maintain morale within Winterfell, hosting simple feasts for the household, ensuring that the fortress remained a haven despite the anxious mood. Ned's nights were restless, plagued by dreams of the Trident, where Robert roared in triumph, only for that roar to echo in the screams of innocent children. He would awaken in a cold sweat, wishing that somehow the horrors of the sack of King's Landing could be undone, that innocence could have been preserved. But regrets changed nothing, and only the cold dawn awaited. Then, one morning in late winter, a raven arrived from the Eyrie, carrying Jon Arryn's personal seal and a short, urgent message. It hinted that the king was calling his bannermen for a spring campaign to finally settle the question of Dornish unrest and northern defiance. Jon Arryn was powerless to stop the momentum, for Robert was riding a wave of anger fed by the Lannisters and certain Stormlords. Jon begged Ned to find a way, any way, to reconcile or at least de-escalate. The letter ended with a haunted line: "I fear we sail into darkness." Ned's expression turned grim. He summoned his closest advisors in Winterfell and read the letter aloud, acknowledging that once the snow melted and the roads cleared, the king would march. Men asked, should we march first? Meet them in the Riverlands? Should we fortify Moat Cailin again? Ned held up a hand, commanding calm. Rushing south would look like aggression, but letting the king bring the fight to their doorstep ceded the initiative. Still, Ned could not imagine launching a first strike on the friend he once loved. The best strategic location to halt a southern invasion was indeed Moat Cailin, that ancient stronghold on the swampy causeway leading into the north. A small force could hold it against far larger armies due to the terrain. Ned made the decision to place a strong garrison there, prepared to defend the passage if Robert's banners advanced. But he also ordered that no raiding parties move south. "We do not start this war," he said firmly, "but if it comes to our lands, we will finish it." Word went out and loyal bannermen flocked to the fortress. The supply lines were stocked with salted meats and root vegetables. Winterfell itself bustled with the forging of weapons and the arrival of more men. Families living near the southern roads were urged to relocate north or stockpile food in case the conflict escalated. Ned felt the specter of war loom over every decision. Perhaps Robert would yet be dissuaded. Perhaps, as if in answer to that fragile hope, news came that Tywin Lannister himself had mobilized a host in the Westerlands, presumably to assist the king's campaign. This was no small-scale policing action. The realm was on the brink of open civil war, with the north isolated in its stance and Dorne likely to erupt in simultaneous rebellion. Ned realized he was not just risking a rift between two old friends, but the fracturing of the entire kingdom, which could revert to chaos. Still, for him, the path of surrender, of kneeling and condoning Robert's cruelty, was no path at all. The memory of dead children in King's Landing, of ravaged towns in the Dornish marches, haunted him. Even so, Ned sought one last chance at peace. He sent an envoy, led by Ser Rodrik Castle, to treat with Jon Arryn in the Vale, hoping that Jon might gather enough moderates at court to influence Robert. The plan was to present a formal proposal. Ned would come to King's Landing to swear fealty if Robert guaranteed a formal edict protecting all innocent families from mass reprisals and guaranteeing the legal rights of those accused of Targaryen sympathy before any punishment was inflicted. Essentially, Ned asked for a code of law that would halt the unchecked brutality. Ser Rodrik carried the documents with the Stark seal, a final olive branch. If Robert refused this, then truly there was no hope. Weeks of anxious waiting followed. Blizzards came and went, the wind howling past Winterfell's walls. Still no word from Ser Rodrik, no sign of the king relenting. Scouts reported massing troops in the south, as the first signs of spring slowly peeked through the fading snow. Lords in the north murmured that the king would strike soon. Some worried that the vast southern armies, led by the fearsome Tywin Lannister and Robert's formidable Warhammer, would be unstoppable, even with the advantage of Moat Caelin's defenses. Yet the Northmen had pride and a fierce determination. They remembered the stories of how Torrhen Stark knelt to Aegon Targaryen centuries ago to save his people. Many whispered that they would not kneel again, especially not to a new brand of tyranny. They placed their faith in their lord's wisdom and in the formidable northern winter, which might linger long enough to sap the strength of southerners. But the end of the cold season was near, and with it the season for campaigning. Finally, a raven arrived bearing the seal of the Vale. Ned, hands trembling, took it to the solitude of his solar to read. Inside, he found words from Jon Arryn, somber words. Ser Rodrik had been allowed to present the proposal, but Robert, in his anger and pride, had flatly refused, insisting that the king would not be dictated to by a subject. The king's new advisors labeled Ned's terms insults. Tywin Lannister had spurred Robert on, reminding him that compromise would embolden rebels. None in the council had dared oppose them openly except Jon, whose pleas fell on deaf ears. Ser Rodrik, under suspicion of sedition, was allowed to leave only out of respect for his age and minimal rank, but it was clear the king saw Ned's terms as an affront. The letter ended with Jon's regret and a warning: the armies of the crown would move soon. "I fear for us all," he wrote. Ned stared at the words, feeling a hollow ache in his chest. This was the end. The final gap had widened into a chasm. He bowed his head. The realm would bleed again. Winter might not be fully past, but soon enough the roads would clear and the king's host would march with the might of the Westerlands behind them. Dorne, too, was likely to rise in open rebellion, hoping to avenge Elia Martell. The Riverlands might be torn between alliances. The Vale's stance was uncertain, but Jon Arryn would try to keep them out of direct conflict. The Tyrells, still stung by the rebellion's outcome, might see a chance to gain favor by assisting the king, or they might side with Dorne to weaken the Lannisters. The possibilities were endless, and each spelled only more turmoil. Ned pressed his eyes shut, recalling the day he had left the Eyrie as a young man, full of idealism, swearing brotherhood with Robert Baratheon. Fate was a cruel jester, turning friendship into enmity through the slow corrosion of war's aftermath. He thought of Brandon and Lyanna, of the horrors that had driven them to rebellion in the first place, and wondered if their spirits would weep to see how the realm had come full circle to new tyrannies and new tragedies. Outside, the courtyard remained quiet, the hush of winter offering a brief respite. Ned knew it would not last. He would gather his bannermen, fortify the neck, and pray for a miracle. Yet in his heart he suspected there would be no miracle. The die was cast. When spring came, so would war. That night, with the moon gleaming on fresh snowdrifts, Ned climbed to the highest battlement of Winterfell and gazed southward toward the lands he had once helped liberate from Targaryen rule. The air was so cold it burned his lungs. He allowed himself a moment of sorrow for what might have been a realm at peace, ruled by a just king, forging a new era untainted by the old darkness. Instead, darkness had found them again. Memory of the sack of King's Landing echoed in his mind, the impetus for everything that had soured between him and Robert. Perhaps that was the lesson. War, once unleashed, could not be so easily caged again. Tears gathered in Ned's eyes, freezing at the corners. Quietly, he addressed the sky, as though speaking to the shades of the past. "I have no joy in this. Forgive me." Then he turned and descended the stairs, the burden of leadership settling on him like an icy mantle. He would face what came with the resolve and honor House Stark was known for. If Robert brought war, then House Stark would not yield to cruelty. In the gloom of the night, Ned Stark wondered if the heart tree could sense the sorrow that now touched every corner of his mind. The old weirwood's face was carved in silent witness, the red sap tears frozen on its trunk. The wind carried distant echoes of the direwolf's howl, perhaps a lament for the friendship that had died with the stroke of a quill, the weight of a crown, and the memory of atrocities that should never have been excused. Ned bowed his head and let the wind whip his cloak around him. He would be the shield that guarded the north, come what may. By morning, the keep was already abuzz with preparations. Men checking armor, forging arrows, stirring porridge to feed the growing host. Word spread that the king had mustered his forces and that Tywin Lannister was moving east, presumably to link up with the royal host. Ned dispatched outriders to confirm the rumors. Once verified, he would concentrate his main forces at Moat Cailin, prepared to repel any invasion. A hush of grim acceptance permeated Winterfell. They were truly on the brink of war with King Robert Baratheon. The notion was unthinkable a few short years ago, when they had stood side by side to depose Aerys Targaryen. Now, the wheel of fate had turned, setting them in opposition. As Ned stood in the courtyard, men passed him with solemn respect, tipping their heads, calling him "my lord." He tried to return their greeting, but the weight on his heart was immense. In a quiet moment, he felt a small hand slip into his. Catelyn stood beside him, her eyes reflecting sympathy and concern. She said nothing, only leaned close to offer comfort. Ned squeezed her hand in gratitude. There were no words that could truly fix this. Honor demanded a stand against injustice, but heartbreak accompanied the cost. Days later, as the first signs of the thaw began softening the roads, scouts returned with repo. RTS, the king's army was indeed marching north, the stag banner flying, accompanied by the golden lions of Lannister. Robert's fabled Warhammer would lead them, unstoppable as the tide. Ned quietly ordered the garrison to move out, funneling troops to Moat Cailin. He made the journey himself, leaving Catelyn and the children under heavy guard in Winterfell, uncertain if the fortress might become a target or not. On the road south, every gust of wind seemed to carry the voices of the dead, urging Ned to hold fast to his principles. Moat Cailin's towers, ancient and half-ruined, rose from the swampland like jagged teeth. The choking bogs around the causeway formed a natural defense. A handful of determined men could hold off a legion, but the Lannisters had cunning, wealth, and siege engines. If this confrontation sparked a broader conflict, Ned did not know if the Riverlands or the Vale would join in. He thought of the Tullys, the Arryns, even the Martells, all with grievances against the crown. Perhaps war would erupt in multiple theaters, fracturing the realm anew. The very fate they had sought to avoid by dethroning the Mad King would repeat itself. Such is the madness of power, Ned reflected with profound sadness. He arrived to find the northern men diligently preparing. Wooden palisades reinforced crumbling sections. Archers drilled. Boiling pitch was readied. Ned took stock and offered what few encouraging words he could. "We do not seek battle," he reminded them, "but if the king forces it on us, we will stand with honor." Some men grinned with savage glee, eager to defend their homeland. Others seemed grim, aware that they might face old brothers-in-arms from the rebellion. That was the cruel irony. Men who once fought side by side under the banner of the rebel forces would now shed each other's blood. As the days passed, watchers atop Moat Cailin's ramparts scanned the horizon. Ravens flew in and out, but no olive branch came from the king. At last, smoke from distant campfires appeared on the southern edge of the horizon. Scouts returned breathless, confirming the sighting of Royal and Lannister banners, a large host. They had halted some miles away, perhaps to assess the situation or negotiate a safe crossing. Ned doubted any compromise short of abject surrender would satisfy Robert now. The tension was palpable. Night fell and torches dotted the battlements. In the darkness, men whispered of the dread Warhammer of Storms and of Lannister gold fueling Sel's words. Others prayed to the old gods, to the Seven, to any power that might intervene. Ned prowled the ramparts, his cloak pulled tight, gazing at the flicker of enemy fires in the distance. For a moment, he let himself imagine Robert out there, pacing by his own fire, recalling better times and wondering how they had come to stand on opposite sides of the field. Perhaps Robert felt regret as well. But the wheel of war turned mercilessly. When dawn broke, a solitary rider approached the causeway waving a white flag. Ned ordered the gates opened just enough to let him in. A herald bearing the king's livery presented Robert's final demand. Lord Eddard Stark is to open his gates, lay down arms, and come forth to swear fealty to King Robert. In exchange, the king promises clemency for the North so long as it submits fully and pledges to enact the crown's will. If Lord Stark refuses, the king's host will treat Moat Cailin as an enemy stronghold and proceed with all necessary force. Ned received the message in the courtyard, surrounded by northern lords. He could picture Robert's face behind these words, the same man who once joked about battles. No longer. The ultimatum was clear. A hush fell. Ned looked around at the men who had placed their faith in him. He felt the weight of all their lives. If he surrendered, the North would be forced to carry out the very policies he found abhorrent or face retribution. If he resisted, war was inevitable, but at least they would not be the instruments of cruelty. Sorrow swept through him. He knew his choice. Honor gave him no alternative. He lifted his chin. Tell the king, he said quietly, that the North will not yield to injustice. We have no desire to fight, but if he means to force war upon us, we will stand. The herald swallowed, eyes wide with fear at bearing such tidings to Robert. He stammered a formal farewell and rode away. Ned watched his silhouette fade into the swampy haze, heart pounding with dread and resolve. One of his men stepped up beside him, a battered old soldier who had fought at the Trident. My lord, does this mean? Ned nodded. It means the die is cast. Ready the defenses. And so the final break was done. The rest was left to fate, steel, and the uncertain hearts of men. Ned stood on the ramparts as the sun rose higher, illuminating the broad expanse of marshland and the distant glint of an army. In that moment, he felt the deep sorrow of a man who had tried to spare the realm more bloodshed and failed. Yet he also felt an unyielding core of iron within him, forged by the North's harsh truths and his father's lessons. Sometimes doing the right thing meant standing alone, facing even those you once called brother. He closed his eyes, remembering Robert's booming laughter, the crack of their wooden swords in the yard, the oath they had sworn to each other. All dust on the wind now. Winter had come, and with it, a fracture that threatened to shake the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard Stark opened his eyes and gazed upon the men who trusted him. He would keep faith with them, keep faith with honor. If Robert Baratheon wanted a realm built on fear and blood, Ned would stand aside from that. Should war come, he would fight with the North at his back, not for conquest, but for the principles that once bound him and Robert in common cause. In the hush before the storm, Ned Stark placed a hand on the hilt of ice. He felt the ancient steel's weight, a symbol of Stark justice passed down through generations. Justice, he thought. That is why we began, and that is why I stand here now, even if it sets me against the man I called friend. Somewhere out there in the enemy camp, Robert Baratheon might be wrestling with his own ghosts. But the banner of the crowned stag flew overhead and the golden lions of House Lannister clustered around it. Their combined hosts threatened to crush the North if they could breach Moat Cailin. The watchers on the walls whispered that the king's warhammer, the very one that slew Rhaegar, had been sighted among the supply wagons. A shiver ran through the men, for the legend of that weapon loomed large in their memories. Ned inhaled the cold, marsh-scented air and steeled himself. What must be done would be done. Honor was a harsh mistress, yet he could do no less. The day advanced, and with it, the chance that horns might soon sound the advance of the southern host. Thus would begin another tragic chapter in the saga of Westeros, a testament to how quickly victorious rebels could become oppressors and how men of honor might stand firm even when it meant facing old friends across the battlefield. He thought of winter, of the quiet stillness that could descend upon the land, blanketing sorrow under fresh snow. But there would be no stillness now, only the thunder of marching boots and the clash of swords. A sense of inevitability gripped him. Perhaps the world was caught in an endless cycle of vengeance. Yet if there was any chance to break the wheel, it would start with someone willing to say no. And so, in this final hour before the lines were drawn, Ned Stark prayed silently to the old gods for all the souls who would be lost in the coming storm. He prayed for Robert too, that somewhere beneath the crown and the rage, his friend might still remember the value of a noble heart. He could almost hear the wind carry a whisper from the ancient weirwoods telling him that every choice had a price and that honor often demanded the highest one. So be it, Ned thought. He would pay it for the sake of the North, for the sake of his conscience, and for the hope that someday the realm might learn that justice could not be founded on endless cruelty. If the king he helped to make would now bring war upon him, then Ned Stark would meet it with the same quiet dignity that had defined him from the start. Outside the broken towers of Moat Cailin, the sun glimmered on a wide expanse of swampy land. Beyond that land, the shape of a vast army seemed to shift in the morning light. Banners fluttered, horns sounded, and Ned gripped the cold stone of the battlements. The moment had arrived. Above him, the direwolf of House Stark flew on its banner, gray on a field of white, emblem of a house that refused to bow to terror. Within Ned's chest, his heart pounded with mingled sorrow and determination. "Robert," he whispered into the wind. "May the gods forgive us." But the gods did not answer, and soon the battlefield itself would become the only arbiter, the only judge of men's convictions. Standing tall in the face of adversity, Ned Stark prepared to make his stand, resolute in the knowledge that he had done all he could to avert this. Destiny was now in motion, a realm on the cusp of civil strife. The direwolf and the crowned stag, once united, were now sundered, and the echoes of this bitter rift would resound through the seven kingdoms for generations to come. The sun climbed over the marshy horizon, gilding the stagnant waters around Moat Cailin with a bleak sword of radiance. The fortress's broken towers and half-crumbled walls stood in silent defiance, a vigilant sentinel guarding the north. Eddard Stark walked the ramparts at dawn, looking out at the enemy camp. Baratheon and Lannister banners rustled in the breeze, far off across the bogs. Fires dotted the distant landscape, thick plumes of smoke curling into the air like silent omens. Even in the cold morning wind, Ned felt sweat bead at his temple. War, once again, had come to Westeros, but this time he stood against the man he had once called brother. Men shuffled on the walls, stiff from a night spent in armor. Their breath billowed in the chill, as though the old gods themselves exhaled over these swamps. Northerners were used to cold, but not all had tasted the edge of a conflict so fraught with betrayal. Some had fought beside Robert Baratheon during the rebellion, had bled for him. Now they steeled themselves to fight him. Ned saw the confusion in their eyes, the determination in their set jaws. They would not flee. They stood with their lord, who had at least tried to preserve the ideals they had once fought to achieve. He paused to speak with a few archers gathered near a low section of wall. Their quivers were newly stocked, their bows strung with care. Snow dusted their cloaks. One of them, a grizzled man named Darren, bowed his head. "My lord, do we truly think they'll attack? With the winter not fully gone, it's no easy crossing for a southern host." Ned pressed a gloved hand to the cold stone. "They're here, aren't they?" The king's ultimatum was clear. "We have refused to yield, and Robert knows no half measures." Then, softer, he added, "Pray to the gods we can hold them here, should they try to force the causeway. If we break, they'll march all the way to Winterfell." The archers nodded grimly. Darren's voice caught. "Aye, my lord. We'll not let them pass." Ned offered a quiet thanks, then moved on, crossing through one of the ruined towers that overlooked the marshes. The interior still bore scars from old wars, blackened stone, rubble that had never been cleared. Moss clung to the cracks in the walls. Outside, the air was bitter, but inside the tower it grew colder still. The hush echoed with the memory of ancient battles, as though the ghosts of the first men stood watch in the corners. Emerging on the other side, he spotted Roose Bolton examining the defenses with a dispassionate gaze. The lord of the Dreadfort wore heavy furs and stood flanked by several of his men. Pale and inscrutable, Bolton inclined his head at Ned's approach. "My Lord Stark," he said, voice almost a whisper. "The terrain is in our favor, to be sure, but if the king arrives in overwhelming numbers, even Moat Cailin's natural defenses may not hold forever." Ned gave him a measured look. Roose Bolton had long been one of his more unsettling bannermen. "Our aim is not to hold out forever," he said, "merely to force the king to negotiate, or to show that we will not bend to tyranny. But I'll not order the men to throw their lives away needlessly. If the fight grows desperate, we'll adapt." Bolton's thin lips curved slightly. "And if the king refuses parley and chooses a slow siege?" Ned's throat tightened. "Then we endure as best we can. Spring is coming, but the swamps are still half frozen. An extended siege may do as much harm to their host as it does to us. We have provisions stored. The king does not." Bolton dipped his head, satisfaction glinting in his pale eyes. "As you say." Ned left him to his observations, uneasy at the man's quiet pleasure. Perhaps Bolton saw advantage in the realm's chaos. Ned hoped he would not need to rely overmuch on House Bolton's brand of ruthlessness. But the North could not afford disunity now. Ned needed all his lords aligned. Be they men like the great John, loud and loyal, or men like Roose Bolton, cunning and calculating. Together they had one purpose: to defend their homeland from an aggression they had not sought. He descended a winding set of steps and entered a modest courtyard that served as a staging area. Soldiers huddled around fires, exchanging murmured conversation as they prepared for the day's watch. He recognized some from Winterfell's garrison, others from more distant houses. Glovers, Tallhearts, Serwins. The banners of each noble line were draped or folded around the yard, offering a patchwork of the North's heraldry. A voice called out, "My Lord Stark!" Ned turned to see Ser Roderick Castle pushing through the crowd. He had only just returned from the Vale, battered by fruitless negotiations at King's Landing. His cheeks were wind-chafed, whiskers white as snow. "The Outriders report movement in the southern camp, my lord. There's been a stir since dawn." Ned inclined his head, bracing himself. "Very well. Keep me informed of any changes. If they approach for parley, we'll receive them beyond the causeway. But if they come in force—" Ser Roderick's mustache twitched. "We'll give the signal. The bowmen stand ready." Ned walked with him a short distance, voice low. "Thank you for your efforts, Ser Roderick. I know the journey south was hard, and the King's Council harder still." Ser Roderick sighed. "A dark time indeed." Jon Arryn tries to temper Robert's mood, but the king is ill-disposed to hear any mention of mercy now. Tywin Lannister's voice is the loudest, and many Stormlords clamor for your head. They say you undermine the throne, and Robert, in his anger, can't see sense. Ned's expression hardened with regret. "Then talk is done." Castle pressed a hand to Ned's arm. "Aye, my lord." He lingered for a moment as though wanting to say more, then only sighed and walked away, joining a squad of guardsmen who hurried to reinforce a shaky portion of the rampart. Alone, Ned felt the sting of memory. He recalled the days when he and Robert teased each other in the practice yard at the Eyrie, calling out jests as they exchanged blows, dreaming of glory and honor. Now the same man brandished the threat of open war against him. The transformation left Ned hollow. But there was no sense dwelling on heartbreak. He had a fortress to hold and men to protect. He set a brisk pace across the courtyard toward a makeshift stable area, where he found his horse saddled. The chestnut mare snorted anxiously as Ned mounted, her breath steaming in the crisp air. He rode carefully to the outer gate, where a plank walkway led onto the causeway itself. The gates were reinforced, the moat around the fortress bristling with sharpened stakes. Beyond lay the treacherous swamps dotted with pockets of half-frozen mud. No large army could traverse this terrain without funneling onto that single causeway. That advantage gave Moat Cailin its fabled defensive power. Ned guided his mare to a vantage point near one of the battered towers, from which he could see the southern edges of the marsh. Clumps of reeds swayed in the icy breeze. In the far distance, a group of riders appeared, a small detachment under a white flag. Ned's jaw tightened. Another parley, or perhaps a ruse. He nodded to a man perched in the tower, who raised a horn to his lips and blew a brief note, signaling that a peace banner was approaching. Tension rippled across the ranks of defenders, but discipline held. No arrows were loosed. The riders progressed slowly, picking their way along the firmer ground. Ned recognized the standard-bearer's sigil, the crowned stag of House Baratheon, rendered in thread of gold. At their head rode a knight in Baratheon colors, though he did not have the broad shoulders of Robert, nor the golden hair of a Lannister ally. Ned waited, caution warring with curiosity. Once they were within hailing distance, the knight reined in his horse, surveying the walls. His breath plumed in great white clouds. "Hail, Moat Cailin," he called, voice carrying across the still air. "We come by the king's leave to treat with Lord Eddard Stark." Ned guided his mare forward, stopping just inside bow range of the fortress's defenders. He lifted a hand in greeting, but did not dismount. "I am Eddard Stark. State your purpose." The knight tipped his lance slightly in salute. "Ser Justin Massey, sworn to King Robert. I bear a message. His Grace is prepared to avoid bloodshed, if you will yield the fortress and present yourself to the king under safe conduct." Ned's face remained stern. "This is the same offer delivered by your herald not 2 days past. My answer remains unchanged. I will not yield Moat Cailin, nor will I bend the knee to condone atrocities. Tell the king I stand by my words." Ser Justin hesitated, glancing at his companions. "My Lord Stark, you force the king's hand. War need not come to the north if you will but set aside your grievance and trust to Robert's mercy. He does not wish to destroy the house of Stark. He speaks even now of your history, your brotherhood in arms." Ned's heart twisted, but he kept his voice steady. "I do not doubt Robert's capacity for longing after old ties, but in the end, he stands with those who've counseled the slaughter of children, the persecution of innocents. Cannot kneel to that. No friendship should demand we forsake our honor." A flicker of discomfort passed over Ser Justin's face. "Then you leave the king no choice. He will take this fortress by force, should you not relent." Ned surveyed the handful of men behind Ser Justin. "Do you truly believe Robert wants this? If he truly remembered the cause that brought us together, he would parley in earnest, not with threats. Your courtesy is noted, Ser, but my position remains." Ser Justin stiffened, clearly torn between duty and conscience. "Very well, I shall convey your words. But know this, the king's host grows restless, and Lord Tywin Lannister does not indulge half measures. They will test your defenses, sooner rather than later." Ned nodded once. "They'll find our defenses stronger than they expect." For a moment, Ser Justin's expression was almost regretful. He turned his horse. "I bid you farewell. May the gods spare us from the worst." He and his men retreated, hoisting the white flag high until they were well beyond arrow range. Ned sat astride his mare, motionless, until the riders were swallowed by the mist and the distant outline of the king's encampment. The tension in him coiled tighter. He knew what would come next, a test, a probing assault, or perhaps an all-out attack if Tywin Lannister had his way. Robert might prefer to avoid the bloodshed, but Tywin would push him, reminding the king that a challenge to his authority could not go unanswered. Another wave of sorrow washed over Ned, but he buried it. He was Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North. If war was forced upon him, he would fight. He dismounted and returned to the fortress interior, instructing the guards at the gate to remain watchful. The hours dragged on, the sun climbing to a hazy zenith. Clouds threatened snow. Men huddled at their posts, scanning the horizon for signs of movement. Late in the afternoon, a horn's blast echoed over the marsh. The defenders stirred. Ned hurried to the ramparts, scanning the distance with narrowed eyes. A mass of men on horseback emerged beyond the far edges of the causeway, perhaps 200 riders bearing the stag and lion banners. Behind them came foot soldiers with tall spears. They formed ranks, advancing slowly, clearly testing how close they could come before the north loosed airfire. Ned's archers watched for his signal, tension thrumming like a drawn bowstring. The mounted soldiers spread out along the edge of the marsh, searching for shallow ground. The land was treacherous, dotted with boggy pits that could swallow a horse to its chest. But they were looking for an opening. Ned's heart hammered. He raised his hand. "Archers, hold," he called. He wanted them to come closer, to commit themselves before the arrows fell. Another clarion horn sounded from the southern lines. The cavalry advanced another dozen yards, their standard bearers pressing forward. At last, Ned signaled and the archers loosed. A hail of arrows whistled through the gray sky. Ned saw horses rear, men topple. Shouts rose echoing across the marsh. The southern riders fell back, but a second wave pushed forward from behind, men with large shields forging ahead on foot to test the causeway itself. They must have known Moat Cailin was formidable. Perhaps they hoped for a quick breach or to measure the defender's skill. From the ramparts, the Northmen kept shooting. Arrows found the gaps in armor, the unprotected flanks of horses. Some men sank into the bog, unable to extricate themselves as arrows rained down. The vantage from the fortress was high enough that the archers could pick their targets among the chaos. Still, the southern host continued to press, though many were forced to retreat when the ground proved unsteady. Within an hour, the attackers withdrew under heavy losses. The calls of wounded men and startled horses cut through the damp air. Ned watched them go, chest tight. He felt no triumph. These men were father's sons, like any in the north, many of them likely too young to have fought in the rebellion. Some had grown up hearing only that Ned Stark was defying the king. They died for their loyalty to Robert's cause or Tywin's gold. A bitter taste filled Ned's mouth. War was war. Honor demanded he defend his land, but it did not make it easier to witness this carnage. As evening descended, torches flickered along Moat Caelan's walls. Guards rotated shifts. Scouts reported the enemy had pulled back to higher ground, presumably to regroup. No further assaults came that night. Inside the fortress, men hunched together for warmth, sharing coarse bread and salted meats. Some recounted the day's skirmish, voices hushed as though uncertain what to make of facing Baratheon men as foes. Ned sat apart near the low-burning fire in a central hall that had been half repaired for use as a command post. He studied a rough map scratched on a long wooden table. The causeway was the only real approach, as they all knew. If the king decided to commit a full-scale attack, the defenders might hold for a time, but Moat Caelan's partial ruin left vulnerabilities. If the enemy could flank them or find a hidden path through the swamps, it might turn the tide. Suddenly, the flutter of the tent flap, the old wooden door set in the hall's wall, caught Ned's eye. There, stepping in out of the gloom, was a man with a travel-stained cloak. He removed his hood to reveal a face Ned recognized instantly, Howland Reed of Greywater Watch. Smaller in stature, with a slight frame but keen eyes, he gave Ned a small bow. "My Lord Stark," he said, voice subdued. "I come bearing news from the Neck." Ned stood, relief and worry competing in his mind. "Lord Reed, we have sore need of your tidings. Is Greywater Watch secure?" Howland Reed nodded, crossing to the table. "For now. But the marshes are teeming with the king's scouts. They test every path, though my crannogmen misdirect them. None have come close to the watch. We remain hidden as ever. Our eyes are yours, as you requested." Ned placed a hand on Howland's shoulder. "The north is in your debt. What have you seen?" Howland's eyes flicked to the map. "They're sending out small raiding parties around the eastern flank, testing for solid ground. So far, the Quagmires swallowed many of their horses, but they'll keep trying. They've built a few crude rafts, or so we think, hoping to ferry men across shallow pools. If they succeed in finding a passage to the fortress's flank, your position on the causeway will be compromised." Ned exhaled. "Then we must guard the eastern approach. The main gate is not the only vulnerability." Howland Reed leaned over the table, his slim fingers tracing a route. "Here and here," he said. "My crannogmen have discovered pockets of firm land in these spots. The southerners may do likewise. If they place archers or siege equipment on that ground, they could harass your walls from a safe distance." Ned's gaze followed the path. "We'll send a contingent to fortify those places. Perhaps we can lay traps or dig trenches. The swamp is our friend, but only if we use it properly." Howland nodded. "We can handle that if you'll allow my people to move freely around the perimeter. We know the marsh better than any. But it'll be dangerous work." Ned clasped Howland's forearm. "Do what you can. The king has forced our hand and we'll not let him pass unopposed. We fight to prevent a realm of cruelty. That knowledge must guide us." Howland offered a rare half-smile. "The Reeds stand with the Starks, as we have for ages. We'll do our part." A sudden chill wind swept through the hall as the door was opened again. A young guardsman stuck his head in, cheeks flushed. "My lord, Lord Bolton requests your presence atop the west wall. He says there's movement in the enemy camp under torchlight." Ned and Howland exchanged glances. "It begins," Ned murmured. He nodded to Howland. "We'll speak again soon." Then he followed the guardsman out into the cold night. The fortress corridors led him up a winding set of steps, and at the top he found Roose Bolton peering southward, a spyglass in hand. The flaring torches of the king's camp pricked the darkness. Shadows moved in great numbers as if an entire host were mobilizing. Bolton lowered the spyglass, his pale eyes narrowing. "They stir, my lord. Perhaps building siege towers or preparing another assault. Their lines are too far to see clearly, but they've been busy all evening." Ned accepted the spyglass, raising it to his eye. The flicker of torchlight revealed silhouettes of wooden beams and what might have been sections of a large contraption. "Siege engines, indeed," Ned said. "Ladders at least, possibly rams." Bolton offered no comment on the moral weight of it, only the practical. "They'll try a more coordinated assault this time. Daylight or darkness, hard to say which they'll choose." Ned handed back the spyglass. "We double the watch tonight. Rotate the men so they can rest in shifts. If they try by night, we'll be ready." A pause. "Your men will stand firm?" Bolton smiled thinly. "Of course." Ned took his leave. Before returning to the hall, he conferred with the captains of each guard tower, ensuring signals were agreed upon if the king's host attacked before dawn. The men's faces, lit by torch flame, were tense but resolute. Once the instructions were clear, Ned made for a small, half-ruined chamber that served as his quarters during the stand. A shuttered arrow slit let in cold air. The bedding was sparse, but he had little appetite for comfort. He sat on a stool near a sputtering lantern, collecting his thoughts. He took parchment and quill, intending to write to Caitlin. He wanted to reassure her, to tell her that so far, Moat Cailin stood and the king's first probing attacks had failed. But the words came slow. How to speak of this war? How to calm her fears when he felt them in his own chest? At last, he penned a brief letter. My dearest cat, we hold the causeway still. The king's men tested our defenses but found them strong. Yet I fear more blood will be shed before this matter is resolved. Pray for a swift end, though the chance seems small. I think often of Winterfell, of you and our children, for that is what I fight to protect. Tell Robb his father does all he can to keep him safe. Ned. He folded the parchment, sealed it with wax, and set it aside for a raven at first light. For a moment, his eyes lingered on the small wooden carving of a dire wolf that Robb had once played with. He kept it in his pouch for luck. He pressed it between his palms, remembering his son's eager laughter in the courtyard at Winterfell. Would that same child, all of a few years old, grow into manhood under the shadow of another war? The thought weighed him like a stone. But he could not yield to fear. He had chosen his path out of duty and honor. Night wore on. Distant horns sounded occasionally from the southern lines, but no assault came. The wind picked up, rattling timbers in the fortress, sending moaning echoes through the high towers. Ned dozed in his chair, dreaming fitfully of ravens with black eyes that wept tears of blood, of Robert's laughter turning to a howl of rage. When dawn broke, he roused himself to find the fortress still in uneasy peace. Outside, a pale sun glimmered on frost-crusted ground. He left his quarters and surveyed the men. Some looked exhausted from the night's vigil, but morale held. No sign of an immediate assault. Howland Reed had departed sometime in the early hours, presumably to organize his crannogmen. Ned's mind spun with the many tasks needed to hold this precarious position. Around midday, scouts reported fresh movement in the distance, a large column of infantry trudging toward the causeway. Through the spyglass, Ned observed them bringing forward long ladders, bundles of wood, and what looked like a ram on wheels, though maneuvering it through swampy terrain would be a feat. The men wore the sigils of Baratheon and Lannister, shining in the pale sunlight. Word spread quickly that another attack was imminent. Ned directed his captains to form ranks on the walls, archers in the towers, pikes at the ready in the inner yard should the enemy breach. They had reinforced the gates with timbers from the old keep, hammered into place overnight. Bolts and arrows were distributed, pitch-readied. The garrison took up positions in tense silence, awaiting the king's second attempt to storm Moat Cailin. A horn blast rang out from the southern host. Drummers began a steady cadence. In a wide line, the Baratheon Lannister ranks began their advance. The causeway leading to Moat Cailin was just wide enough for a few men abreast. Ned watched them come, hearing the shuffle of boots and the clank of armor carried faintly on the wind. He raised a hand. The archers drew their bows. Another few paces. Loose, Ned commanded. Arrows hissed. Men fell. The line wavered, but more pressed forward, forming a shield wall. Some carried tall pavises, planting them to protect the men behind as they inched along the causeway. It became a harrowing exchange. The Northmen rained arrows and poured hot pitch when the attackers drew close. The enemy, shielded as best they could, kept coming, placing ladders against the broken sections of wall. In moments, the fight was upon them. Swords flashed. The southern knights, skilled and determined, tried to climb the fortress's outer defenses. Northern men hacked at ladder rungs with axes, toppling entire squads into the swamp. Shouts and shrieks filled the air, punctuated by the whistle of more arrows. Bodies piled, some sinking in mud, others riddled with shafts. A group of Lannister spearmen made it onto a low section of wall. Ned rushed to reinforce that point with his personal guard. He saw the golden lion emblazoned on their surcoats, red cloaks trailing as they fought to gain a foothold. Ned's sword, Ice, was too large for quick swings in the cramped environment, so he used the smaller longsword at his hip, slashing and parrying. The clang of metal on metal rang in his ears. He blocked a thrust from a Lannister man, pivoted, and slammed the pommel into the man's visor. The enemy toppled backward off the wall, splashing into the bog. Another closed in from the right, but Jory Castle stepped in with a swift strike, dispatching him. The swirl of combat disoriented Ned for an instant. Glimpses of spears, the glint of sunlight on steel, the scream of a wounded man. Then he heard a shout, "They're bringing the ram to the gate." Through a gap in the wall, he saw a crude but heavy ram rolling forward on wooden wheels, a team of men pushing it across the narrow causeway. Ned wrenched himself free of the melee. "Cover the gate," he roared. Archers pivoted, firing at the men pushing the ram. Some were struck down, but more replaced them, determined to break through. The battered gates shuddered under the ram's first impact. Wood groaned. Another impact. Ned could almost feel it in his bones. On the walls, the North still had the advantage of higher ground, but the assault was furious. Here and there, Lannister and Baratheon men gained partial footholds, only to be hurled back by desperate defenders. Shouts of Winterfell mingled with the war cries of "Ours is the fury" and "Hear me roar." The swirling chaos a testament to how tangled allegiances had become. At the gate, Ned saw the timbers splintering. Already the top hinge threatened to give way. "Pour the pitch," he commanded. A pair of men up on a catwalk tipped a cauldron of searing black pitch over the rim, drenching the ram's operators. Agonized screams cut through the cacophony as men staggered away, their skin blistering. The ram lurched off-kilter. Another volley of arrows rained down, forcing the attackers back. For a moment, they yielded ground, dragging the ram away before more men fell. Ned's chest heaved. He turned to check the rest of the walls. In some places, the defenders had lost archers to direct melee, and the Southern Knights managed to scramble partway up. Yet each time, the Northmen repelled them. Bodies littered the base of the fortress. Blood slicked the stones. The swirl of combat continued for what felt like hours, though it might have been far less. Finally, horns sounded a retreat from the Southern lines. Ned watched as they withdrew, carrying their wounded, leaving a grim aftermath on the field. He stood on the wall, panting, blood spattered on his cloak. More of the king's men lay dead or dying in the bog. The defenders had lost men too many, and wounded groaned along the courtyard. But Moat Cailin held. Another wave beaten back. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Ned convened his commanders in the battered central hall. They took stock of casualties. Dozens of Northmen lay slain, with nearly 100 wounded. The southern host had lost more, by the looks of it, but they likely had the numbers to absorb such losses. It was a cruel calculus. How many more times could the fortress hold if these attacks kept coming? In the flickering firelight, the lords and knights gathered around the same rough map. Wyman Manderley, breathless from the fighting, wiped sweat from his brow. "We gave them a bloody nose," he said, though his voice lacked cheer. "But they'll try again. A man like Tywin Lannister won't stop until he's broken us, or we break him." Roose Bolton studied the map. "We might hold this ruin for a while, but each assault costs us. Their host is much larger. They can rotate fresh troops in, day after day. We can't. The men are exhausted." Helman Tallhart, nursing a wound on his forearm, spoke through gritted teeth. "The causeway is still a choke point. We have the advantage. Let them dash themselves to pieces on our walls." Ned gazed around, seeing the glint of fear in some eyes, raw determination in others. "We remain resolute, but we should consider ways to disrupt their camp. If we stay purely on the defensive, they'll eventually bring enough siege to bear to whittle us down." Roose Bolton's eyes flickered. "A night raid could work. If we slip a force around, use the bog paths known to the Crannogmen, we might strike at their supplies." Ned nodded slowly. "Howland Reed has knowledge of the terrain. A strike at their food wagons or siege materials might force them to withdraw. But it's high risk." Bolton's voice was low and even. "War is risk. And if we do nothing, they'll come again." Ned waited. "I'll speak with Howland Reed about the possibilities. For now, we strengthen the gate and patch the walls. We treat our wounded. Rest if you can, for we don't know how soon they'll try again." The men dispersed, weary and grim. Ned left the hall to oversee the distribution of supplies, ensuring the wounded were cared for. In the makeshift infirmary, men groaned on pallets of straw. The scent of blood and boiled wine hung in the air. Northern maesters and healers did their best, but it was a battlefield triage at best. Ned knelt beside one man whose leg was shattered. The soldier clutched Ned's sleeve, tears in his eyes, whispering about a farmstead near Long Lake, about wanting to see his family again. Ned squeezed his hand, murmuring words of comfort he barely believed. He left feeling as though a fresh wound had opened in his own heart. That night, the moaning wind carried distant cries from the enemy lines, a reminder that they too tended their wounded. Ned tried to sleep but managed only fragments of rest. He rose before dawn, stepping onto the ramparts under a starless sky. The watchers reported no new movement, just the steady glow of fires. A hush clung to the air, as if both sides nursed their bruises and dreaded the next round. At midday, Howland Reed arrived by a hidden marsh trail, bringing a handful of Crannogmen with him. They slipped into Moat Cailin like ghosts. Ned greeted them in a small tower room, away from prying eyes. Reed's soft voice filled the gloom as he reported on the southern camp. "They've set up defensive perimeters around their supply wagons, likely anticipating a raid. but we discovered a section of ground behind a low ridge, once the site of an old stream, that might allow a small force to creep in at night. Ned studied a charcoal sketch Reed had made on a scrap of parchment. And you're certain we can bring enough men to do damage? They have patrols, watchers, torches. Reed's eyes flickered with confidence. We can. Crannogmen are used to moving unseen in marshland. If we use a small strike team, lightly armored, we might burn their supplies and slip away before they can organize. Roose Bolton, standing near the arrow slit, folded his arms. The risk is high, but the reward is great. Starving them or denying them siege materials might force them to negotiate. Ned rubbed his chin. He remembered Robert's fury, Tywin's ruthlessness. Would a shortage of supplies truly make them more amenable? Or would it only enrage them further? Still, from a strategic standpoint, it was their best chance to break the siege's momentum. Very well, he said. We'll organize a raid tonight. How many men do you need? Reed considered. No more than 50. Half Crannogmen, half skilled Northmen who know how to move quietly. Too large a force would be spotted. Ned gave a curt nod. Choose carefully. Time is short. Bolton glanced at Ned. And who will lead this venture? Ned took a steadying breath. Duty dictated that he remain at Moat Cailin, commanding the defense, yet he wanted eyes he trusted on the raid. I'll have Jory Castle lead the Northmen. He's proven himself level-headed and skilled. Lord Reed, you'll coordinate with him. Reed inclined his head. Yes, my lord. Plans were drawn up quickly. Word spread quietly among the men that a special mission was forming. By dusk, Jory and his picked fighters gathered near the fortress's postern gate, joined by Crannogmen in cloaks of mottled greens and browns. Ned met them there, offering a final instruction: stay silent, strike quickly, and retreat at once if the alarm is raised in full. We cannot afford to lose you all in a pitched fight. This must be swift. Jory bowed. We'll do our best, my lord. The men moved out, guided by Howland Reed's kinsman, slipping into the marsh's gloom. Ned lingered at the gate, the frigid air biting his cheeks. Inside, tension thrummed. A few hopeful murmurs rose among the defenders. If Jory succeeded, perhaps Robert's host would abandon the siege. Others feared it would only provoke a ferocious counterassault. No one knew. Ned tried not to let dread consume him. One foot in front of the other, one decision at a time. That was all a leader could do in war. Night descended, black and unforgiving. Torches gleamed along Moat Cailin's walls. The southern camp's lights flickered in the distance like a constellation of fallen stars. Every sound seemed magnified: crickets in the reeds, the distant ripple of water, the occasional call of a night heron. Hours crawled by. Ned paced along the ramparts, eyes on the horizon. His breath plumed in the air. He prayed to the old gods for Jory's safe return, for a miracle that might end this conflict without further bloodshed. At last, near midnight, watchers spotted faint flames in the southern distance, tiny tongues of fire that leapt and spread among the king's supply wagons. From Moat Cailin's vantage, it looked like a scattering of orange sparks flaring in the dark. Then distant shouts rose, echoing across the marsh. The attackers had struck. Ned's heart pounded. For several long minutes, more fires flared. Torchlight bobbed and swarmed in that far-off camp. The king's men scrambled to extinguish flames, chasing unseen raiders through the confusion. A single horn blast came from the fortress watchtower. That was the signal that Jory's group had succeeded in lighting the fires. Now Ned could only pray they would escape. Arrows might be flying in the southern camp, men might be combing the darkness. The plan relied on speed and knowledge of the terrain. The Crannogmen would lead them back through the bog to Moat Cailin by a roundabout path. Ned waited, his gut twisted in knots. The fires in the distance waned as the king's men poured water or stamped them out. But how much damage had been done to the supplies? Would it be enough? He remained on the rampart for what felt like an eternity, scanning the night for any sign of Jory's return. Finally, near the third hour past midnight, shapes emerged out of the mist at the edge of the fortress. Ned hurried down to the postern gate. Guards challenged the new arrivals until Jory Castle's voice rasped out a weary greeting. Ned himself unbarred the small door to let them in. They stumbled inside, some splattered with mud, others nursing cuts. Jory's helmet was dented and a shallow slash marred his cheek. But he was alive. Howland Reed's Crannogmen came behind him, a few supporting wounded. Only about 40 men returned, the rest were presumably lost. Ned grasped Jory's arm. You made it. What happened? Jory, breath ragged, wiped sweat from his brow. We burned several wagons, food stores, pitch barrels, spare arrows. Couldn't reach them all, but we did enough. Their guards were thicker than expected. We lost men, my lord. The last part was a running fight. Howland Reed stepped forward, breathing hard. The good news, we saw no sign of large siege engines yet aside from a few incomplete frameworks. We destroyed some of that timber. They'll think twice before trying a major push without supplies. Ned looked over the returning men, his relief tempered by sorrow at the missing faces. Well done. You've risked much. Go, rest, get those wounds seen to. I'll not forget your bravery. Jory nodded wearily. At least it's done. He and the rest filed off toward the infirmary, boots squelching on muddy stones. By dawn, the watchers spied smoke curling from the king's camp, presumably the remnants of the damage. The southern lines were in disarray, men hustling about. Ned's scouts reported that some supply tents had been completely burned and an entire section of the camp reeked of charred timber and singed grain. A blow, certainly, but not necessarily a decisive one. The next few days brought a lull, as if the king's host reeled from the sabotage. They sent no major assault, focusing instead on reorganizing, presumably waiting for additional provisions from their rear lines. Ned's men used the respite to reinforce walls, bury the dead with proper rites, and attempt to maintain morale. Between the rampart patrols and the restless nights, Ned found his mind drifting. He imagined Robert in his command tent, cursing the Stark name with a mixture of sorrow and wrath. Perhaps Tywin prowled the camp, directing the logistics to ensure no further raids succeeded. They would not let a single setback dissuade them. Ravens fluttered in and out. Catelyn wrote from Winterfell expressing her love and concern, urging Ned to take care. News from the south was grim. The Crown's men had clashed with Dornish scouts near the Prince's Pass, and rumors suggested Dorne was on the edge of open rebellion. The realm was truly on the cusp of fracturing, just as Ned had feared. Yet Robert pressed forward here, in the neck, determined to bring Ned to heel before dealing with Dorne. Late one afternoon, a small party flew the white flag again. This time, Ned did not ride out to meet them. He summoned them to the fortress yard, wanting to show them the battered but unbroken defenders, the archers on the walls. The emissaries, grim-faced knights in Baratheon livery, announced that the king offered one final chance: yield Moat Cailin, submit to the king's justice, or face a renewed offensive. Ned listened in silence, then reiterated his stance. He would not hand over the north to cruelty. The knights departed with set jaws, no longer feigning courtesy. That night, the king's camp came alive with the sound of hammering. By torchlight, they worked on siege equipment, improvised catapults, or ballistae, perhaps. The next morning, scouts confirmed it. They had begun building rough siege towers from the remains of wagons, reinforcing them with timbers scavenged from half-burned stocks. Some would be ramshackle, but if they managed to push even one tower close enough, Moat Cailin's partial walls might be vulnerable. Ned realized the time for partial measures was ending. The king's host would not remain idle forever. Perhaps they awaited additional supplies or more men from the west, but eventually they would launch a grand assault. The fortress might hold a day, a week, a month, but the cost in lives would be staggering. Some of his bannermen began voicing concerns. Was there a way to negotiate a truce, even if not full surrender? Could Ned speak directly with Robert, face to face, and appeal to their old bond? But Ned knew the counsel Robert now kept. If the king allowed a parley, Tywin or his allies would overshadow any conversation. The demands would remain the same. Ned must bend the knee and enforce the crown's harsh policies. Unthinkable. And so the days slipped away, each a step closer to what felt like an unavoidable storm. In the gloom of a rainy morning, Ned stood with his hood drawn, gazing out at the king's lines. Raindrops spattered the causeway, turning the bog into a slick pit. If the southerners tried to move siege towers in this weather, they would struggle. Perhaps the gods favored the north today. He had no illusions that it would last forever. He turned at the sound of footsteps. It was Roose Bolton, cloak dripping. The man's pale eyes fixed on Ned. "My lord," he murmured. "Shall we prepare more raids?" "The storm provides some cover." Ned sighed. "At this point, our best advantage is waiting for them to founder if they try to advance. Another raid may prove too costly. We can't afford the losses. Let them come to us." Bolton nodded. "As you wish." He paused. "Some of our bannermen whisper about the wisdom of continuing this stand. They wonder if the king might offer better terms if we showed some submission." Ned's jaw tightened. "He's offered terms. Unacceptable ones. Our position hasn't changed. Let them whisper if they must." Bolton watched him carefully, then gave a small bow and departed, leaving Ned to stare into the rain-soaked distance. He wondered how many men's resolve might waver if the siege persisted. War drained not only life but also spirit. He had to stand fast, for if he bent now, it would render meaningless all the blood already spilled. As dusk approached, the rain slackened. In the watery twilight, scouts brought word that a large party, heavily armed, was moving around the eastern flank, possibly searching for a crossing. Ned ordered immediate vigilance on that side, sending men to stand with the Crannogmen. If a direct assault on the causeway failed, the king's host might attempt a roundabout route again. The tension in Moat Cailin was taut as a drawn bowstring, men peering through arrow slits, straining for any sign of incursion. Throughout the night, distant horns sounded from the southern camp, but no attack materialized. The next day dawned gray, with thick clouds promising more rain. Ned's men, fatigued, remained at their posts, scanning the bog with wary eyes. He moved among them, offering a quiet word here, a nod there. He could feel the weight of each man's hopes, and each man's fear that the next assault might be the last. Near midday, a cry rang out from a lookout tower. "Riders! South side! They bear the king's banner, and something else." Ned hurried up the stairs 2 at a time, emerging onto the wooden platform. Through the gloom, he saw a small group approaching on the causeway, carrying 2 banners, the royal stag and a black banner with a white falcon and moon, the sigil of House Arryn. A flicker of confusion stirred in Ned's mind. The Vale had thus far stayed neutral, albeit the Lord of the Eyrie was Robert's foster father, Jon Arryn. The Watchers gave no signal to loose arrows, for the riders came peacefully, unarmed except for sidearms. Ned waved for them to be admitted cautiously. It took several minutes for the group to pick a careful path through the soggy approach and present themselves at the gate. The drizzle turned the courtyard into slick mud as they dismounted. Ned descended to meet them, flanked by a handful of guards. At the forefront was a tall, spare man with thinning hair. Jon Arryn himself, Lord of the Eyrie, the king's hand, if rumors about his appointment were correct. He bore a solemn expression, lines etched deep in his face. Ned's heart panged at the sight of another man he respected, now caught in the web of Robert's court. "Jon," Ned said quietly, acknowledging him with a bow of the head. Rain dripped from his cloak, forming rivulets on the courtyard's stones. Jon Arryn's eyes, a kindly blue once, now seemed dull with worry. "Ned, may I speak with you alone?" Ned glanced at his guards, then nodded. "Very well. This way." He led Jon Arryn into a side chamber that offered some shelter from the rain. A single brazier glowed, casting flickers of orange light on the damp walls. They removed their wet cloaks. Ned could see the weight in Jon's posture, the stoop of his shoulders. Once, Jon Arryn had been the pillar of calm wisdom who raised Ned and Robert as wards. Now he looked exhausted, pulled between loyalties. Jon spoke first, voice low. "Robert does not know I've come. I convinced him to let me ride with a small party under a banner of peace, but he believes I'm here to demand your surrender again. I had to speak with you privately, Ned." Ned studied the older man's face. "Then you disagree with the king's approach?" Jon's sigh seemed to carry the burden of 1,000 regrets. "I do, but Robert won't listen. Tywin fans his anger, telling him to crush all defiance swiftly. Others whisper that if he spares you, the realm will see it as weakness. My words of caution fall on deaf ears. He's changed, Ned. The throne has changed him." Ned's chest tightened. "I've seen it for myself." Jon's gaze flicked around the chamber. "Your position here is dire. The king's host is large, and more supplies will come no matter your raids. Robert might wait a month or 3 or until next year, but eventually he'll bring Moat Cailin down by sheer force if need be. I beg you to consider a compromise. Let me broker some arrangement that spares the North from utter ruin." Ned's voice was rough. "I cannot yield to the demands of Tywin Lannister nor to Robert's plan to hunt Targaryen exiles and terrorize houses suspected of sympathy. That is tyranny. I won't be a part of it." Jon's eyes glistened with sorrow. "Then you doom thousands to die in another war. Ned, the realm teeters on the brink. Dorne is restless, the Riverlands uncertain. The Iron Islands watch for any chance to exploit chaos. If the North resists openly, the entire kingdom could shatter." Ned turned away, bracing a hand on the wall. "What would you have me do? Grovel at Robert's feet, swear fealty I can't in good conscience uphold? Watch as he sends assassins for the Targaryen girl, or purges houses he deems traitors? I won't dishonor my name or break faith with my convictions." Jon approached, laying a hand on Ned's shoulder. "I understand your convictions, truly I do. But consider the possibility that you might do more good by trying to change Robert from within rather than resisting him outright. If you yield, accept a role at court, you could temper his worst impulses. Ned spun, a flash of raw feeling in his eyes. You think I haven't considered that? But Robert no longer trusts me. He sees my defiance as betrayal. If I yield now, he'll keep me in King's Landing as a hostage for the North's good behavior. I'll have no power to temper him. I'll be his prisoner. Jon hesitated, then nodded, acknowledging the grim truth. Tywin would see to that, yes. Still, the alternative is open conflict. Robert's wrath will be relentless. He may even lead the next assault himself. The mention of Robert personally attacking Moat Cailin sank like a stone in Ned's heart. He pictured Robert in his armor, warhammer in hand, the same unstoppable force that broke Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident. Now that same fury would be turned on him. Then so be it, Ned murmured. I'm not the one who declared this war. I merely refused to sign away my soul. Jon's shoulders slumped in defeat. Gods, how did it come to this? All our hopes after overthrowing the Mad King, all the talk of justice and freedom, undone by fear and ambition. I tried, Ned. I truly tried to steer Robert. But Tywin's grasp is too strong, and Robert's hatred for Targaryens blinds him. Ned closed his eyes briefly. I don't blame you, old friend. You did what you could. They stood in silence, the brazier's coals crackling softly. Finally, Jon spoke again, his voice tight with emotion. I am the king's hand. My duty is to serve the realm, to preserve peace if I can. If you will not yield, then I can only beg you to reconsider. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to return and watch as Robert storms this fortress. Ned reached out, clasped Jon Arryn's hands. I'm sorry. I cannot yield. But know this, I hold you in no ill will. If the final assault comes, try to see that as many innocents are spared as possible. Jon's eyes brimmed with tears he refused to shed. You put me in a cruel position, Ned. The position was forced by Robert's refusal of any terms that respect basic honor, Ned said quietly. If you see him, remind him of Lyanna, of why we fought. Remind him of the men who died to end tyranny. Ask him if he can truly stomach becoming the same monster we once hated. Jon pressed his lips together as if fighting the urge to break down. Then he forced himself to stand straight. I'll do what I can. May the gods protect you, my boy. They embraced. Ned felt a rush of memory, the safety he once felt under Jon's guardianship in the Eyrie, the fatherly advice that had guided him. Now everything was fractured. After a moment, Jon pulled away, expression resigned. I must go before Robert suspects treachery. Ned escorted him back to the courtyard. The rain had begun again, a fine mist. Jon Arryn mounted his horse, accompanied by the silent knights who had come with him. Ned watched them ride away, heartsick. No new solutions had emerged from this meeting. The king's hand left with sorrow, the fortress remained stubborn in its stance, and war loomed closer. Within days, the southern host resumed heavy preparations. Towers rose, pieced together from plundered wood. A giant ram took shape, covered by a makeshift roof of planks. Catapults were fashioned from logs. The watchers on Moat Cailin's walls could do little but release occasional flights of arrows or attempt small raids to disrupt the building. Mostly, they failed or were repelled by increased security. Robert's men learned from their losses, posting vigilant guards day and night. Fate now seemed all but sealed. A grand assault would come as soon as the king deemed his machines ready. The question was not if, but when. And so the defenders braced themselves, working tirelessly to fortify the fortress's walls and gate. They had scavenged stone from interior ruins to buttress the gatehouse. They built caltrops and iron spikes in likely breach points. Pitch was readied once more. Everyone knew it would be savage. On a chill morning, Ned walked the perimeter, speaking with men who might soon meet death. He found some joking grimly while others sharpened their blades in silent dread. He offered what encouragement he could. A few men asked if there was truly no chance of peace. Ned could only shake his head. By afternoon, the southern host stirred to life. Horns blared. Dozens of men pushed a tall siege tower forward, its wooden sides bristling with wet hides to reduce the risk of fire. Archers massed around the tower, forming a protective cordon. Another group wrestled with the giant battering ram on wheels. Catapults rolled on logs, inch by inch toward the causeway's start. Drums thumped in a slow, ominous rhythm, spurring the attackers onward. Ned took up a vantage point on the main wall. The Northmen manned their positions with stoic resolve. Some muttered prayers to the old gods, others to the Seven. The day was overcast, as though the sun dared not witness what was about to unfold. A roar echoed from the southern lines, a mingled war cry from both Baratheon and Lannister. Our throats. The assault began in earnest. The siege tower creaked forward, archers on its upper platforms loosing arrows at the fortress walls. The defenders answered with their own bow fire, seeking to pick off the men pushing the tower. Others hurled pots of pitch, but the hides along the tower's sides helped repel the flames. Meanwhile, the ram rolled down the causeway under a canopy of shields, men inside straining to push the heavy contraption. The first catapult volley whistled through the air, stones crashing against Moat Caelan's ramparts. One section of the wall shook violently, dislodging chunks of stone. The defenders there stumbled back, a few losing their footing. Another volley soared overhead, smashing into the courtyard. Dust and splinters flew. Screams rose where the debris struck men unprepared. Ned forced himself to remain calm, calling orders for archers to concentrate on the catapults. A scattering of flaming arrows soared, but at this distance, hitting the siege engines was difficult. Some found their mark, setting small patches of wood alight, but enemy soldiers rushed to beat out the flames. Then came the wave of foot soldiers behind the tower and ram, a press of shields and spears, surging onto the causeway. As they advanced, arrow volleys from the north rained upon them. Men fell thrashing into the swamp, but the tide pushed on. Ned's ears filled with the din, catapults thudding, horns blaring, men shouting. The siege tower reached the wall's base. Gangs of men inside it raised a drawbridge from the tower's upper level, slamming it onto the parapet. A thunderous crash shook the stones. At once, Southern knights poured forth, swords flashing, trying to carve out a foothold on top of the wall. Northern defenders braced with shields, meeting them in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The platform became a killing ground of steel and blood, men toppling off the sides into the courtyard below or the swamp beyond. Ned rushed to that point of crisis, sword in hand. He thrust through the chaos, parrying a knight's strike. Another lunged at him, but Ned twisted aside, hooking the man's leg with a swift move. The knight staggered, giving Ned an opening to drive his blade into a gap in the armor. Crimson splashed on the stones. Another attacker loomed. Ned recognized the burnished lion on his surcoat. They exchanged heavy blows, the ring of steel deafening. A savage overhead strike nearly dented Ned's guard, but he pivoted, hooking the attacker's blade and yanking it aside. Jory Castle appeared behind the knight, dispatching him before he could recover. Below, the ram thundered against the gates, each impact sending shockwaves through Moat Caelan. Wood groaned ominously, though the reinforcing timbers held for the moment. Bolts and arrows rained from the ramparts onto the men at the ram, but their shield canopy was thick. Occasionally, a pot of burning pitch splattered onto them, prompting screams, but more men took their place. Ned glimpsed a swirl of Baratheon banners amidst the melee. Could Robert himself be out there? Was that monstrous figure with the warhammer truly the king, or some formidable stormlord? The press of bodies obscured his view. Arrows whistled overhead, and he heard men cursing in both the accents of the north and the Stormlands. The drawn-out conflict pounded in his head like a relentless drum. Near the siege tower, more southern knights tried to swarm the wall. The defenders threw axes to cut down the men crossing the makeshift bridge. Some knights fell screaming, others fought on desperately. Blood slicked the stones under Ned's feet. He almost slipped as he engaged another foe, a tall man with a black stag on his breast. Their swords rang out, sparks flying. The man roared something indecipherable, tears in his eyes as if maddened by grief or fury. Ned recognized that brand of rage. Perhaps the soldier had lost a comrade earlier in the siege. Or devoured souls. Ned parried, then drove his blade into the man's side. A strangled cry, and he collapsed. The catapults fired again, massive stones shattering sections of the fortress. One tower on the southwestern side collapsed inward, burying defenders in rubble. Shouts rose from that quarter, and some of the southern foot soldiers poured into the breach. Ned realized with dread that the partial ruin made a gap. If enough men got through, the fortress would be lost. In a surge of desperation, northern reinforcements rushed to the southwestern breach, rallying under the Grachan's booming voice. Ned wanted to help there, but the siege tower still poured attackers onto the main wall. He commanded a group of archers to pivot, loosing volleys into the breach, but the swirl of battle was chaotic. Near the gates, the ram hammered relentlessly. With a splintering crack, the outer gate hinge gave way and a crack opened. Another blow, then another. The defenders above rained down stones and pitch, but too many had been pulled elsewhere to combat the siege tower incursion. The battered gates began to buckle. Ned felt his heart thundering. How long could they hold? The fortress was crumbling under assault from multiple angles. War cries, screams, and the clash of steel merged into a single, nightmarish roar. He shouted orders to regroup, to drive the southern knights back from the wall's crest, but the press of bodies was so thick he could barely move. Suddenly, a horn blast cut through the din, deep and resonant. For a moment, Ned thought it came from the king's lines, signaling a fresh wave. But it echoed from the rear, behind Moat Caelan's defenders. Bewildered, men turned their heads. Another horn answered from the eastern swamp. Then came the thunder of hooves from the west. Ned stared, disbelieving. A force of mounted knights and men-at-arms emerged from the bog's perimeter, banners snapping in the wind. In the confusion of battle, it took a moment to recognize who they were. At the forefront he saw a sigil he never expected here, the Shroud of House Tully. Another banner showing the black and white of House Blackwood. And still more behind them. The Riverlands? Leading them, brandishing a sword high, rode a tall lord with gray in his hair, Hoster Tully. They had come from the west, crossing some lesser-known path near the Saltspear or Fever River, and now they slammed into the flank of the king's siege lines. Another horn blast sounded from the east. That time, Ned glimpsed different banners, the crescent and flaming heart of House Karen, the forked lightning of House Dondarrion, but they were not attacking the fortress. They were charging the king's siege lines from the opposite side. Some stormlords rebelling against Robert? Or men loyal to the memory of the old alliances? The battlefield turned chaotic. Southern knights at the Ram whirled to face the new threat. The Baratheon Lannister lines, stretched thin by the assault on Moat Cailin, were taken by surprise. The Tully cavalry crashed into them with a force that threw men aside like rag dolls. On the eastern flank, the Karens and Dondarrions engaged, though in lesser numbers. It seemed a pincer movement from both sides, neither allied with the king. Over the clamor, Ned struggled to piece together what this meant. Had the Riverlands risen against Robert, or had Hoster Tully intervened to prevent a siege of the north? In that moment of confusion, many of the men assaulting Moat Cailin's walls hesitated. Some peeled away to defend their own camp from this surprise attack. The siege tower was left half-manned, the Ram's operators scattered. The defenders on the walls seized the advantage, cutting down stragglers. Ned pressed forward, blade flashing, forcing the last of the southern knights back off the rampart. Two men tumbled from the siege tower's bridge, plunging into the muddy courtyard. The remainder of the assault party withdrew or were cut down. Arrows from the fortress rained on them, but a good many broke and fled to rejoin their lines. The southwestern breach, battered by catapult fire, was similarly cleared as news spread of an unexpected cavalry strike to the rear. All around the fortress, the southern host pivoted in disarray, trying to form ranks against the new arrivals. Ned took a moment to steady himself, sweat and blood mixing on his face. "Hold your positions," he shouted to his men. "Let them fight each other if that's what's happening. Don't charge out unless we can be certain who stands with us." Some of the watchers on the wall turned their spyglasses on the newcomers. One called out, "It's Lord Tully, sure as I'm breathing. The Blackfish is with him too, Sir Brynden Tully's banner. They're attacking the king's men from the flank." Ned's mind raced. Why would Hoster Tully do this? Perhaps outraged by the crown's aggression or swayed by family ties, Caitlin was Ned's wife, after all, so the Tullys were linked to the Starks by blood. If the rumors from the Riverlands had grown dire, raiding by the crown's men, or heavy-handed tactics from Lannister outriders, Hoster might have taken up arms. As for the Stormlords on the eastern flank, perhaps they objected to Robert's policies as well. Or they could be petty lords trying to seize advantage in the chaos. Amid the swirling confusion, Ned saw the king's catapults and siege towers threatened by cavalry tearing into the unprotected flanks. Some were set ablaze as Tully men flung torches at the wooden structures. The pinned southern forces scrambled to form shield walls, but the surprise was devastating. Still, Robert's army was large. Lannister knights regrouped quickly, rallying around Golden Lion banners. Sellswords and crown-loyal stormlords rushed in from the edges to contain the flank attacks. A great melee spread across the boggy ground, with banners toppling, mud flying, men and horses screaming. The watchers on the walls of Moat Cailin stood transfixed. They had braced for a final, desperate stand. Now they saw 2 or 3 factions locked in furious battle below them. Ned seized the moment, ordering his archers to loose arrows into any group wearing Baratheon or Lannister sigils. Caught between cavalry assaults and missiles from the fortress, the king's siege lines buckled. A few Lannister companies attempted to charge the fortress again, perhaps hoping to break through, but the defenders repulsed them. Chaos reigned for what felt like hours. The Tully banner advanced, then was pushed back by a furious counterattack from some Lannister knights. Across the causeway, the Stormlords in the east hammered at the crown's left flank, but encountered stiff resistance. One of the watchers shouted that a knight in the vanguard carried the device of House Swan. Another carried the fleur-de-lis of House Penrose. Storm's End was fractured, it seemed, Robert's vassals were not as united as he must have hoped. At length, horns blared from the center of the king's host. It appeared that Robert's commanders had ordered a withdrawal to avoid encirclement. Men began retreating, dragging wounded, abandoning battered siege equipment. Fires raged around the half-finished towers. The Tully forces pressed them, but swampy terrain prevented a full rout. The storm lords on the other side also harried them, but had to navigate mud and shallow pools. Ned gripped the battlements, breath still heaving from the earlier fight. The king's men were pulling back beyond arrow range, forming a defensive perimeter around their main camp. The Tully cavalry circled, uncertain whether to pursue. The storm lords likewise paused, not eager to push too deep into a camp that might rally. In the courtyard below, cheers erupted among the Northmen. After weeks of grueling siege, they had survived, and in large part because of a sudden, unlooked-for intervention. Ned allowed himself a measured exhale, though he did not cheer. This might only be a temporary reprieve. The realm was fracturing, and these new forces might have their own agendas. He descended the walls, gave orders to secure the gate, and rushed to meet a small band of riders approaching from the west. They bore the fish of House Tully. Among them he saw a lean man with graying hair and a sharp, bold gaze, Ser Brynden Blackfish Tully. He led the troop across the causeway, picking their way past scattered bodies. The fortress gates opened to them. Brynden Tully dismounted, saluting Ned. "Well met, Lord Stark." His voice carried wry relief. "We feared we'd be too late." Ned stepped forward, clasping the Blackfish's forearm. "You came in good hour, Ser Brynden. Where's Lord Hoster?" Brynden nodded back toward the muddy field. "My brother leads the main force a short distance west. We hammered the king's flank while you kept him pinned at the walls. After seeing Lannister outriders pillaging the Riverlands on top of everything else, we decided enough was enough." He exhaled. "Caitlin is family. House Tully won't stand by while the North is besieged." Ned's voice carried deep gratitude. "You may have saved thousands of lives. Thank you." Brynden glanced around at the battered walls and the casualties being carried inside. "We came because we suspect the Crown's next step would be subjugating every region that doesn't bend. My brother is old and ill, but he still has pride. The Lannisters' aggression in the Riverlands was the final straw." Ned placed a hand on the older knight's shoulder. "We owe you a debt. But what of the Storm Lords on the eastern flank?" Brynden's eyebrows rose. "A separate group, so far as I can tell. They're led by a few disaffected lords, Penrose, Cairn, Swan. Rumor has it they oppose Tywin's hold on the king's ear and resent the cruelty in the Crownlands. They must have marched north to help or to force a resolution. War makes strange bedfellows." Ned nodded. "Indeed. And what now?" Bryndon's expression turned grim. "Robert's host still outnumbers us. The Tully men alone can't defeat the full might of the Crown. We gave them a shock, but I doubt it ends here. My brother likely wants to speak with you to decide our next move. Will you come to him?" Ned looked at Moat Caelin's battered ramparts, the weary men inside, the wounded moaning in the courtyard. "If we can arrange a safe meeting place. I can't leave the fortress undefended unless I'm sure Robert won't launch another surprise assault." Brynden nodded. "Hoster will agree to a parley in neutral ground. Perhaps we can also speak with the Storm Lords who arrived. We might find a united front. A united front against the Crown." Ned felt the weight of it. The realm was fracturing beyond repair, Tullis and certain Storm Lords joining the North in defiance of Robert's tyranny. Could the Vale or the Reach join as well? This might spiral into a second Great War. His eyes closed briefly with the heaviness of it all, but he opened them and nodded. "Let's do so. We must find a path forward that spares Westeros another long bloodbath." Bryndon's lips curved in a mirthless smile. "The blood has already started, my lord. The question is how wide it will flow." And so Ned Stark stood in the courtyard of Moat Cailin, battered yet unbroken, forging alliances in the gathering storm. What had begun as a rebellion to end the Mad King's cruelty had twisted into a civil war of new lines and uncertain loyalties. The king who once laughed with him was now an implacable foe backed by the golden might of House Lannister. Yet the North had found unexpected allies in the Riverlands and among rebellious Stormlords. The realm that Robert sought to unite under his iron will was fracturing like a brittle sword upon the anvil. That night, as Ned walked the ruined halls, the moan of the wind through cracked stone sounded like a dirge. He thought of the men who would never see another sunrise, those who had died for a cause they barely understood. He found a moment's quiet in a chamber that overlooked the bog, remembering his father's words about justice and mercy, about the responsibilities of a lord. Tomorrow he would meet Hoster Tully to plan the next move. Whether that led to a broader war or a chance at peace, he could not say. The future lay cloaked in uncertainty. In the darkness, a lone torch cast dancing shadows on the walls. Ned pressed the small wooden dire wolf Rob had carved into his hand, letting its edges bite into his palm. He felt a grim determination harden within him. He would protect his family, his people, and the realm if he could. Honor demanded no less. If Robert insisted on continuing this war, Ned would stand firm with those who believed cruelty had no place in the Seven Kingdoms. Let the stag and lion come. The wolf, bolstered now by the fish and perhaps more houses, would not go quietly into the night. And with that final resolve, Ned Stark prepared himself for what promised to be an even more perilous chapter in the saga that fate had spun, a saga born of rebellion, now forging anew under the threat of a different tyranny. If the cost was high, he would bear it, clinging to the remnants of honor left in a realm gone mad. Dusk settled over the battered ramparts of Moat Cailin, gray clouds gathering in the sky. The courtyard below was a tapestry of weary men and wounded horses. Smoke curled from half-collapsed towers, and the stench of blood still lingered, carried on the chill wind that swept in from the neck. Eddard Stark stood among the debris-strewn stones, gazing out beyond the fortress walls, where the waning daylight revealed an ever-shifting tapestry of banners in the distance. The king's host had pulled back, licking its wounds, while the river lords under Hoster Tully and the rebellious storm lords who had arrived from the east now camped a safe distance away, unsure how far they should press their advantage. Each faction seemed poised on the brink of another clash. Moat Cailin itself bore deep scars from the siege. The southwestern wall was partially collapsed from the catapults that had pounded it, and the great wooden gates, though reinforced, were so badly splintered that they might not endure another direct ram. The interior courtyard, never large, was now crowded by the dead and the dying, and by those trying to nurse them back to health. Little remained of the old feasting hall or the grand tower, only a single drafty chamber that Ned and his captains had repurposed into a command post. He moved quietly among the men, acknowledging them with subdued words. Many returned hollow stares or forced smiles. Some were too exhausted to speak. These were the battered defenders who had fought wave after wave of Baratheon and Lannister attacks, uncertain every hour if they would die. Now they gazed across the marsh to see the sigil of the trout fluttering on newly pitched tents. The Tully arrival was cause for grim relief, but no one truly knew what it might mean for the days ahead. As evening deepened, a soft drizzle began to fall, enough to wet armor and dampen spirits. Ned made his way to the small cluster of tents that had been set up inside the fortress walls for the wounded. The hush was punctuated by occasional groans and muttering. He passed a makeshift pallet where a badly injured soldier mumbled feverishly, eyes half-lidded. A young maester from White Harbor bent over him, applying a poultice that steamed with some healing herb. The man looked up at Ned, shook his head once, and went back to his work. Jory Castle emerged from a corner of the courtyard, dirt streaking his face. "My lord," he said quietly. "We finished burying our fallen where the ground was dry enough to dig. Those we cannot bury will burn at dawn. The air's already foul." Ned nodded, throat tight. "A sorrowful task, Jory, but necessary." He placed a hand on Jory's shoulder. "Thank you." Jory exhaled. "The Reese talk among the men. Lord Hoster Tully has asked to meet you. His riders delivered word that he wishes to speak on neutral ground just west of our position." Ned had half expected this. "When?" "Tomorrow at midday. He'll bring a small guard. Ser Brynden Tully gave his word that the parley will be safe, no tricks." Ned gave a faint smile at the mention of the Blackfish, who had brought help in their darkest hour. "I believe him. He's never been one for deceit. Any word from the Storm Lords on the eastern flank?" Jory glanced around, ensuring no eavesdroppers lingered. "Apparently they want a say in the talks as well, Lord Caron, Lord Swan, and a few others who've turned against Robert. They plan to attend. Word is they're uneasy about any alliance that includes the Tullys but excludes them." Ned pressed a hand to his brow. "We stand on uncertain ground. The realm is fracturing around us and we must navigate alliances carefully. I'll meet with all who come." Jory's gaze flicked to the fortress walls. "And what of the king's forces? Will Robert try to disrupt the parley?" "Robert might, but we can't shrink from it. Let's see what Hoster Tully and these storm lords have to say. Perhaps we can forge a united front that persuades Robert to stand down, or we'll all see this war escalate. Either way, we cannot avoid it." Ned's voice grew softer. "Make preparations, Jory. I want a small escort. No more than a dozen men. Enough to protect us if it's a trap, but few enough to show good faith. Jory dipped his head. It will be done. As the night wore on, Ned drifted through the ruin of Moat Cailin, organizing supply inventories, speaking to guards on the ramparts, issuing quiet encouragement where he could. Now and then he caught glimpses of Lady Caitlyn's face in his memory, her worry, her steadfastness. The thought of her and their children in Winterfell both comforted and tormented him. He had chosen to stand against Robert for reasons of honor, but the price weighed heavily and every day of war chipped away at him. Still, he would not compromise his principles. Eventually, he retired to a cramped tower room that had become his quarters. A single table stood by a narrow window slit where a guttering candle barely kept the darkness at bay. He removed his cloak and mail, feeling every bruise and ache from the battle. As he sank onto a wooden stool, he heard a light step behind him. He turned to see Roose Bolton at the threshold. The Pale Lord's expression was as inscrutable as ever. "May I enter?" Ned nodded and Bolton stepped inside. By the meager candlelight, Bolton's face took on an eerie cast, his skin almost translucent. "My Lord Stark," he began in that quiet tone, "I came to speak before you depart to meet Lord Tully." Ned gestured for him to continue. "What troubles you?" Bolton paused, glancing at the flickering candle. "These alliances, Tully men, rebellious storm lords, they offer us an advantage, to be sure. But alliances shift quickly in such times. The Tullys may have come to your aid out of family loyalty, or to protect the Riverlands from the Lannisters, but they might also have demands. As for the Storm Lords, who can say what they truly want? Many of them built their reputations on conquest and bold raids. They may demand spoils or concessions from you in exchange for their continued assistance." Ned studied Bolton's expression, looking for any hint of duplicity. "I'm aware, but what alternative do we have? We cannot stand alone against the entire might of the Crown and House Lannister. We need allies." Bolton inclined his head. "Of course, yet caution is warranted. If these new allies wish to march south and wreak devastation on the Crownlands, or if they propose a plan that endangers the North, I trust you will weigh all the risks. War can escalate swiftly when so many players are involved." Ned's voice hardened slightly. "My aim isn't to conquer the South, but to force the king to abandon his cruelty and see sense. If these alliances spiral out of control, I'll not march blindly on King's Landing." Bolton's mouth curved in a thin smile. "That is wise. We've seen enough blood spilled at our very gates. I only hope any coalition we form doesn't become more monstrous than Robert's tyranny." The words hovered, unsettling. Ned recognized them as a veiled warning. The lines between right and wrong blurred easily when anger and vengeance fueled an army. He exhaled. "Thank you for your counsel, Lord Bolton. I'll keep it in mind. For now, we endure." Bolton bowed faintly and slipped out, leaving Ned alone with the flickering candle. He thought of the next day's parley, of seeing Hoster Tully, perhaps Brynden, maybe even some storm lords he had never met. The future was a murky haze. Outside, a gust of wind rattled the tower window. Ned Stark ran a hand through his hair, feeling the weight of leadership press down. With a weary sigh, he let the candle burn low, then fell into a restless sleep haunted by memories of Robert's laughter turning to rage, of the red keep stained with blood, of the heartbreak that had brought them all to this moment. He rose early, as was his habit, dressing in simple leathers that bore the Stark sigil. Around Moat Cailin, men were already bustling, fetching water, preparing what little food they had, standing watch. The air smelled of damp earth and bitter smoke. At the main gate, Ned found Jory and a small escort of stalwart Northmen, all wearing cloaks spattered with mud but carrying themselves with disciplined pride. The fortress gate was pried open enough to let them pass. Outside, morning light touched the bog in streaks of pale gold, and the route west was dotted with shallow pools. The Tully riders had left markers along a supposedly safe path, guiding them to a hillock of firmer ground. Ned rode at the head of his party, carefully following the stake markers that sprouted from the muck. The marshy ground sucked at the horses' hooves. Occasionally, a bird rose from the reeds, startled by their passing. Otherwise, the swamp was eerily silent. Bit by bit, the path angled upward until they reached a patch of higher land. There, at the crest of a small ridge, they saw a gathering of mounted men. The banners of House Tully rose in the mild breeze, the leaping trout on a field of red and blue. Several dozen riders formed a perimeter, spears upright, eyes watchful. At their center stood a tall man with silver-threaded hair wearing a heavy cloak and mounted on a chestnut stallion. Hoster Tully, though he looked older and more worn than Ned remembered. A separate group approached from the east, riders under the banners of House Karen, House Swan, and a scattering of lesser-known Storm Lord sigils. Ned recognized the hawk sigil of House Swan, the nightingale of House Karen, a triple spiral belonging to House Dondarrion, and a black-on-white lightning emblem for another Storm Lord banner. They had arrived with fewer men, perhaps a symbolic show of neutrality. To the north side stood Brynden Tully and a few outriders. The Blackfish spotted Ned and gave a brisk nod. Ned's party dismounted, leaving their horses with a pair of grooms. Jory and the other Northmen fanned out behind him in a respectful but protective formation. Ned advanced, bowing politely to Hoster Tully, then offering a more reserved nod to the Storm Lords. Hoster Tully sat his horse a moment longer, studying Ned with a stern gaze. His cheeks were thinner, his shoulders more stooped than in earlier years, and he wore gloves to hide the swelling in his hands caused by gout. Yet his voice held its old authority when he spoke. "Eddard, the last time I saw you was at your wedding to my daughter. This is a grimder meeting than that day." Ned bowed his head. "Lord Tully, I owe you more thanks than I can repay. Without your timely intervention, Moat Cailin might have fallen. I trust you're well." Hoster's lips thinned. "As well as can be in such times. I do not ride far these days, but I made an exception here for the sake of duty and family." The Riverlands faced growing pressure from Tywin Lannister's outriders. "We had to act." Brynden Tully dismounted and joined them. "It's good to see you alive, Ned. When we first heard the Crown had laid siege to Moat Cailin, we feared the worst. I convinced my brother to muster what men he could and march north quietly so the King's scouts wouldn't discover us too soon." He glanced around, taking in the Storm Lords as well. "It seems we weren't the only ones with misgivings about Robert's methods." Indeed, the Storm Lords stood a short distance off, their leader an older man with a hard face and a cloak pinned at one shoulder by a black enamel pin. He had the bearing of a warrior who had seen many battles. At his side was a younger knight with a hawk device on his breast. The older man cleared his throat. "I am Lord Elwood Karen," he said, tilting his head in greeting. "These men and I parted ways with Robert Baratheon's campaign weeks ago, once it became clear that no compromise was possible. We fought for Robert in the rebellion to free the realm from tyranny. Now we see him adopting the same cruelty. We won't stand for it." One of the others, presumably Lord Gullion Swan, nodded. "House Swan has always been loyal to Storm's End, but not at the cost of murdering children or punishing entire houses for rumored disloyalty. We parted ways quietly, hoping to gather more support. It seems half the Stormlands remain with Robert and half are uncertain what to do." Ned listened carefully, then inclined his head. "I welcome any man who sees the danger in these brutal tactics. But we must be plain. Robert is no feeble tyrant. He has the might of the Iron Throne and House Lannister's gold behind him. If we unite, we risk a full-scale war that could engulf the entire kingdom." A younger Storm Lord, wearing battered armor and sporting a bandage on one arm, spat on the ground. "He'd have war anyway. You think he'll just let you be? He marched on Moat Cailin rather than treat with you fairly. That tells us all we need to know." Brynden Tully lifted a hand. "Enough. We didn't come here to trade curses, but to see if we can coordinate. If we unite forces, the North, the Riverlands, and these Storm Lords, perhaps the King will realize he can't crush us all at once. We could compel him to negotiate in earnest." A flicker of doubt crossed Hoster Tully's face. "And if he will not? My banners are not inexhaustible, nor is my health. The Riverlands can't endure another Targaryen-style war, especially not with Tywin Lannister ravaging the countryside." Ned's shoulders felt tight, the weight of leadership bearing down again. "We can prepare to hold the neck for as long as needed. The North will not yield. But the more allies we have, the more chance we have to force Robert to see reason. The question is, do we try once more for diplomacy, or do we accept that the time for negotiations is gone?" Elwood Karen frowned. "I've known Robert for years. He's a proud man, quick to anger, and Tywin Lannister fans those flames. Unless he sees a chance of humiliating defeat, I doubt he'll compromise. Some men simply can't back down." Hoster Tully coughed into his gloved hand. "Be that as it may, I'm too old for endless war. I want this resolved swiftly one way or another. If we're to press Robert, perhaps we strike south together, keep him off balance. Show him that he stands on shaky ground. That might force him to the table." Ned's eyes flicked to the Tully outriders waiting near their horses. "Strike south? You mean from Moat Cailin, push into the Crownlands?" Brynden Tully's tone was steady. "Precisely. With your fortress behind us, a combined force could descend the neck, bypassing Harrenhal or pushing through the riverlands where we have allies. We might confront Robert on more favorable terms before he regroups. Right now, he's taken a blow to his supplies and morale. Ned folded his arms, considering. Another wave of conflict rolled in his mind. He had sworn to defend the north, not to lead an invasion. But if Robert continued to hold so many southern resources, and if Tywin Lannister kept funneling gold to hire Sel's words, perhaps a purely defensive stance would only prolong the inevitable. "What are your numbers?" he asked Hoster Tully. Hoster's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. "We brought near 4,000 men north. Another 2,000 watched the fords of the Trident to ward off Tywin's raiders. If we commit all, we leave the riverlands exposed. So the question is, how many men can the North commit beyond what's stationed here at Moat Cailin? And how many do these Stormlords bring?" Elwood Karen shrugged. "We lost some men crossing the marches, but we can field perhaps 1,500. Not much, but enough to make a difference if we coordinate well." Ned clenched his jaw. The North could raise many thousands more, but it would take time to gather them from the vast distances. And if he marched them south, Winterfell and the rest of the North might be left vulnerable. He could not ignore the threat of Ironborn raids or wildling incursions from beyond the wall if the kingdom descended into chaos. "I can send word for more northern levies, but it may be weeks or longer before they arrive here. We'll have to hold position until then. The terrain might favor us if Robert attempts another siege, but it's a risk." A tense hush fell. Hoster Tully coughed again, rubbing his chest as though it pained him. "We all face risk. War is uncertain. If we stand alone, each region will be picked off by the crown eventually. If we stand together, we might force Robert's hand." The younger Storm Lord with the bandaged arm scowled. "The cause is righteous, but let's not pretend there's no cost. A broad campaign could ruin half the kingdom. Are we sure there's no chance to parley with Robert again?" Ned exhaled slowly. He's rejected every attempt at compromise that includes mercy for suspected Targaryen loyalists. He demands I submit to his will, including the extermination of the Targaryens in exile. I cannot do that. He sees it as a mortal threat to his throne if they live. I see it as murder. We're at an impasse. Brynden Tully's voice turned grim. Then perhaps the only path is to make Robert fear for his throne more than he fears the Targaryens. If we gather enough allies, he might yield. Lord Swan exchanged a glance with Karen. Allies like the Dornish, perhaps. They hate Robert for what was done to Elia Martell and her children. If they joined, we'd have the North, the Riverlands, and Dorne allied, plus a portion of the Stormlands. That might be enough to tip the scales. But the mere mention of Dorne triggered a wary reaction from Hoster Tully, who remembered the old feuds. The Martells keep to themselves. They're proud and they despise the Lannisters. If they sense an opportunity to avenge Elia, they might join, but they're also careful. Prince Doran Martell seldom rushes into war. He measures everything thrice. Still, the idea burned in the air. Dorne was a sleeping giant. If it rose openly against the crown, King Robert might face a realm split 4 ways: North, Riverlands, Dorne, and the rebellious Stormlords. Even the Reach might seize the chance to expand its influence if the throne looked weak. The entire structure of the 7 kingdoms threatened to fracture as thoroughly as it had centuries before Aegon's conquest. Ned weighed his next words with care. "I'm not eager to see the realm balkanize, but Robert is leaving no honorable way out. If calling upon Dorne keeps him from continuing these atrocities, then we should consider it." He looked at the Stormlords. "Do you have any lines of communication with the Martells?" Karen shook his head. "None direct. They're half a continent away from the marches and they rarely rely on outsiders. But rumor says they've been mobilizing in secret, outraged by the murders of Elias' children and the way Tywin Lannister was never punished. If a messenger could reach Sunspear, maybe they'd treat." Hoster Tully pursed his lips. "Time is the enemy." Meanwhile, King Robert's host remains outside Moat Cailin. He's battered, but not broken. He could attempt a new siege once he's reorganized. Then we'd lose the initiative. "So we must move swiftly," Brynden Tully said. "Even if that means taking a gamble." Ned felt the old weariness in his bones. A gamble indeed. The North can muster more men if we buy enough time. But we can't muster them if Robert besieges us again and cuts off communication. Then we'll be stuck. Unless we slip out with a portion of our forces and join you in the Riverlands, leaving behind a garrison to hold Moat Cailin. He paused, the image of a protracted war heavy in his mind. A small enough force could move quickly, perhaps link with any allies in the Vale. But Jon Arryn remains Robert's hand, he's torn. Hoster Tully coughed again, pressing a hand to his chest. Jon is an honorable man, but he's bound by the crown. If he remains in King's Landing or near Robert's side, he may not be free to act, even if he secretly sympathizes. Lord Caryn offered a bitter chuckle. It's all so tangled. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister roams free, murdering whomever he wishes in the name of the king's justice. I never thought to see the realm stoop so low again, so soon after the Mad King's fall. A hush followed. Ned looked around at the gathered lords, Hoster Tully upright in the saddle though clearly in pain, Brynden Tully watchful and ready, Elwood Caryn and Gullion Swan, both uneasy but resolute, the younger Storm Lords, uncertain how far they should follow this path. The choices before them could reshape Westeros for generations. Ned cleared his throat, voice measured. We have a few options. 1. Remain in the Neck, fortify Moat Cailin, and try to hold back any crown offensive until reinforcements arrive from the north. You Tullis and Storm Lords could continue harassing Robert's rear, forcing him to fight a war on multiple fronts. 2. We unify now, form a single host and advance south, either to assault the king directly or to maneuver him into a truce. 3. We attempt immediate diplomatic overtures to Dorne, the Vale, perhaps even the Reach, hoping to isolate Robert. But that path could stall if they're slow to respond. Hoster Tully stroked his chin. I favor pressing south. Every day we wait, Tywin might destroy more of the Riverlands. Also, I doubt the king will remain idle long. If we sit, we might face him again on ground of his choosing. Elwood Caryn grunted in agreement. We didn't ride this far just to wait under the king's shadow. If a bold move can break his spirit, we should take it. Ned pursed his lips. I prefer caution, but neither do I relish being besieged again. If we do march south, I'll need time to organize. My men are exhausted. Moat Cailin is half ruined. We must secure supply lines, coordinate signals to gather northern levies, and we can't abandon this fortress to be easily seized by Robert the moment we leave. Brynden Tully nodded. We could station a garrison here, enough to hold the walls while the main force moves. If the king tries to retake Moat Cailin, it might delay him. Meanwhile, we slip behind him or around him. With these Storm Lords hitting from the flank, we'd keep him off balance. The plan formed like a fragile mosaic. Ned could see the advantages, though 100 pitfalls lurked. Very well, let's consider a partial deployment. I'll leave some loyal bannermen and enough supplies to hold Moat Cailin for weeks if Robert lays siege again. The rest of us can move with you, Lord Tully, and your Storm Lords, forging a single force. We'll keep scouts on the king's movements. If he tries to chase us, we stay one step ahead, forcing him to spread out or lose the chance to capture Moat Cailin. Hoster Tully slowly nodded as if each movement pained him. That may suffice. We'll harry his supply lines, drawing him away from the fortress. With luck, that might pry open a route to the Vale or further south. Lord Swan considered, then inclined his head. A bold gamble. But anything less and Robert will simply regroup and crush us. We're with you, Lord Stark, so long as we remain committed to the principle we all share. We will not become tyrants ourselves. Ned's gaze sharpened. We stand against needless cruelty, on that I will not waver. Caryn's face was grim. Then I say let's do it. The realm will never heal if Robert's iron fist stamps out every perceived threat. He must be challenged. A small hush followed. In that quiet, Ned's mind teemed with memories. He remembered the night before the Battle of the Trident when he and Robert had pledged to restore the realm to justice. Such a vow, now in tatters, had led them here, forging alliances against the very man they had supported. It weighed on Ned's heart like lead, yet he set the emotion aside. Duty remained. Then we have an accord, he said quietly. We gather our forces, prepare supplies, and in a matter of days, 3, perhaps we march south together, leaving a strong garrison at Moat Cailin. From there, we see how the king responds. Hoster Tully nodded, controlling a cough. We'll send messengers to the Riverlands, let them know to expect us. My men at the fords of the Trident will watch for Tywin Lannister. If he tries to move north, they'll warn us. The Storm Lords exchanged glances, then Caryn spoke. We'll keep some men in eastern marshes to watch for any flanking move by Robert's loyalists. The rest will march with you and Lord Tully. Let's hope the labyrinth of rivers and bogs confuses them. Brynden Tully pushed back a strand of gray hair from his brow. We'll need to carefully coordinate. The king still has a larger host overall, even if battered. In a pitched field battle, he could best us, warhammer in hand. So we rely on maneuver, speed, and small engagements. Ned exhaled. Then that's the plan. We return to Moat Cailin, prepare. We leave in 3 days. I'll choose the men to stay behind. He paused, eyes sweeping over the circle of lords. We do this for the good of the realm, but let us not blind ourselves to the horrors that might follow. This war has already claimed many lives. May the gods have mercy on us all. No one spoke for a moment as if acknowledging the gravity of that statement. Then the lords parted with terse bows and departed, each group heading back to their camps or fortress. Brynden Tully lingered briefly to clap Ned on the shoulder. Glad you still live, Ned. Let's hope we can make something of this alliance. Ned gripped the Blackfish's forearm. It's good to see a friendly face. Be safe, Sir Brynden. They exchanged a final nod before Brynden mounted his horse and rode off with the Tully vanguard, the red and blue trout banner bobbing away into the haze. Ned watched them go, a swirl of emotions in his chest. Then he turned, remounted his own horse, and led his escort back along the muddy path to Moat Cailin. The fortress's broken silhouette loomed ahead as they returned. Evening light glimmered off the soggy stones, and Ned imagined the ghosts of the first men watching from the shadows, silently judging the living for once again turning these walls into a battlefield. When they re-entered the courtyard, news spread quickly that a grand alliance had been formed or was forming, and that the plan was to march south. Reactions among the Northmen were mixed. Some greeted the news with relief at the prospect of doing more than simply waiting for the next siege. Others murmured fear about leaving the security of the North for open war in the Riverlands. Ned recognized the anxiety. He called a meeting in the battered central hall that evening, gathering his key bannermen and officers. Torchlight flickered on crumbling walls, revealing drawn faces and bandaged arms. Roose Bolton stood near a fire pit, silent and watchful. Wyman Manderley, big-bellied but imposing, rubbed at his short beard anxiously. Helman Tallheart, though wounded, attended with his arm in a sling, determined to show loyalty. A handful of other lords and knights crowded in. Jory Castle stood at Ned's side, along with Howland Reed, who had appeared from the marsh as quietly as ever. Ned spoke clearly, explaining the pact struck with Hoster Tully and the Stormlord rebels. He laid out the plan. A strong garrison would remain at Moat Cailin, enough men to hold the fortress if Robert returned, and the rest would travel south to link with the Tully forces. We're not seeking conquest, Ned reiterated. Our goal is to prevent the king from continuing these atrocities and to protect our lands from further sieges. If we can force him to the table, good. If not, we'll fight as we must. The lords exchanged glances. Manderley cleared his throat. Will the men from White Harbor remain here or march south? Ned eyed the portly lord. I'll ask you for a third of your men to remain, the rest to come south. You know your men best, choose those fit enough for a campaign. The wounded or infirm can stay here, help defend. Manderley nodded solemnly. Very well, my lord. I'll do as you command. Roose Bolton's cool voice cut through. And how many do you plan to leave in the garrison, my lord? The fortress is large, but severely damaged. If Robert invests it again with a siege, we need enough swords to hold. Ned pursed his lips. I'm thinking at least 2,000 men remain. That should be enough to man the defenses, especially with the advantage of the causeway and the partial repairs. The rest, maybe 4,000 or 5,000, will march. I'll send word to the northernmost houses to muster more levies, who can come here and reinforce Moat Cailin or join us down the line. Bolton inclined his head. A sound plan, though we must hope it's sufficient if the king returns in force. Next, Ned turned to Howland Reed. Lord Reed, will your Crannogmen stay or march with us? Howland's small frame was nearly lost in the crowd, but his voice carried a quiet confidence. A portion of us will remain, guiding the garrison. We know the swamps best. Another portion will come with you to scout the marshy areas around the Trident and keep watch for Lannister raiders. Our folk are well suited to infiltration and sabotage. Ned managed a faint smile. Thank you. Your people have already done so much. Howland only nodded, humility etched on his face. They discussed provisions, how to gather enough rations for the southward march. Between the Tully supply lines and what remained from the fortress stock, they might manage, but it would be sparse living. Winter could come at any time, though the current hint of spring had lingered. By the time the meeting ended, the men dispersed, each weighed down by tasks. The hall emptied, leaving Ned alone with Jory Castle. You've a great burden, my lord, Jory said quietly. Are you certain about marching south? Ned's hand drifted to the hilt of his sword, not in threat but as though seeking some anchor. I'm not certain of anything, Jory. But if we hide behind these walls, Robert will keep coming, and more innocents will suffer. Maybe by going on the offensive we can press him to parley, or, if it comes to it, meet him in battle on ground we choose. The old gods guide us, I hope." Jory's expression softened with empathy. "I trust you, my lord." Ned placed a hand on Jory's shoulder in gratitude. "Go. We have much to do." 2 days followed in a flurry of activity. Blacksmiths hammered out fresh arrowheads from salvaged metal, and carpenters struggled to shore up the gate with leftover timbers. Scouts scoured the surrounding bog for hidden paths that might lead the army south. Sentries kept vigilant watch on the king's camp, which seemed quiet, though the distant glow of campfires suggested they were regrouping. Rain came in spurts, turning patches of ground into sucking mud. Still, the men labored on, driven by necessity. Ned oversaw the details, drafting lists of who would stay, who would march, how many horses they could spare. Roose Bolton volunteered to remain behind and command the garrison, a prospect that gave Ned pause. Bolton was a slippery man, but also effective, and the fortress needed a strong hand who understood the gravity of holding the causeway. After some consideration, Ned agreed, though he privately sent word to Helman Tallheart and some other lords to keep an eye on Bolton's actions. Late on the second night, Ned walked the walls under a half-moon, checking the sentries. He paused near the southwestern corner, where the collapsed tower had opened a jagged breach that they had hastily filled with rubble. The faint moonlight illuminated the shattered stones, and Ned thought of all the men who had died here. War was always monstrous, but the thought that Robert, his old friend, had orchestrated this still clung to Ned's heart like a burr. He closed his eyes, recalling a time at the Eyrie when Robert had boasted about how he would make a great king, one who drank and sang and protected the weak. The memory felt like a dream. The next morning, Ned would march south to oppose that very man. Shaking off the reverie, he descended to get what little rest he could manage. On the appointed day, the alliance took shape. The Tully host arrived first, a sight that caused a stir among the Northmen. Foot soldiers in Tully livery, cavalry with trout banners, archers from the Riverlands, nearly 4,000 men. Hoster Tully rode at the head, flanked by Brynden, though they tried to keep him from riding too hard. He still looked pale, and more than once Ned saw him coughing. The Storm Lords trickled in from the eastern flank. Cairn, Swan, Dondarian, and smaller retinues from other minor houses. Altogether, another 1,000 or so. As these forces gathered around Moat Cailin, the king's sentries must have realized something was happening, for there was a commotion in the distant Baratheon Lannister lines. Ned ordered the gates opened wide for the Tully and Stormland allies, though many would not enter the fortress proper. There was little room. Instead, they formed a rough camp in the surrounding swamps, using whatever dry patches they could find. Within Moat Cailin's walls, Ned mustered the men who would march, around 4,000 combined from Winterfell, White Harbor, and other northern houses. Another 2,000, some wounded, others older or less fit for a long campaign, would remain under Roose Bolton's command. Stores of provisions were split likewise, though much was uncertain. When all was in readiness, Ned called a final council among the captains. They gathered in the fortress courtyard, morning sun slanting down on battered stone. It was a ragged assembly, river lords in muddied cloaks, storm lords with dented armor, northern men in wolf-crested surcoats. Hoster Tully stood at the edge, leaning heavily on his saddle, while Brynden represented him in the thick of the discussion. On the other side, Elwood Cairn conferred with his compatriots. The mood was sober, but determined. Ned spoke simply, voice carrying, "We march within the hour, heading south by the causeway. The king's host still camps within sight. We suspect they might try to block us. Our best chance is to move quickly, keep our formation tight. Lord Tully's cavalry will form the vanguard. My own men will follow with the bulk of our foot. The Storm Lords will guard the eastern flank. If Robert offers battle, we fight only if the ground favors us. Otherwise, we maneuver around them." Brynden Tully nodded. "Agreed. If they bring siege engines or try to fortify, we won't engage in a lengthy confrontation. We'll slip away, strike their supply lines if we can." Cairn's brows rose. And if Robert himself rides forth with his warhammer, he might try a direct confrontation. He's known for his fury in open battle. Ned grimaced. We avoid giving him the field if possible, but if forced, we stand together. Let us not forget how dangerous Robert is in personal combat. A hush followed, each man remembering the stories of the Trident of Rhaegar's defeat. Hoster Tully cleared his throat. Are we prepared for any sign of Tywin Lannister joining them? Ned exchanged a look with the Tullus. Our scouts suggest Tywin remains in the west, possibly dealing with unrest near Riverrun. He may choose to come east if we pose a great threat, but that takes time. We'll rely on your men near the fords to alert us. The lords voiced agreement. With that settled, they dispersed to their respective commands. In short order, horns sounded, banners were raised, and the allied forces began forming columns. The battered fortress gate creaked open wide. Ned turned to Roose Bolton, who stood in the courtyard with an impassive expression. Lord Bolton, Ned said, voice firm, Moat Cailin is in your charge. You must hold it if Robert returns. Keep watch for any sign of cunning. Should things turn dire, send ravens at once. We'll come if we can. Bolton bowed with quiet grace. I will safeguard it, my lord. May your campaign lead us to victory. Ned studied Bolton's pale eyes, unable to read what truly lay behind them, but he had little choice. He squeezed the man's arm briefly in farewell, then strode toward his horse. Across the courtyard, Jory Castle mounted up alongside other northern captains. Howland rejoined them with a small band of Crannog men, half-mounted, half on foot. As Ned climbed into the saddle, he cast one final glance at the ruined walls where crows perched on the stones and felt a pang of sorrow for the men who had died here. Then he urged his horse forward, leading the column out onto the causeway. The mass of men stretched for a quarter mile, a patchwork of sigils, the direwolf of Stark, the trout of Tully, the hawk of Swan, and other banners from both North and Riverlands. The day was crisp and clear, with a faint wind that rippled the standards. In the distance, the king's camp was visible, a sprawl of tents along the horizon. Smoke rose from their fires, and a hush lingered as though both sides braced for a confrontation. The allied host advanced cautiously, archers on the flanks, cavalry spaced out in pockets so as not to overburden the boggy ground. Ned kept scanning the terrain for signs of an ambush. Robert might attempt to catch them in transition. But the king's lines remained oddly still, as though uncertain or unprepared to mount an immediate offense. Ned's scouts reported minimal movement. Perhaps the sabotage of their supplies, plus the blow from the Tully and Stormlord flanking attacks, had left them disorganized. As midday approached, the allied column reached a stretch of solid ground that curved around the perimeter of the king's camp just beyond bow range. Everyone braced for a clash, but none came. The king's men seemed to watch them pass, a few horns sounding in the distance, but no great army marched forth. Some of Ned's archers wondered aloud if Robert had lost the will to fight, but Ned doubted it. More likely, he was regrouping or awaiting reinforcements. Or perhaps this was a ruse, letting them move south so he could strike them on open ground later. Nonetheless, the alliance continued its march, eventually putting miles of swamp between themselves and the king's host. By late afternoon, they emerged into the drier regions leading toward the Riverlands proper. The men sagged with relief at finding firmer roads. Scouting parties fanned out, ensuring no surprises lurked behind hills or in copses of trees. They made camp that night near a shallow stream. Fires dotted the twilight, and men shared rations in subdued conversation. The presence of so many different houses brought a cacophony of accents and attire, but one uniting thread remained, their distaste for Robert's brutal policies. Ned walked among them, acknowledging each group. He found Brynden Tully overseeing the arrangement of pickets, while Hoster Tully rested inside a tent with a maester. Lord Caron and Lord Swan had posted their knights on the eastern flank, ever wary of pursuit by loyalist Stormlanders. Ned's own tent was small, a battered affair made from heavy canvas. He ducked inside and accepted a simple meal of bread, cheese, and watered wine from Jory. Sitting cross-legged on a folded blanket, Ned tried to review messages from the north. None had come, of course, for it was only a day since they'd departed Moat Cailin. The exhaustion of the day weighed on him like a lead cloak. Any sign of the king? He asked Jory between bites. Jory shook his head. Not since we left. Scouts say he hasn't moved. Perhaps his men are too demoralized. Or Tywin instructed him to wait. Ned sighed. We can't let our guard down. Robert is formidable. If we push too far south too fast, he might cut off our supply lines. But we can't linger either. Hoster Tully wants to link with his men at the fords to protect the Riverlands. Jory nodded. I overheard some Stormlords talking. They believe Robert might have to redeploy to quell trouble in the Crownlands or to chase the Dornish if they rise. Rumors swirl that Prince Doran Martell is close to open rebellion. Ned's gaze dropped. War on all sides. This realm is tearing itself apart again. The very thing we tried to prevent by toppling Ares. Jory gave a small, rueful shrug. Men are flawed, my lord. Ambition, vengeance, they don't vanish just because a king changes. Ned finished his meager meal and laid aside the plate. Rest if you can, Jory. We'll rise early, push deeper into the Riverlands. He paused. And if any of Lord Tully's outriders bring new tidings, wake me. Jory dipped his head. Yes, my lord. Then he exited the tent, leaving Ned alone with the shadows. The flicker of a single lantern cast dancing shapes on the canvas walls. He spread his cloak on the ground, trying to find a comfortable position. Sleep did not come easily. His mind teemed with questions. Would the realm break into full civil war, with each region pursuing its own ends? Would the Lannisters unleash more atrocities, fueling the Dornish thirst for vengeance? Was there any path to restore Robert's better nature, or was that man forever lost? Eventually, weariness claimed him. He dreamt of the crypts of Winterfell, where the statues of dead Starks loomed in the darkness, whispering that each generation faced a test, and each generation discovered that war rarely solved the deeper wounds. He dreamt of Robert's laughter echoing down empty corridors until it turned into the scream of an infant. Then he awoke, heart-pounding, to the chill of early dawn. Outside, the camp stirred. Men shook off sleep, stamping feet to ward off the cold. Horses whinnied, hungry for fodder. Ned rose, splashed water on his face, and pulled on his cloak. The day was gray and damp, with a low mist clinging to the ground. He found Brynden Tully conferring with captains near a smoky fire. They greeted Ned, then explained that scouts had found a dry route southwest, leading toward the road that eventually stretched to Harrenhal. The fortress was a ruin, but still a landmark on the route to the Trident. Any sign of Robert's pursuit? Ned asked. One scout, a wiry man in Tully livery, shook his head. None so far, my lord. If he follows, he must be moving slow. Ned considered that a good sign. Perhaps the king was forced to bide his time, or perhaps something else demanded his attention. Then we'll move out within the hour. Keep our vanguard alert. If Robert or any loyalist host emerges, I want ample warning. They broke camp quickly. Tents were struck, horses saddled. Brynden Tully commanded the cavalry to fan out as a screen. Lord Caron's men took the eastern flank again, mindful that Robert might approach from that direction if he circled the marshes. Hoster Tully rode in a covered wagon to spare him the strain. The northern foot marched steadily behind the cavalry, forming a column that stretched beyond sight. The sheer size of it amazed Ned, though he knew it was a fraction of what the full might of the realm could summon. As they trudged southwest, the terrain shifted. Forests replaced marshland, the ground more solid. Pools of water still dotted the roadside, but not enough to impede them. The men's spirits rose somewhat at the prospect of leaving the bogs behind. Now and then they passed small villages. Some deserted, the people fled, fearing war. Others offered half-hearted welcomes, uncertain whether to trust these armed hosts. Ned ordered his men to pay fairly for any supplies and avoid looting. The Tully outriders did the same. They wanted no part in the cruelty they opposed in Robert. On the second day of this slow march, they neared the fringes of the Riverlands, where farmland replaced wilderness. Smoke in the distance suggested that the Lannisters or other marauders had passed through. Hoster Tully's men grew tense, recalling that Tywin's forces had been raiding. More than once, they came upon burned homesteads, with only blackened frames remaining. The smell of char still lingered. The men advanced in solemn silence, anger simmering beneath. It was near midday when scouts returned, breathless, to report a mounted party in the vicinity, possibly Lannister outriders. Ned, Brynden Tully, and a handful of knights hurried forward, leading a vanguard to investigate. They found a small hamlet near a shallow stream, partially ablaze. Lannister men were in the midst of driving off livestock and terrorizing the locals. At the sight of the Allied approach, the lion banners quickly turned to flee. Some villagers screamed for help, pointing after the raiders. Ned felt a surge of anger. This was the brutality Robert tolerated, or even encouraged, under the pretext of rooting out Targaryen loyalists. He signaled a pursuit. Brynden Tully led a swift charge, hoofs pounding. The Lannister riders, fewer in number, tried to split up. Some were run down, their red cloaks trampled beneath Tully lances. Others escaped into the thick woods. Ned reined in near a farmstead that still burned. A farmer knelt in the dirt, cradling a wounded child. The child's arm was badly cut, blood staining the soil. Ned felt sick, recalling precisely why he had refused to stand by King Robert's side in this reign of terror. He dismounted, calling for a maester, but they had none close at hand. One of his men stepped up with bandages. As they tried to treat the child, the father mumbled a trembling account of how the Lannisters had demanded to know if any dragon sympathizers lived there, then simply began stealing sheep and hurting whoever resisted. Ned's jaw clenched. This had nothing to do with Targaryen supporters. It was raiding under the veneer of the crown's authority. When Brynden Tully returned, he reported that they had killed or captured half the raiders. Another half-dozen escaped. "We must keep moving," Brynden said, face grim. "There are more squads like this in the region. Tywin's men or Sel's words, it matters little. They sow chaos wherever they go." Ned rose, expression bleak. "Then let's gather the wounded, do what we can. We'll have to push on, yes, but perhaps we can leave a small guard to help these folk rebuild or at least ensure no more raiders return." A younger knight from House Tully, spattered with mud, saluted. "I'll stay, my lord. I have a dozen men who can protect them until we're sure the raiders won't circle back." Ned nodded gratefully. "Thank you. This is precisely why we fight, so that such crimes aren't repeated." They pressed on, the incident hardening the men's resolve. More glimpses of devastation followed: burned mills, fields trampled by cavalry, families displaced. The Riverlands had seen such horror before during the War of the Nine Penny Kings and then again under the Mad King's reign. Yet here it was under the so-called reign of a friend-turned-enemy. Each fresh atrocity fueled the bitterness that drove the allied host forward. Ned felt a mounting urgency to confront Robert or the Lannisters directly, but he also knew a headlong rush could be suicidal. They needed more coordination. By the time they reached the vicinity of Harrenhal, a looming black silhouette on the horizon, they had decided to split the army briefly. Brynden Tully would circle east with the cavalry to see if the road was clear. Ned would bring the bulk of the foot across the fords near the castle. Hoster Tully would remain in the wagon, overseeing from a safer vantage. The Storm Lords, still on the eastern flank, would patrol for any sign of Robert's approach. Night fell, and they made a cautious camp near the outskirts of Harrenhal's lands. The monstrous castle rose against the sky, half-burnt by dragonfire centuries ago, its melted towers a testament to the Targaryens' old power. The place had changed hands repeatedly. Rumors said Lord Went still nominally held it, but sightings of Lannister troops suggested it might be contested. Ned posted extra sentries, mindful that the castle could be a staging ground for an attack. The men built no large fires, keeping a low profile despite their numbers, but the scale of the host made stealth nearly impossible. Around midnight, a rider galloped into camp, one of Brynden's outriders. He was breathless, reporting that a Lannister force had been spotted to the southeast, possibly heading toward Harrenhal. Brynden Tully was harrying them but requested reinforcements in case they turned to fight. Ned donned his armor hurriedly, gathering a few hundred of his best men, along with Karen's knights, and set off in the darkness. Hoster Tully remained behind with the main host guarded by the rest. Moving by moonlight, they followed the outriders' directions. The path cut through thick woods, the ground uneven. Ned's men carried torches, though they kept them low. Clashes at night were fraught with danger, spooked horses, confusion. Yet Brynden might need them. He pressed forward, fueled by the memory of that burning farmstead. If the Lannister force was marauding, they had to be stopped. They soon heard steel on steel, shouts echoing in the gloom. Cresting a small rise, they glimpsed a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, Brynden Tully and about 100 cavalry engaged a group of men in Lannister livery. Sparks flew each time swords collided, while horses whinnied in terror. Ned wasted no time, ordering his men to charge downhill. The ground quaked beneath thundering hooves as they plunged into the fray. The Lannisters, outnumbered now, tried to form a shield wall, but Ned's sudden charge shattered it. He swung his sword from horseback, cutting down a man who raised a spear too late. His horse jostled forward, nearly losing footing on the damp turf. Torches waved, casting wild shadows across the chaos. Brynden's cavalry regrouped, pressing the attack. The Lannister men, clearly not expecting such reinforcements, broke ranks. A savage melee followed. Ned parried a blow aimed at his chest, slashing the attacker across the arm. Another tried to strike from behind, but a Storm Lord knight intervened, running the Lannister through with a lance. Within minutes, the enemy faltered. Some tried to flee into the woods, but Tully archers picked them off. A few surrendered, dropping their weapons and falling to their knees. When the dust settled, Brynden Tully, panting, brought his horse alongside Ned's. "Well timed," he said, voice ragged. "We thought we had them pinned, but they nearly pushed us back." No sign of a larger Lannister host, though. Might be a scouting party. Ned scanned the clearing, heart pounding. Dead and wounded men littered the ground. Torchlight revealed the lion's sigil on many surcoats. Then we must keep vigilant. If Tywin is indeed near, he might have advanced forces all around these lands. Brynden inclined his head, wiping sweat from his brow. Agreed. They took stock. A few Tully riders were killed, more wounded. The Lannisters had lost most of their men in the rout. A small group of prisoners remained. Ned dismounted and approached them, sword drawn. One was a hardened sergeant, a long scar across his cheek. "Who commands you?" Ned asked curtly. The man spat blood, glaring up at him. "Lord Tywin Lannister. We were sent to scout Harrenhal's approach and punish any traitors who defy the king." Ned's voice was low. "Punish? Is that what you call raiding, burning homes, slaying innocents?" The sergeant sneered. "We do as commanded. The king's foes are legion. You stand among them, Stark." Ned exchanged a glance with Brynden. The code of war demanded they treat prisoners fairly, but the man's words grated on him. "We'll take them back to camp," he decided. "We're not butchers. Let them be questioned. Perhaps we'll learn more." Brynden nodded. "I'll see to it." They collected the dead, tended the wounded as best they could in the darkness. The clearing reeked of sweat, blood, and churned mud. By the time the field was secure, dawn was on the horizon. The Allied forces were weary from the night's fight, but they had driven back a Lannister foray, however small. Returning to the main camp at sunrise, Ned found Hoster Tully awake, coughing painfully in the wagon. The older lord grimaced upon hearing the news. "Tywin is near, then lurking around Harrenhal, no doubt. If we press on, we risk a major battle." Ned sank onto a wooden crate, exhausted. "Yet, if we remain, we gain nothing but delays. We have to keep moving, link with your men at the fords of the Trident, ensure they're secure. Then we can pivot wherever needed, be it east to the Vale or south to the Crownlands." He rubbed his eyes. "The realm is vast. We can't be everywhere. Yet Tywin can appear anywhere if he chooses." Brynden Tully folded his arms. "We could attempt a show of force at Harrenhal, take it, or at least place a garrison. It's a formidable fortress in theory, though half-ruined. But it would give us a position from which to harry Tywin." Hoster Tully coughed, wiping his mouth with a cloth. Time. We don't have the time for a siege if Harrenhal's defenders resist. Nor for repairs. We're in the middle of a campaign." Ned weighed the options. "We move around Harrenhal, then skirt it. If Tywin wants a pitched fight, he'll have to come for us openly. Let's hope we can avoid that until we're in a better position. The next step is crossing the Trident to secure the Riverlands fully." And so they marched anew, heading east of Harrenhal by a safe distance, mindful that hidden watchers might lurk in those melted towers. The vast Allied host wound along the roads, passing more burnt villages. Sporadic skirmishes with Lannister scouts flared. Brynden Tully's cavalry proved invaluable, driving off small raiding parties. The Stormlords patrolled the flanks, ensuring no surprise attacks. All the while, rumors grew of shifting alliances across Westeros. Some said the Vale was fracturing between loyalists to Jon Arryn and those who supported the king's hawkish stance. Others said the Reach was quietly mustering, uncertain which side to join if war consumed the land. Dorne, as always, remained a mystery, but travelers whispered that the Martells had begun reinforcing the Prince's Pass and the Boneway, prepared for confrontation. At last, the Allied host reached the fords of the Trident where Tully men guarded the crossing. The red-brown waters flowed steady beneath them, flecked with early spring runoff. Rows of sharpened stakes and wooden barricades lined the riverbanks, a testament to the River Lord's readiness. Greeted by cheers from the Tully outriders, the Alliance set up a larger camp, occupying both sides of the ford. Ned sensed a collective sigh of relief. They were deeper into Tully territory now, better supplied, with local lords sympathetic to the cause. Yet the real question lingered. What next? Where was Robert's host? Would Tywin strike from the west? As dusk fell, the men rested with less fear of immediate raids, but the sense of a looming conflict remained. That night, Ned conferred with Hoster Tully, Brynden, Karen, Swan, and a handful of Northern and Riverland lords in a large command tent. Lanterns illuminated a map spread on a table. Hoster Tully, sitting propped on cushions, pointed to a section of the Riverlands near Riverrun. Tywin's forces have been sighted around the Gold Road, burning farmland. If he marches east, we might meet him on this stretch near the Tumblestone. Alternatively, he might aim for this crossing we now hold. We can defend it if needed. Brynden Tully tapped another point. If Robert's main host tries to come south, he'd likely aim for Harrenhal or come around to meet Tywin. They could join forces for a powerful army. We must avoid facing them both at once. Elwood Karen, arms folded, asked, "Do we have enough men to confront Robert and Tywin together?" Ned shook his head. "Not in a pitched battle on open terrain. We'd be outnumbered. Our best strategy is to keep them apart, strike quickly at whichever force is vulnerable, or threaten King's Landing itself if they move too far. We must be unpredictable." A grim silence settled. They were playing a dangerous game, matching wits against Tywin Lannister's cunning and Robert Baratheon's brute strength. The fate of entire regions hung on these maneuvers. Ned wanted to hope for a negotiated settlement, but seeing the burned villages, the cruelty inflicted by Lannister raiders, he suspected the time for easy truces had passed. Hoster coughed, glancing at Ned. "And if we seek to bring Dorne into the fold?" Ned nodded slowly. "We should dispatch an envoy. It might take weeks to reach Sunspear and return, but if the Martells decide to act, it could change the balance. Do we have a suitable volunteer for such a mission?" A hush. Then Brynden Tully said, "I'll send a trusted captain. The Martells must hear that there is an alliance forming against the king's tyranny, and that we remember Princess Alia's injustice." He paused, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. "Though we must also be mindful. If the Martells decide to champion the Targaryens, that's another complication. Viserys and Daenerys remain overseas. The Martells might see this as a chance to restore the old dynasty." Elwood Karen let out a low whistle. "We want no new Targaryen on the throne. We just want to end Robert's cruelty. But if Dorne demands the Targaryens return, how do we respond?" Ned rubbed his temples, feeling the press of a headache. "That's a question for another day. Right now, we need them as allies or at least as a threat to distract the crown. If their price is the Targaryens, we'll have to decide then. But let's not get ahead of ourselves." With that uneasy note, they concluded the meeting. Plans were set to fortify the fords further, to send out more scouts to track Tywin's movements, and to dispatch an envoy to Dorne. As the lords left, Ned lingered, packing up the map. Brynden lingered too, giving Ned a searching look. "You never asked for this," Brynden said softly. "You tried so hard to spare the realm from war." Ned's eyes flicked to the older knight. "And yet here we are. If I had yielded to Robert's demands, perhaps the realm would be more stable, but at the cost of our souls." Brynden nodded. "It's an impossible choice. I don't envy you." They parted with clasped hands. Outside, the crisp night air stung Ned's cheeks. Beyond the line of tents, the river's rush provided a soft murmur. In the distance, flickers of campfires dotted the darkness. Men stood guard, alert for any threat. The war had only begun in earnest. Ned found a quiet spot near the water's edge, gazing at the reflection of the moon on the rippling current. He thought of Winterfell, of the hot springs that warmed its stone, of his children's laughter echoing in the halls. He prayed to the old gods that he would see them again, that somehow this alliance might bring a measure of peace without plunging the realm into a deeper nightmare. Yet each step seemed to lead them further from Robert's original dream of a just kingdom. He stooped to pick up a small stone, turning it in his hands. The war was like that stone, thrown into the water. Even if the stone sank, the ripples would spread far and wide, touching every corner of Westeros. Perhaps that was the lesson. Once unleashed, war's consequences were impossible to contain. He pitched the stone into the river. A hollow plunk, then ripples disturbed the moon's reflection. He watched the disturbance grow, then fade, wondering if all their struggles would end the same way. With a weary sigh, he turned back to the camp. A new day would bring new decisions, new battles, maybe new horrors. But he would face them as best he could, bound by the principles that had guided him since boyhood: protect the innocent, keep his honor intact, and do not become what they had once fought to overthrow. If that path meant more bloodshed, he prayed the gods would grant him the strength to endure it. For the sake of his family, his people, and all those who dreamed of a realm free from fear, Eddard Stark would see this through, no matter how uncertain the road ahead. A network error occurred. Please check your connection and try again. If this issue persists, please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com. Morning broke gray and cold at the fords of the Trident, a fine drizzle falling over the Allied encampment. Eddard Stark stood by the riverbank, watching pale light wash the sky. Around him, campfires guttered as men rose to gather their belongings. Horses stamped and snorted, steam pluming from their nostrils. Between the swirl of tents, the murmur of voices grew louder. The allied host of Northmen, Riverlords, and rebel Stormlords had swelled to nearly 10,000 strong. Even so, Ned felt the fragile nature of this force. They hailed from different corners of the kingdom, bound only by the conviction that Robert Baratheon, once their friend and savior, had grown too cruel to support. War had flung them together, and war might as easily rip them apart. He remembered his dream from the previous night, a haunting swirl of images: the crypts of Winterfell, the moan of wind over tombs, and the flicker of Robert's eyes turning from warmth to hatred. Waking brought only the slight comfort of purpose, the knowledge that he must keep these men alive and direct them towards some better outcome. Around him, the grass was damp from rain, the Trident's waters restless with springmelt. Beyond the fords rose gentle hills dotted with meager farmland that had been ravaged by Tywin Lannister's raids and the Crown's so-called justice. The enemy could be anywhere. Already Ned's scouts had clashed with roving bands flying the lion sigil. He turned from the river toward the main body of the camp, where the largest pavilion stood in a semicircle of wagons. There, Lord Hoster Tully had set up his command post, though Hoster himself was too ill to stand for long stretches. Brynden Blackfish Tully oversaw most day-to-day decisions. Yet Hoster's presence meant everything to the Riverlords who had once knelt to him in loyalty. Without him, they might have hesitated to defy the IR. On throne, Ned made his way through the lines of soldiers, some half-armored, some chewing stale bread for breakfast, each in various states of exhaustion. As he neared Hoster's pavilion, he spotted Elwood Caron speaking in hushed tones with a pair of younger Stormlords. The older man gestured with a gauntlet hand, emphasizing some point. Their cloaks bore the devices of their houses: a nightingale for House Caron, a white hawk for House Swan, a triple lightning bolt for House Dondarrion, and a few other minor sigils from the Stormlands. They had committed to Ned's cause but remained uneasy. Word from the Stormlands was that Robert's younger brothers, Stannis at Dragonstone and Renly at Storm's End, had not openly taken sides. The Stormlords who followed Ned were still uncertain whether the rest of their region might brand them traitors in time. The entire realm felt like a board precariously balanced, each move a risk of utter collapse. Ned nodded a greeting to Caron and passed on, lifting the entrance flap to the pavilion. Inside, torchlight flickered on damp canvas walls. The air smelled faintly of incense, burned by Hoster's maester to soothe the Lord's breathing. Hoster Tully sat propped by cushions, blankets draped across his lap. Though age and illness withered his frame, he gave Ned a resolute nod, beckoning him closer. Beside him, Brynden Tully scanned a map spread across a low wooden table. "My Lord Stark," Hoster Tully said, voice rasping, "I trust you slept passably?" "Well enough, Lord Tully," Ned replied, though it was more politeness than truth. "And you?" Hoster attempted a wan smile. "I endure." His watery eyes flicked to Brynden. "We've had news from the west." A group of Lannister outriders, perhaps 100 strong, was spotted near the Tumblestone, heading north. "My men gave chase, but lost them in the hills." Brynden rapped a knuckle on the map. "They're sniffing around, looking for weaknesses. Tywin's main force remains unaccounted for. We only know it roams somewhere between here and the Gold Road, burning farmland." Ned frowned. "If Tywin unites with Robert, we'd be pressed on two fronts. Has there been any word of the king's movement from the Neck?" "No," Brynden said. "Scouts returning from that direction report that Robert's camp still lingers near Moat Cailin. Perhaps he's fortifying or gathering more men. If so, it gives us some respite, but we can't count on it lasting." Hoster coughed into a kerchief spattered with flecks of red. The maester, standing discreetly in the corner, eyed him worriedly. Once the cough subsided, Hoster drew a shaky breath. "We should decide our next move. Remain here, or push deeper into the Riverlands to secure Riverrun." Ned's gaze settled on the map. The fords were a strategic point, holding them prevented Robert's southern advance from the Neck. But each day they lingered, risked an encounter with Tywin's raiders or, worse, Tywin's entire host. Yet traveling west to Riverrun offered the advantage of a strong castle, allied territory, and better supply lines. If we can retake or reinforce Riverrun, Ned said, we might have a safer seat from which to operate. Harrenhal is too large and too ruined to be easily held. But from Riverrun we could defend against Tywin or march south if needed. Brynden nodded thoughtfully. I favor that course. My brother's seat is well provisioned. The men's morale would rise, seeing that we stand beneath the walls of Riverrun. We could also link up with whatever local lords remain loyal to House Tully. Hoster's voice was soft, and perhaps my presence there would rally them. My poor health can't be helped, but I can still bolster hearts. Ned quietly agreed. Then let's do it. We move west tomorrow at dawn. We'll maintain pickets and outriders to watch for Tywin. And we'll post a small garrison here at the fords, enough to hold or at least slow any pursuit from the king's forces in the north. They continued hashing out details: which lords would remain at the fords, how many men to send back east to guard potential infiltration routes, who would scout the roads west. Ned felt the tension in his shoulders ease slightly. A clear plan was better than standing idle. By the time the discussion ended, Hoster was shaking with fatigue. The maester insisted he rest, so Ned and Brynden left the pavilion. Outside, the drizzle had become a slow, dismal rain that made the camp churn with mud. Men cursed, trying to salvage cooking fires or keep tents from collapsing. Ned crossed the grounds to find Elwood Karen, who stood conversing with Gullion Swan. The Storm Lords broke off their discussion at Ned's approach, inclining their heads. My lords, Ned said, we plan to march west tomorrow for Riverrun. Will your men ride with us? Karen, a tall man whose lean frame hinted at old scars, nodded. I will follow. If Tywin's near, I'd rather face him in open ground with allies than remain scattered. The men are restless anyway. Another day of sitting in the rain, they'll lose heart. Swan, quiet and watchful, added, we might send a few riders east, keep an eye out for Robert. Just in case he decides to sweep south unexpectedly. We have no illusions he'll stay idle forever. Agreed, Ned said. Choose whom you trust. We do well to avoid surprises. That evening, the combined army huddled in the muck, bedrolls spread on soaked earth. Rain pattered steadily on canvas. Men tried to share jokes or ghost stories to lighten the gloom, but tension hung heavy. Ned made his rounds, ensuring no discipline issues arose. The Tully men seemed resolute. This was their homeland, after all, and Tywin's raids had filled them with anger. The Storm Lords were steadier now that they had been blooded in a few skirmishes. As for Ned's own Northmen, they remained loyal, though many felt uneasy fighting so far from the land they loved. Nevertheless, they had followed Ned's stand against King Robert and would see it through, grim conviction written on their faces. Sometime after midnight, a scout returned with urgent news. A small group of Lannister bannermen had been sighted crossing a nearby meadow, possibly heading for the fords. Ned ordered a detachment of archers to intercept. By the time they arrived, the Lannisters had slipped away into the darkness, leaving only churned mud and a single farmer's hut burned to the ground. No casualties, just more cruelty. The pattern repeated all along the Riverlands. Intimidation and destruction, with little to be gained except terror. Anger boiled in Ned's chest. This was the kingdom they had once fought to save. Dawn arrived pale and damp, though at least the rain slackened to a drizzle. Horns sounded across the camp, calling men to form columns for the westward march. Wrapped in cloaks against the chill, the Allied force began moving. The going was slow. Wagons mired in mud, knights cursed as their horses slipped on the sodden roads. But discipline held. Ned, riding near the van with Brynden Tully, kept watch for any sign of ambush. Along the edges of the column, Stormlord cavalry fanned out, occasionally sending up signals that the path remained clear. By midday, the clouds began to part, allowing a wan, watery sunshine. The road curved through low hills, and the army's spirits lifted at the sight of better weather. Ned glimpsed small knots of villagers, half hidden in hedgerows, watching the march with wary eyes. A few approached to beg for food, telling stories of Lannister raids or roving sellswords who claimed to be the king's men. Ned instructed that bread be shared if possible. The allied host had to win hearts as well as battles, or else all would be lost. He would not let them become marauders themselves. Further on, they reached a crossroads with a battered sign pointing west toward Riverrun and south toward the Blackwater Rush. Fresh footprints indicated a body of horsemen had passed recently, but it was unclear if they bore Lannister or other banners. Brynden dispatched scouts to investigate. The main body turned west, forging steadily ahead. Late in the afternoon, the forward outriders paused at a ridge, and from its crest, they beheld a broad valley with the Red Fork glittering in the distance, and, beyond it, the familiar sight of Riverrun perched on a trident of land at the river's confluence. Even from afar, its sandstone walls and triangular shape were unmistakable. A soft murmur spread through the men, especially the river lords, at the sight of that castle. Many had not laid eyes on it in months. Some whispered relief. Yet the land around Riverrun bore scars. Farmland churned, a few blackened remnants of outbuildings. From this distance, the castle gates appeared intact, but no banners flew on the ramparts. Strange. Brynden Tully cursed under his breath, spurring his horse to a faster pace. Ned followed, a knot forming in his gut. Was Riverrun abandoned, under siege, or compromised? The Allied columns descended into the valley, crossing a small wooden bridge over a tributary. As they neared Riverrun's outer fields, a few armed men emerged from behind orchard groves. Tully outriders by the looks of their sigils. They waved, relief plain on their faces, and galloped closer. One of them, an older knight with sweat streaking his brow, called out, "My lords, you've returned. We feared you lost. Riverrun stands, but many have fled." Lord Tywin's raiders had been near. Brynden Tully pressed the man with questions. They learned that the castle's steward had kept the gates locked for fear of infiltration, but the population inside was meager. Many small folk had taken shelter or scattered. No major battle had taken place, though Lannister riders had prowled the outskirts for weeks, occasionally exchanging arrow fire with the garrison. The castle endured, but it was half-starved, short on supplies, and cut off from reliable trade. Ned felt a surge of relief that Riverrun had not fallen. This gave them a strong foothold, a place to rally. "Open the gates," Brynden told the knight. "We come with relief for the garrison." The knight saluted, galloping ahead. The Allied host continued along the river road until they reached the moat that surrounded Riverrun on two sides, with the Red Fork and Tumblestone flowing around it. Indeed, the portcullis stood lowered, the drawbridge up, but a flurry of motion soon followed. The gates creaked open, bridging slammed down, and Tully guards waved them in. One by one, men entered the castle's outer yard, though it quickly became clear there wasn't room for the entire army within the walls. Most would have to camp outside on farmland near the water, behind makeshift fortifications. Within Riverrun's courtyard, Ned dismounted on muddy cobblestones. The place smelled of stale air and fear, as if it had not truly breathed in some time. Walls rose around them, thick with arrow slits. The steward, a thin man with graying hair, greeted Brynden Tully with a tremulous smile, explaining how they had rationed food to last a potential siege. The gates had only opened for occasional forays to gather water or glean leftover harvest from deserted fields. Grief lined many faces here. This was the Tully stronghold, typically a place of bustling life, now reduced to a husk. Hoster Tully arrived in his wagon, drawn by a pair of mules, and the courtyard erupted in hushed excitement. Guards, servants, minor knights, many who had grown up under Hoster's rule, rushed to the wagon's side. Hoster waved weakly, tears glistening in his eyes. He coughed, struggling for breath, then gestured for the steward to help him inside. "We're home," he rasped, voice choked with emotion. At last, Ned allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. This was a victory of sorts, securing a major seat of the Riverlands that would not fall easily to Tywin. Men still spilled into the yard, barking orders, rearranging supplies, establishing lines for distributing what meager rations they had. As twilight fell, 1,000 torches lit the ramparts. The Tully fish banner was at last hoisted atop the highest tower, a show of defiance to any watchers from afar. That alone lifted spirits. Night found Ned in the castle's great hall, a cavernous space now half empty of furnishings. Only a few trestle tables remained, the rest presumably broken down for firewood. The steward apologized for the Spartan accommodations, but Ned assured him it was no matter. Men needed basic shelter and rest more than comforts. Hoster was taken to his private quarters to sleep, and the maester fussed over him. Brynden, Elwood Karen, Gullion Swan, and other leaders gathered in the hall to plan next steps. Outside, the yard bustled with the army's officers, each securing sleeping arrangements. Though the day's march had been long, they couldn't ignore the threat lurking beyond Riverrun's walls. Tywin Lannister was out there, as was the king. If either arrived in force, a siege could begin anew. So they set watchers on each road, prepared beacon fires along the river to signal any approach, and posted cavalry patrols. Ned worried that supplies would run low if they were forced to remain behind these walls. They needed the farmland around them to be pacified, or at least free from marauders. Already, refugees trickled in, begging for scraps of food. The entire region teetered on the brink of famine. Over a table lit by lanterns, Ned conferred with Brynden Tully, who still wore the dust of the road on his boots. "We must consider how to feed these men if we stay," Ned said, voice low. "Even if your fields were intact, we'd risk draining them before harvest. We need outside trade routes or to keep moving." Brynden nodded grimly. "Some supply lines might be reestablished from the northeast, toward the Vale, but that assumes the Vale remains open to us. Lord Arryn is trapped in King's Landing, last we heard. The lords of the Vale might be torn." Elwood Karen interjected. "And we Stormlords can't easily bring supplies from the Stormlands. Robert's loyalists control much of that region. We're cut off." Gullion Swan shrugged. "We survive as we can, but if Tywin storms in tomorrow, we'll be pinned behind these walls. We might hold, but for how long?" Ned pressed a hand to his temple, feeling the day's fatigue. "One step at a time. Tomorrow we'll dispatch riders to secure the nearest villages and farmland, ensuring no Lannister presence. We'll also try to open communications with the lords at Maidenpool or Seaguard, see if they'll lend any support. If we confirm Tywin's location, we can plan a strike or avoid him as needed." They agreed on these measures, then parted. The men found what rest they could in the cramped corridors of Riverrun. Ned ended up in a small guest chamber with a shuttered window overlooking the courtyard. Sleep hovered over him like a teasing phantom. Every time he closed his eyes, he pictured Robert's face contorted with rage, or Tywin's expressionless stare. He tried to recall some gentle memory. Catelyn feeding the fish in Riverrun's moat, Robb giggling at the water's edge, but the anxious swirl of the present overshadowed it. When morning arrived, a hush blanketed the courtyard. For the first time in many days, the Allied army wasn't rousing itself at dawn to march. Men lay in exhausted slumber. Ned rose quietly, splashed his face in a basin of cold water, and headed out into the crisp air. The sky was cloudy but not raining. A decent start. As he walked along the outer walls, he saw Tully guards scanning the horizon for any hint of an approaching foe. The farmland stretched out on either side of the castle's rivers, tinted with early spring green among the patches of scorched ground. Brynden Tully found him near the battlements, clad in a patched cloak, hair ruffled by the breeze. "The scouts have returned," he said. "They report no large armies within a day's ride. A few small Lannister raiding bands fled at the sight of any real resistance. Apparently Tywin is ranging further west, near the borders of the Westerlands, or so rumor goes." "That's something at least," Ned murmured. "And word of Robert?" Brynden shook his head. "None new. It's as though his entire host lingered in the neck. Perhaps he's waiting for a chance to strike from behind. Or he's dealing with trouble in the Stormlands or Crownlands. Hard to say." They strolled the battlements, discussing which farmland to secure first. The Red Fork region, to the south, boasted fertile fields, but raiders might be scouring them. To the north lay the roads to the Twins and Seaguard, routes that could bring fish and trade from the western seas if those lords remained cooperative. It was decided they'd split a portion of the Allied army into small patrols to clear bandits and Lannister raiders, offering protection to peasants so they could till the fields. Another gamble, though better than cowering behind walls until starvation set in. In the courtyard, men assembled into these patrols under the leadership of various knights and captains. Among them were stormlords who had never roamed the riverlands before, forced now to navigate unknown territory. A few northern lords, like Helman Tallheart, took command of scouting parties. Ned stressed to them that they must treat the local small folk kindly. "We are not Robert's men," he said. "We do not pillage. Earn their trust or we'll win nothing." The patrols set out by mid-morning, crossing drawbridges and disappearing down country lanes. Ned watched them go, sending silent prayers for their safe return. Meanwhile, the remainder of the host stayed near Riverrun, reinforcing its defenses, cleaning the battered fortress from months of neglect. Some men built new cookfires on the ramparts to spare space in the cramped yard. Others scoured storerooms to inventory what little food was left. Ned spent part of the afternoon conferring with Hoster Tully in a modest solar on the castle's second level. The Lord of Riverrun lay propped on a couch, a blanket over his legs. Though weak, he insisted on hearing all the news. His once imperious voice had faded to a hoarse whisper. Ned recounted the scouts' reports, the arrangements with local farmland. Hoster nodded, occasionally closing his eyes as if too tired to keep them open. Eventually he asked, "Have we any word from my daughter? From Caitlin? Is she safe in Winterfell?" Ned's chest tightened. Caitlin's letters had been few and far between once the war began in earnest. The last he'd received was a short note delivered by Raven to Moat Cailin, assuring him that she and the children were well, though worried. "I've had no new letters since we left the Neck," he admitted. "But from what I know, Winterfell hasn't been threatened directly. The North stands under Roose Bolton's watch at Moat Cailin." Hoster's mouth curved in a wan smile. "I wish I could see her see my grandchildren before I die. Perhaps fate will allow it." A cough seized him, cutting off further words. The maester appeared, helping him sip watered wine with honey. Ned felt a pang of guilt, recalling how his stance against Robert had shaped this war, how it forced them all into separation and danger. Yet he couldn't regret choosing honor over complicity in atrocities. As evening approached, Ned walked the perimeter of Riverrun, listening to the quiet churn of the rivers around the castle. The drawbridges were up, the gates manned by archers. He paused by a corner tower, looking down at the Red Fork. A small flotilla of rafts or boats might one day approach from the south, bringing supplies or foes. For now, only the gentle rush of water filled the air. A voice behind him said, "My Lord Stark." He turned to see Elwood Caron, cloak draped over his broad shoulders. "Might I speak with you in confidence?" Ned nodded. They found a secluded spot near the tower's base, out of earshot. Caron's eyes were troubled. "A handful of my men have approached me with concerns," he began. "They wonder if we should remain in this alliance at all. The longer we war against Robert, the harder it becomes for them to reconcile their oaths to House Baratheon. Some fear they'll be labeled traitors if Robert wins." Ned folded his arms. He'd known such doubts would surface. "I won't pretend this is easy. But you joined us because you saw no other choice. Robert's harsh policies, Tywin's cruelty, it all betrayed what we once fought for. If you return to Robert now, do you think he'll show mercy? Or simply demand you do his bidding, including the atrocities we stand against?" Caron sighed. "That's what I told them. Still, they fear for their families. Storm's End remains loyal, so their ancestral lands are at risk. No man wants to imagine his home sacked by the Crown's men." "I understand," Ned said quietly. "Tell them this, if we can force Robert to negotiate a fair peace, or if we build enough alliances to break his tyranny, their families need never fear. If we fail, though, I can't promise safety. War offers no certainties." Caron looked away, jaw tight. "I've tried to keep morale up, but each day we see signs of how large the kingdom is, how easily it could devour us. A few of my younger knights whisper that we should approach Robert again, beg him to reconsider. I know it's folly. Robert has not softened." Ned placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "It's normal to doubt. This conflict weighs on all of us. But if Robert would show even a sliver of mercy, do you think Tywin Lannister would allow it? Tywin thrives on fear. As long as that alliance stands, mercy will be in short supply." Elwood nodded, resigned. "We'll stay, my lord. I just wanted you to know the undercurrent among the men." He paused. "What if we approach Stannis or Renly? They might curb Robert's worst impulses if they see how serious this war is." Ned considered. Stannis was known for rigidity. If he believed in Robert's cause, he might be even less inclined to show mercy, though he typically abhorred injustice. Renly was charming but lacked the official authority of his elder brothers. We can attempt it, though I doubt they'd openly break with Robert. Still, a raven to Dragonstone or Storm's End might do no harm. Perhaps they can influence him. Karen exhaled as if that were the best hope. I'll draft such letters if you agree. Do it, Ned said. We'll see if anything comes of it. Perhaps we can stir doubt in their minds. They parted. Ned lingered on the tower parapet, gazing at the swirl of water around the castle's foundation. The dusk sky glowed faintly pink in the west, and a swirl of midges danced near the moat's surface. War had scattered the old alliances, Arryn, Stark, Baratheon, Tully, leaving them tatters in the wind. Could the realm be woven back together, or was it doomed to unravel further? The next few days brought a delicate calm. Patrols ventured out, returning with small successes. They freed a handful of villagers from a gang of Sells-Words, chased off a Lannister group that had stolen horses, reclaimed minor storehouses of grain. The local populace, once terrified, began to open their doors. Some even offered baskets of vegetables or salted fish. Ned oversaw that these were recorded and paid for when possible. He refused to become a plunderer. That stance heartened some riverlords who had grown weary of mindless cruelty. The allied men felt a modest surge in morale, seeing they could help the small folk rather than prey upon them. But trouble also brewed. Rumors spread that Lord Walder Frey at the Twins was refusing any open declaration. He was infamous for shifting loyalties and charging extortionate tolls. If Tywin approached him with gold or threats, he might deny the alliance passage across his bridge, or worse. Some men suggested seizing the Twins by force to ensure free movement, but Brynden Tully shook his head. We have enough enemies without inciting Walder Frey's brood. Better to keep him neutral if we can. Amid these tensions, a minor victory came when a Riverlord messenger, Ser Desmond Grell, once master-at-arms at Riverrun, arrived from Seaguard. He carried word that Lord Jason Mallister was outraged by Lannister raids and would lend a few hundred men if the Alliance needed them. Ned welcomed the news. Strength in numbers was vital. Brynden dispatched a small party to confirm details. Another flicker of hope. Yet each day they tarried at Riverrun invited the possibility of a grand assault by Tywin or Robert. The Watchers kept vigilant. Soon, a chill wind swept through the Riverlands, carrying an early hint of the next winter. The sky turned slate gray. Storm clouds threatened. The idea of a prolonged campaign in such weather cast a shadow over men's hearts. If they did not find a solution, they might be mired in unending war, with harvest uncertain and the cold fast approaching. On the 7th day since the army's arrival at Riverrun, fate finally stirred. At midday, a frantic rider galloped up to the gates. The guards opened the drawbridge, letting him thunder into the courtyard. Ned, roused from a discussion with Elwood Karen, hurried down to meet him. The rider, a young Tully bannerman with a wild expression, threw himself off the horse, exclaiming that a Lannister force was spotted to the northwest, near the road from the Golden Tooth, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 men. They were moving toward Riverrun at a steady pace, burning villages as they came. The courtyard erupted in tense activity. Brynden Tully called men to arms, horns blared along the walls, and the allied lords gathered in the Great Hall. The messenger, still breathless, provided details. Scouts had counted at least 2,000, maybe more, mostly knights and spearmen wearing the lion sigil. Their leadership was unknown, perhaps Ser Gregor Clegane or another of Tywin's ruthless bannermen. They were a vanguard, presumably. If that many approached, Tywin himself might be right behind them. Ned stood with Brynden and the Storm Lords around the wide table, now cluttered with charts. We must decide whether to sally out or prepare for a siege, Brynden growled. But we can't let them approach unopposed or they'll encircle us. Elwood Karen's mouth twisted in distaste. 2,000 or more. Our forces here are near 8,000 in total, but we can't deploy them all at once if we're safeguarding the castle. This might be a test to see if we'll come out and fight. If we do, Tywin's main host could strike. Gully and Swan nodded. A trap, perhaps. Yet can we ignore them while they pillage the countryside? That might cost us local support and provisions. Ned's mind spun. They had enough men to meet 2,000 Lannisters in theory, but if Tywin lurked behind them with a larger force, the allied host could be crushed in the open. On the other hand, cowering behind walls would hand Tywin the initiative and allow the invaders to rampage freely. We can't let them ravage the region unchallenged, Ned said at last. If we do, the small folk will suffer and we'll starve come winter. But we must move with caution. Let us send a cavalry detachment to harass them, gauge their numbers more precisely. If it's truly only 2,000, we might face them on ground of our choosing. Brynden Tully grimaced. I'll lead that detachment. I know these roads. We can pick a defensive position near the rolling hills west of Riverrun. There are vantage points and choke points. If we manage it well, we can keep them from flanking us." Ned nodded. "Agreed. We'll muster half our cavalry, Tully Knights, Storm Lords, and some Northern Riders. The rest remain here with the foot in case this is a diversion." He eyed Elwood Karen. "Gather your best horsemen. I want you on the left flank. Ser Brynden can take the center. Helman Tallheart, if he can ride, might command the right." Karen signaled assent. Brynden gave a firm nod. The men parted to carry out the plan, calling for horses to be readied, arms to be donned. The courtyard roiled with sudden motion. Ned oversaw it all, issuing final instructions. He told the foot soldiers to remain within Riverrun's walls under the command of Gullion Swan to hold in the event that a second Lannister force appeared. Within an hour, about 800 cavalry assembled at the castle gates, some 200 or 300 from the Stormlands, a similar number from House Tully and allied riverlords, and around 200 Northmen who had decent riding experience. Brynden Tully, in partial plate and sporting a black fish sigil on his surcoat, took the lead. Elwood Karen and Helman Tallheart formed up on either side. Ned inspected the lines, ensuring they had enough supplies for a brief skirmish. Most likely, they'd ride out a few miles, engage the Lannisters at a vantage point, then either retreat or press their advantage. Hoster Tully emerged briefly from his sickbed to watch from a second-floor balcony. His face was pale as chalk, but he raised a trembling hand in salute when Brynden glanced up at him. The old lord was placing his final hopes in these riders. Ned alone was uncertain whether to ride out personally or remain at Riverrun to oversee the broader defense. Duty pulled him in both directions. He wanted to stand with the men who might face the Lannisters in combat, but he also bore responsibility for the overall strategy. Brynden urged him to stay, reasoning that if Ned were captured or killed, the alliance would falter. Reluctantly, Ned agreed. So he stood at the gates, watching the cavalry thunder forth. Hoofs clattered on the drawbridge, steel banners rattling in the wind. He prayed they would return triumphant or at least alive. As dusk crept in, word spread that Brynden's force had engaged the Lannisters near a hamlet west of Riverrun. Sporadic signals from outriders confirmed a skirmish in progress, but details were scarce. Ned paced the ramparts, exchanging worried looks with Karen's subcommanders and the Tully men who remained. Hoster Tully had retreated to his bed. The entire fortress waited, breath collectively held. If the Lannisters had more men hidden in the hills, Brynden's detachment might be outmatched. Nightfall brought a hush, broken only by the distant cry of a raven. Torches blazed on the walls, sending flickers across the moat. Men strained ears for sounds of battle on the wind, but the land lay dark. Hours passed. Some soldiers dozed in corners, weapons beside them, too tense to fully sleep. Ned circulated among them, a quiet word here, a firm handclasp there, trying to keep morale from slipping. He found memories of Robert creeping into his head again, days when Robert was the unstoppable cavalry leader, smashing Targaryen lines. Now the Lannister cavalry might fill that role. Ned forced the thoughts aside. Near midnight, a horn blast echoed from the darkness beyond Riverrun's moat. Soldiers rushed to the gate, torches in hand. "Open," a voice shouted. "Ser Brynden returns." The drawbridge was lowered, and in they came, hoofs clopping wearily. Torchlight revealed battered faces, streaked with sweat and dirt. Horses trembled, foam at their mouths. Ned hurried forward, scanning for Brynden. He spotted the blackfish, helmet gone, a cut across his brow bleeding into his eye. Elwood Karen rode behind him, left arm wrapped in a makeshift bandage, blood staining his surcoat. Helman Tallheart was nowhere to be seen. Ned felt dread coil. "Ser Brynden, what happened?" Brynden swung off his horse, staggering. Men rushed to support him. "We engaged them near a winding creek. Our archers took a toll, but they had more men than we thought, at least 3,000. Worse, Ser Gregor Clegane led them. That beast smashed through our lines. Tallheart tried to stop him, and he fell. I don't know if he's alive. We had to retreat." A hush settled. Elwood Karen dismounted, grimacing. "Their vanguard was too strong, my lord. We killed many, but their heavy knights pressed us. If we hadn't withdrawn, we'd have been encircled." Ned reached for Brynden's arm. "How many did we lose?" Brynden swallowed hard. 100 or more. Another 50 wounded or missing. Tallheart's men took the worst of it. We inflicted similar losses on them, but it's no rout. They'll keep coming. Ned's jaw clenched. The thought of Helman Tallheart, a loyal northern bannerman, lying wounded or dead cut deeply. The man had proven steady, a friend in this cause. "Did you see Tywin among them?" Brynden shook his head. "No sign. Only Gregor. But that might mean Tywin is close by. We can't face them in the open if they number above 3,000, especially with Gregor's brutality fueling their charge." Slowly, the men guided exhausted horses to the stables, calling for maesters to treat the wounded. Ned helped Brynden inside, pressing him for any tactical details. The Blackfish confirmed that the Lannisters seemed to be scouting for a siege approach. If they intended to assault Riverrun, they might muster an even larger force soon. After seeing Brynden to a maester, Ned stood alone in the courtyard, torches hissing. The soldiers whispered of Gregor Clegane's monstrous deeds. Villages burned, innocents butchered. Some had glimpsed him personally, an armored giant astride a warhorse, swinging a massive sword that cleaved men apart. Fear festered among them. Ned knew he must act swiftly to keep morale intact. He climbed the stairs to the Great Hall, where Elwood Caron and others conferred with new arrivals from the cavalry. They rummaged for a keg of ale, hoping to steady nerves. The scene was tense. Ned raised his voice to address them. "We mourn the loss of our comrades, but do not let fear paralyze us. Ser Gregor's cruelty is precisely why we stand against this regime. We hold Riverrun's walls, which are strong. If they come, we will meet them on ground of our choosing. We will not yield to terror." The men murmured agreement, though no cheers rose. They were too tired, too aware of the danger. Caron gave a nod of support. Over time, the crowd dispersed, either to attempt sleep or to check on the wounded. Ned found himself alone near a sputtering fire pit at the hall's center. He sank onto a bench, knees trembling with exhaustion. Another memory of Robert drifted past. Him boasting he could crush any knight in single combat. Could Robert reign in Gregor if he chose to? Or did he condone these methods now? Sleep came in short, broken intervals. By dawn, the castle was abuzz with talk of the Lannister approach. Scouts confirmed the enemy had advanced a few more miles in the night, likely preparing positions. Ned convened the lords in the Great Hall once more. Hoster Tully, too ill to attend in person, sent the steward in his stead. Brynden, bandaged, stood stoically at Ned's side. They faced a stark choice: attempt another sally, this time with foot support, or brace for a siege. Elwood Caron was in favor of a combined arms assault, while the Lannisters were relatively few, hoping to break them before more arrived. Gully and Swan argued for caution, believing Tywin might be near. Brynden, still stinging from the previous night, warned that Gregor's men fought viciously and a second open battle could end worse. The allied cavalry was bruised and down 100 riders. Morale was fragile. Ned listened to each perspective, heart heavy. If Tywin lay in wait with a bigger force, meeting Gregor in open battle might be a death sentence. On the other hand, letting Gregor entrench outside Riverrun would lead to a drawn-out siege. The small folk trapped in the countryside would suffer further. Supplies might dwindle, and no sign from Robert suggested help or respite. Indeed, Robert might rejoice that Tywin was about to corner Ned's alliance. At last, Ned lifted his head. "We hold the castle. We do not sally out, not yet. We'll prepare the walls, defend the river approaches, and wait to see if Tywin emerges. If Gregor tries to assault these fortifications, we'll make him pay dearly." He paused, glancing around. "Meanwhile, we dispatch riders to the Malisters, the phrase anyone who might send aid. We cannot face a siege alone. If Tywin arrives, we'll need every ally." A subdued assent met his words. None were thrilled about passive defense, but it felt the lesser evil. Brynden personally apologized to Caron, acknowledging that a hasty second attack might shatter them. Caron accepted, though frustration showed in his posture. He vowed to ensure the Storm Lords were ready on the walls. Thus began Riverrun's uneasy vigil. Over the next 2 days, the Lannister presence firmed to the northwest, establishing a camp on a low ridge within sight of the castle's walls. Scouts reported they numbered around 3,000, with more trickling in each day: foot soldiers, knights, even a small catapult. Gregor Clegane's banner, a black dog's head, flew among the gold lions, marking him as the commanding presence. Houses Marbrand, Lorch, and a handful of other Lannister bannermen were rumored to be en route. From the ramparts, Ned peered through a borrowed Myrish lens. Across the open fields, he saw lines of tents, smoke from cook fires, and the distant glint of armor. They were too far for archery, but close enough to remind the defenders of looming conflict. Now and then a mounted patrol rode along the perimeter of farmland, presumably harassing or scaring off peasants who might bring supplies to Riverrun. By the third day of the standoff, the Watchers spotted a new banner joining Gregor's camp, one depicting burning towers on a white field, House Clegane's personal arms. It was rumored that the mountain that rides personally led raids each morning, seeking to cut off any rivermen or storm lords who ventured out. A gloom settled over Riverrun. Men dreaded hearing horns at dawn, fearing news of a Lannister infiltration. Helman Tallheart still had not returned, presumably he lay dead or captured in the enemy lines. Meanwhile, ravens flew from Riverrun to Seaguard, the Twins, White Harbor, even the Vale, pleading for assistance or at least safe passage for supplies. Days passed with no response. Lord Walder Frey was predictably silent. The Malisters might muster, but it could take time. The men behind the walls busied themselves with strengthening defenses, cleaning the moat, and ensuring vantage points. They even scrounged for tar and pitch in the castle's storerooms. Each dawn, Ned stood on the battlements, scanning the horizon. The Lannister lines seemed to grow. Some mornings he glimpsed columns of men arriving from the west. Catapults were slowly being assembled, crude devices but enough to lob stones at the walls eventually. He feared Tywin's arrival with a larger host would seal their fate. Perhaps the only reason Tywin had not yet come was his attention was divided, or Robert demanded something else, or the Westerlands themselves faced troubles. Regardless, time was not on their side. On the fifth morning of the siege, horns blared from the Lannister camp. Ned, Brynden, and Elwood Caron rushed to the walls, expecting an assault. Instead, they saw a small party emerge under a white flag, heading toward Riverrun's main gate. A tall knight rode at the forefront, shield blank, accompanied by a pair of standard-bearers. Suspicious, Ned ordered the archers to hold, ready to loose if it was a trick. They hailed the riders from the ramparts. The tall knight removed his helm, revealing a scarred visage with cold eyes. "I am Ser Amory Lorch," he shouted up, voice echoing off the stone. "I come under a flag of truce with terms from Ser Gregor Clegane. Will you hear us or cower behind your walls?" Brynden Tully spat over the battlement. "We'll hear your vile words if you send only one man forward. The rest stay behind your lines." Ser Amory shrugged. "As you wish." He turned to his companions, gave some instruction, then spurred his horse forward alone. The white flag fluttered in the breeze. Ned had no illusions about Lorch's reputation. He was another of Tywin's butchers, known for cruelty. Yet refusing parley could lead to unnecessary bloodshed. So they lowered the drawbridge just enough to let Ser Amory pass into the courtyard, with archers watching his every move. Inside, Ned, Brynden, and Elwood met him in the open yard, men bristling with weapons. Lorch dismounted, removing his gauntlets. He surveyed them with an air of disdain. "I bring a message from Ser Gregor acting on the authority of Lord Tywin Lannister. Your rebellion stands on shaky ground. Surrender the castle at once, and your men shall be spared. Lord Tywin offers clemency, provided Eddard Stark and Brynden Tully present themselves as hostages." Anger sparked in Ned's chest, but he kept his voice cold. "What of the rest? The Storm Lords, the Riverlanders? Do they truly expect the entire alliance to yield just because you rattle your swords?" Ser Amory's lips curved in a sneer. "If you refuse, we'll begin reducing these walls to rubble. The small folk within will starve, and your so-called army will watch as Gregor flays any who attempt to flee. Tywin Lannister's generosity is limited. A quick surrender spares thousands of lives." Brynden Tully stepped forward, fury in his eyes. "Tell your master we spit on his offer. This is Riverrun. It won't fall so easily." Amory Lorch shrugged, unperturbed. "So be it. When you starve, remember this moment." He turned a cold gaze to Ned. "Unless Eddard Stark wishes to see sense. Robert Baratheon would forgive him if he kneels, by all accounts. But Tywin warns that if you persist in this madness, there will be no amnesty." Ned looked the knight dead in the eye. "I have not endured so much to bend the knee to murderers. Go back and tell Gregor we will not yield. And if he dares assault these walls, may he choke on the blood of the innocent he spilled." A flicker of annoyance crossed Lorch's face. "As you wish." Without further ceremony, he turned on his heel, remounted, and rode out under the watchful eyes of archers. The drawbridge rose behind him. Once he was gone, a hush settled. Men exhaled shakily. Some had hoped for negotiation or a chance to avoid a siege. But Ned had known better. There could be no real peace with Tywin unless they betrayed all they stood for. Within an hour, the Lannisters made their intentions clear. Horn blasts echoed across the field, and they began maneuvering catapults to the front lines, though still out of arrow range. The defenders scrambled, hauling extra shields, arranging barrels of pitch on the ramparts. Orders rang out in every corner of Riverrun. Prepare for a bombardment, keep water at hand to quench fires. Stormlords took positions on the southwestern wall, Riverlords to the north, and Ned's Northmen spread among them. Tully archers readied themselves in the towers. Ned stood on the main wall, gazing out. Across the wide field, he saw Lannister soldiers adjusting ropes on the catapults, piling stones. Gregor's black dog banner stood near one of the machines. Perhaps the mountain himself was there. The tension stretched like a drawn bowstring. Ned pictured Helman Tallheart, remembering the man's good humor and loyalty. Perhaps that memory fueled his resolve to stand unyielding. The first catapult fired at twilight, a single stone arcing through the sky. It soared over Riverrun's walls, crashing into the courtyard with a thunderous impact that shook the masonry. Dust and fragments of stone erupted. No one was killed, but it served as a grim warning. The next volley followed, and then another. Soon, the rhythmic thump of siege engines reverberated, stones smashing or bouncing off the walls. Most inflicted minimal damage, but each strike rattled morale. Night deepened, lit by torches on both sides. The bombardment continued intermittently, a relentless pulse of destruction. Men crouched behind parapets, wincing at each impact. The defenders tried returning fire with longbow volleys, but the catapults were just out of effective range. Some archers launched flaming arrows, hoping to ignite the siege machines, yet the distance was too great. Occasional small illusions of success flickered. Someone claimed to see a catapult catch flame, but it was quickly doused by Lannister men. By midnight, the catapults ceased. Silence returned, punctuated by the groans of wounded men in the courtyard. Stones had battered one tower's upper rampart, injuring half a dozen. Masonry dust coated the yard. Ned, face streaked with grime, helped shift debris off a trapped soldier. The battered man coughed, eyes wide with fear. Once again, Ned's heart ached at how swiftly the realm had turned to ruin. In the quiet that followed, men slumped in exhaustion. Ned passed along the walls, commending them for standing firm, reminding them that Riverrun was far from broken. The battered stones still held strong, as did the moat and the thick double gates. But he heard the anxiety in their whispered voices. What if the Lannisters built more engines? What if they starved us out? Where's the rest of the realm? Dawn brought another day of war. Another volley of stones. Another series of outrider skirmishes. Gregor's men tested the perimeter, feigning small assaults only to withdraw. The defenders sniped from the walls, at times managing to kill a few bold knights who ventured too close. After each little clash, the lines reset and the shadow of a siege settled deeper. Ned questioned how long they could maintain this cycle. With no new allies arriving, their supplies would dwindle. The farmland around the castle was contested, preventing harvest or foraging. Winter might yet be months away, but the days felt shorter, colder. Each night, men huddled by fires, staring at the flicker of Lannister torches on the horizon. On the fourth day of the siege, an alarming rumor spread. A second column of Lannister soldiers approached from the southwest, perhaps 1,000 more. If that proved true, the noose tightened further. Brynden Tully recovered enough to climb the ramparts, cursed in frustration. Tywin is closing his fist. Soon we'll face a true siege that no supply raids can break. Men asked if the Mallisters or Freys might intervene. No sign came from either. Ravens flew out daily, often failing to return. Tense arguments erupted among the Stormlords, some urging a bold breakout attempt before they were fully encircled. Others insisted that was suicide. Ned and Brynden reined them in, though conflict simmered. The battered corridors of Riverrun echoed with the sense that time was slipping away. That evening, Ned stood watch on the southwestern rampart, scanning the land with the Myrish lens. He glimpsed a new dust cloud near the horizon, indicating cavalry movement. The standard was unclear. As he focused, his breath caught. Amid the swirl of shapes, he saw a golden lion. Another Lannister banner, but which house or unit was uncertain. They advanced slowly, ignoring the occasional arrow from the defenders. Ned lowered the lens, teeth set. The siege was consolidating. He let out a slow breath, turning to Elwood Karen, who stood near him. They're tightening the noose. If no help arrives soon, we may have to attempt a breakout or face a slow strangulation. Karen looked grim. Then let us pray that somewhere out there, more lords see reason and rise against Robert's tyranny. Or that the gods themselves intervene. Ned nodded, though in his heart he suspected the gods left men to their own devices when it came to war. Each day he reminded himself why they fought, to prevent unbridled cruelty, to honor the memory of fallen friends who had sought a better realm. If Robert would not relent and Tywin pressed the siege, then they would resist until their last breath. Perhaps that was all honor demanded, that they not become the very monsters they once overthrew. He gazed again at the horizon. The dust cloud crept nearer, and the clang of distant metal rose faintly on the wind. He pictured Robert somewhere far behind all this, ignoring or approving Tywin's approach, a man he had once loved as a brother, now set in deadly opposition. Regret weighed on him like iron chains. But Ned Stark knew there was no turning back. War, once begun, could not be so easily undone. All they could do was stand for what they believed and hope that, somehow, the realm might find a path out of the darkness. If not, then the rivers of the Trident would run red once more, and the burden of that tragedy would haunt them all. A low, shivering wind swept across the battlements of Riverrun as Ned Stark stood beneath the evening sky, grimly surveying the land beyond the fortress walls. The distant dust cloud drifted ever closer, a herald of steel and fury that promised to snuff out whatever slender hope remained. Around him, the defenders huddled against chill air. Lamps glowed feebly along the parapets, flickering over bruised faces and tired eyes. Over the past days, the fortress had absorbed volley after volley of stone, the walls bearing fresh scars of each new impact. Rivulets of dust streaked the masonry, and the courtyard below lay littered with fallen debris that men scrambled to clear when the catapults fell silent. There was no sign that the Lannisters would relent, only the knowledge that their siege line had grown and solidified, encircling Riverrun on three sides. Below, in the castle yard, exhausted men carried buckets from the wells, soaking cloths for the wounded or damping smoldering piles of splintered wood. A hush of worry hovered over them. The small folk within the walls, far too many, most refugees from the raided farms, watched in despair each time the catapults began to crank, anticipating the next crash of stone. Children clutched mothers with wide eyes, and the older ones worked in ragged teams, eager to prove themselves useful by ferrying supplies up to the ramparts. The numbers in the castle swelled with each passing day of conflict, and that many mouths would soon strain the stores to breaking. Ned turned away from the outer parapet and made his way along the wall walk toward the southwestern tower, where Elwood Karen kept watch with a contingent of stormlords. Their armor was muddied, many bearing bandages on arms or heads. The fresh slash across Elwood's cheek told the story of a near miss when he and his men had ventured onto the field for a desperate nighttime raid on one of the Lannister catapults. They had succeeded in setting it alight, but at a cost in wounded and dead. With the wind carrying sparks toward the Riverlands fields, it had been a vicious, swirling clash in the dark, the chaos lit only by torchlight and pockets of flame. They had limped back behind Riverrun's gates at dawn, battered but unbroken. Ned came to Elwood's side, placing a hand gently on the older knight's shoulder. Any further sign of that new column? The one rumored to be marching in from the west. Elwood grimaced, brushing at the dried blood on his cheek. They've slowed. Might be that Ser Gregor wants them spread out to intercept any relief attempts from Seaguard or the Freys. No large-scale movement yet, my Lord Stark. Good, Ned said, though a part of him yearned for a swift confrontation. Anything to break the slow, squeezing dread of siege warfare. How fare your men? They keep their spirits as best they can, Elwood replied. But we lost 3 good knights last night. Flames licked the catapult frames, but a wave of crossbowmen covered the Lannister sappers. The fighting turned savage. Ned nodded, feeling the weight of those lives settle on him. We'll not forget them. You've done well to disrupt the Lannisters' siege machinery. With luck, it'll buy us time. Time for what? Elwood asked, voice edged with bitterness. Is help truly coming? The king remains in the neck, or so we hear, and Tywin's men close ranks around us. The Tully outriders bring back only grim tidings. We cannot say, Ned answered. Perhaps the Malisters will muster, or others in the Riverlands might rally. We've heard rumors of a small force near Fairmarket, but we can't pin all hope on that. Our next step may be to break out ourselves, if the gods give us an opening. A weary hush followed. Together, they gazed over the rampart at the sprawl of tents in the distant gloom. The Lannister camp bristled with torches. Men called to each other in harsh voices. Occasionally, a muffled clank of armor and the whinny of a horse drifted on the wind. Ser Gregor Clegane was a looming presence beyond sight, an unseen monstrous shape that haunted every corner of the defenders' imagination. The mountain that rides, rumored to stand near 8 feet tall, led raids that left villages in smoking ruin. Men told hushed stories of the victims he left behind. Severed limbs, fields watered with blood. Ned felt revulsion coil within him. This was the man Tywin used like a dog of war. The same man who had murdered Princess Elia's children, yet had never been punished. They parted ways, and Ned continued on, descending a worn flight of stone steps to the courtyard. He stopped briefly to speak with some northern archers drawn from smaller vassal houses. Serwyn men, Tallhearts, though most of Helman Tallheart's direct retinue had been lost when he himself went missing in the ill-fated cavalry engagement. The men bowed respectfully, their eyes haunted. Ned urged them to keep faith, to remain vigilant in the towers. He saw the flicker of dogged determination in their faces. The north was far away, but these men had sworn to follow him. They would not abandon their vows easily. He moved on, eventually finding himself near one of the lesser gates, where a stretch of corridor had been converted into a makeshift infirmary. Moans and muffled sobs echoed off cold stone walls. The castle's maester and a handful of aides tended to men laid out on straw pallets, their flesh torn by crossbow bolts or scorched from falling debris. A few small folk were here too, battered from accidents while helping carry supplies. Ned approached one pallet where Brynden Tully lay propped on a cushion. The Blackfish had insisted on fighting in every skirmish, and in the most recent sortie, he'd taken a wicked blow to the ribs that likely cracked bone. Brynden gave a curt nod as Ned approached. "Lord Stark," he murmured, wincing with each breath. "Any news from the ramparts?" Ned crouched beside him, voice low. "Nothing hopeful. We see no sign of Tywin himself, but the Lannisters remain well-supplied and well-positioned." Brynden's lips tightened. "We can hold, though. Riverrun's walls are strong. They'll need more than 3,000 men to breach these gates. Perhaps Ned allowed, but they might simply starve us out. How many days of good grain remain?" Brynden closed his eyes, pained. "Not enough for a protracted siege if the harvest can't be brought in. The local fields lie in no man's land." Ned gently rested a hand on the knight's shoulder. "Rest. You've done enough for now. Once you can stand and walk, we'll see if we can muster another raid. But not tonight." A bitter laugh escaped Brynden's cracked lips. "If we keep raiding, we lose men. If we sit still, the Lannisters build more catapults. May the gods help us." Ned rose, feeling the same sense of choking inevitability. He left the infirmary, the echoes of the wounded following him, and climbed to the castle's solar, where Hoster Tully's condition had grown more precarious by the day. In that small chamber, the shutters were drawn, a single lamp flickering on a table. A maester hovered with bandages and herbs. Hoster lay on a bed, propped up by cushions, face ashen and cheeks sunken with illness. Yet at Ned's approach, the old man opened his eyes. Hoster's voice rasped like parchment tearing. "Lord Stark, what word?" Ned struggled for gentleness. "We endure, my lord. Gregor's catapults are fewer thanks to our raids, but they keep lobbing stones. Tywin still has not appeared. The fords are well behind us, so we have no easy escape. We wait on ravens." Hoster's lips quivered, forming a faint scowl. "Ravens? That's all we have, and still no sign of an answer. The realm turns a blind eye while the lion devours us. My poor Riverland's once again a battlefield. Curse these times." Ned's heart squeezed with pity. "Your people still trust House Tully. They remain loyal." He offered that meager comfort, though he doubted it would soothe the lord's despair. "Try to rest." Hoster nodded weakly, slipping into a fitful doze. The maester looked at Ned, shook his head silently, then returned to his task of mixing a poppy-laced draught. Ned withdrew, letting the older man drift. He descended to the courtyard again, where dusk was gathering. Men readied torches along the ramparts, anticipating another night under siege. He paused near the armory, a stout building close to the southwestern wall. Inside, crates of arrows stood neatly stacked. An older blacksmith hammered out arrowheads on a portable anvil, sweat streaming down his face despite the chill. A pair of Tully soldiers carried a small cask of pitch, speaking in low voices about family left behind in some village Gregor had ravaged. Ned realized then how deeply personal each blow was. These men fought not for glory, but to avenge loved ones or keep them safe. It underscored how monstrous the Crown's campaign had become. Night fell, black and starless. The Lannister lines glowed with hundreds of campfires, a sea of orange embers. Occasional shouts drifted across the fields. Ned joined Elwood Caron and other captains on the wall. They discussed launching another stealth raid, but with the catapults and crossbowmen on full alert, it seemed suicidal. The defenders lacked fresh horses and too many men nursed injuries. As the hours ticked by, watchers dozed in shifts. Ned forced himself to remain vigilant, though weariness tugged at his limbs. From time to time, a single catapult launched a stone, likely just to deny them rest. The missiles clattered off the walls or crashed into the yard, sending men diving for cover. In the dim hush between bombardments, Ned's thoughts drifted to Caitlin, to Rob, and to the younger children he had left behind in Winterfell. He pictured them safe for now, the North standing firm behind Moat Cailin's defensive might. Would they remain secure if Robert or Tywin decided to shift the war northward? Perhaps Bolton would hold them off, but the future was uncertain. It weighed on Ned like a millstone. He had fought so that innocence would not suffer under cruelty. Now cruelty had found him anyway in the shape of a roaring lion and a black dog's head banner. Toward the small hours, the watchers on the southwestern rampart sounded an alarm. Ned rushed there, cloak whipping in the sharp wind, to find men pointing at distant torches moving in a column behind the Lannister lines. He raised a Myrish lens, heart-pounding. Through the murk he spotted shapes of horse and foot. Another banner joined them. He glimpsed a faint silhouette of a gold lion rampant, unread. More reinforcements. Perhaps the rumored second column from the west had arrived in full. A hush of dread settled among the defenders. If Gregor now commanded 4,000 or 5,000 men, an all-out assault could come at dawn. Ned saw no sense of confusion in the Lannister camps, rather, the new arrivals filed in with methodical disciple. I&E, as though well-drilled in siege tactics. Archers along the perimeter parted to let them pass. The wind carried the ring of hammered stakes, men driving them into the ground to anchor tents and fortifications. Every blow felt like a nail in Riverrun's coffin. Ned exchanged a look with Elwood Karen, whose face had paled. "They're building for a direct siege," Ned murmured. "We must brace ourselves. Perhaps they'll assault the moat or attempt sappers." Elwood's jaw tightened. "Then we meet them with every arrow, every cauldron of pitch we can muster. If we must die here, better to die than to yield to cruelty." Ned placed a hand on his arm, grateful for the older knight's resolve. "Aye, but let us hope we find a path that spares more blood. We'll see what dawn brings." Dawn came without a frontal attack, but the Lannisters announced their intent in other ways. Stone after stone slammed Riverrun's walls, continuing a drumbeat of bombardment. The defenders answered with arrow volleys or tried to angle scorpions, small siege crossbows, over the parapets. But the Lannisters were cunning, using movable wooden screens to shield their catapult crews. Soon enough, a chunk of Riverrun's southwestern tower crumbled under repeated impacts. Clouds of dust billowed over the courtyard. Men rushed to clear rubble, choking on the debris. No one was killed outright this time, but morale dipped further. While Ned directed the removal of smashed masonry, another alarm sounded. A party of Lannister riders had approached the southern bank of the Red Fork, searching for fords or weaknesses. Tully archers peppered them with shafts from a lower tower. A skirmish broke out in the shallows. Screams and splashing hooves filled the air. The Lannisters withdrew, leaving behind 2 corpses in the river's current. The defenders howled in brief triumph, but more watchers reported fresh columns forming to the northwest. The day turned into a whirling mess of small attacks, none decisive, each wearing down the fortress bit by bit. By late afternoon, a lull fell. Ned, exhausted, retreated to the hall to gulp water from a skin and nibble stale bread. The men in the yard displayed the raw edges of near-constant anxiety, jumpy, quick to anger, desperate for even a rumor of help. None came. The ravens that flew out had not returned. The entire region seemed silent except for the Lannisters. Elwood Karen and Brynden Tully found Ned conferring with a group of riverlords near the battered well. Brynden, leaning on a staff due to his rib injury, shook his head. "We're losing archers too quickly," he murmured. "They pop up to shoot and get skewered by crossbow bolts from behind those damned wooden screens." Ser Desmond Grell, once the master-at-arms of Riverrun, dabbed at sweat on his brow. "We might try a nighttime sortie again, focusing on their crossbow lines. If we succeed in scattering them, we gain a small respite." A surge of frustration welled in Ned. It felt as though every plan simply traded one risk for another. "We can gather volunteers," he said quietly. "But it must be small, swift. We cannot afford to lose too many more nights." Brynden coughed, then nodded. "I'll go." Ned cut him off with a hard look. "You've broken ribs, Blackfish. We need you in command here. I'll lead this sortie myself." A hush fell around them. Elwood Karen frowned. "My Lord Stark, if you're killed or captured, the Alliance loses its spine. You're too valuable." Ned's eyes narrowed. That might be so, but I will not ask men to risk what I won't risk myself. If we remain penned up, we'll starve or be battered to submission. Our only chance is to keep them on edge, disrupt their siege lines. I'll not hide behind walls indefinitely. Brinden started to protest, but Ned's resolve was firm. Finally, the Blackfish relented with a curt nod. Very well, but be certain to keep the group small. Perhaps I can dispatch a cavalry wedge to draw their attention while you slip in from another angle. Ned considered this. We'll plan carefully. At sundown, we move. The rest of the day felt like the lull before a storm. Archers on both sides exchanged scattered fire, but there were no major sorties from the Lannisters. Gregor's men might have been preparing for a heavier assault or waiting for more engines to arrive. As twilight approached, Ned handpicked a raiding party of about 40, mostly northern men, plus a few Stormlord knights adept at stealth. They wore minimal armor, leather rather than plate, to move swiftly and quietly. Elwood Karen insisted on joining. Ned did not refuse him, sensing that Karen's men would respect the older knight's leadership. They planned to target a ring of crossbow pickets on the Lannister flank, the ones who pinned down the defenders whenever a catapult crew needed cover. Brinden arranged a diversion. Half an hour after dusk, a small cavalry group would ride out from the main gate and feign an attack on the southwestern lines, presumably drawing attention. Under cover of that commotion, Ned's raiders would slip from a postern door on the northern side, skirt around through patches of tall brush, and strike at the crossbow lines from behind. If fortune favored them, they might smash enough positions to buy the fortress a day or two of relative calm. Night fell, the sky overcast, affording little starlight. Within Riverrun, men huddled around shielded lanterns, preparing for the plan. Ned tightened the straps on his leather jerkin, checking the sword at his side. He felt the old tension that preceded every battle, the sense of stepping into an uncertain darkness. Memories of the rebellion flickered, fighting side by side with Robert, hearts pounding. Now that same friend was his enemy, though many leagues away, silently complicit in the horrors Tywin unleashed. In the courtyard, the cavalry force gathered. Ser Desmond Grell led them, wearing battered plate. Brinden supervised from the gatehouse, ignoring pain in his ribs. Ned watched as the gate creaked open just enough for the riders to pass two abreast. Hoofs clopped on the drawbridge. Almost at once, horns blared from the Lannister lines and shouting echoed across the fields. Torches flared. Ned glimpsed shapes of Lannister foot soldiers rushing to form a line. He took a steadying breath. The diversion had begun. While the defenders on the ramparts loosed arrows to further distract the enemy, Ned beckoned his chosen men. They slipped away into a dark corridor near the base of a tower, heading to a low, secret sally port that opened behind some collapsed outbuildings. It had once been used for fishermen's access to the moat, but now served as an escape route for such raids. One by one, they eased through, emerging onto the damp grass outside Riverrun's walls. The wind carried the smell of charred wood and the faint tang of stagnant water. Ahead stretched an open field, dotted with clusters of brush leading toward the Lannister flank. Ned signaled for silence. They crouched low, moving in small groups, straining their eyes to pick out any watchers. The night was alive with distant commotion, steel clashing, men shouting curses. The cavalry diversion had indeed drawn the Lannisters' attention to the southwestern side. Now Ned and his raiders circled north, hugging the terrain's slight dips and hollows. His heart thudded with each step. If the Lannisters had posted pickets here, the entire plan might unravel in an instant. They managed to cross half the distance undetected. Dimly, Ned saw the glow of the Lannister main camp some yards away. The silhouettes of catapults loomed further south, battered contraptions that the defenders had not yet managed to destroy. Closer at hand, though, were lines of sharpened stakes forming rudimentary defenses. And beyond those stakes, the row of crossbowmen that served as a protective screen. The raiders fanned out, Elwood Karen leading a small knot to the right, Ned guiding another to the left. The plan was to converge on the crossbow line from both ends. They crept forward until they could hear the murmur of Lannister soldiers, the scrape of boots on stony ground. Torchlight flickered behind a wooden barricade. Two crossbowmen stood watch, scanning the gloom for threats from the fortress. Ned crouched, adrenaline surging, and gestured for his men to hold. He counted a handful of silhouettes behind that barricade, likely more were spaced along the line. An arrow soared out from Ned's right, a silent streak. One of the crossbowmen grunted and toppled, pinned to the barricade. The other spun, raising a shout, but Ned's men lunged over the stakes. Steel flashed. A harsh cry was cut short as swords struck flesh. Ned surged forward, stepping over the fallen man. More Lannisters beyond the torchlit ring scrambled to respond. A third crossbowman fumbled with his weapon, only for a northern axeman to bury a blade in his shoulder. Screams and curses erupted. From the other side, Elwood Caron's group crashed into a knot of Lannister soldiers. Ned heard the ring of steel and roars of fury. Shadows danced in the torchlight, men grappling and hewing. One crossbow volley hissed overhead, loosed blindly in the dark. A northern raider cried out, the bolt finding his thigh. Ned pressed forward, sword raised, slashing at a Lannister footman who tried to block him. Their blades met with a jarring clang. Ned pivoted, hooking the man's shield with the edge of his sword, and then kicked him hard, toppling him into a stake. Before the footman could rise, Ned finished him with a swift stroke. Blood sprayed the grass. The barricade was overrun in moments. A handful of Lannisters fled, shouting warnings to the rest. Some of Ned's men pursued, but he reined them back. Going deeper into the enemy camp risked being surrounded. The mission was to destroy the crossbow lines. They upended the barricade, hacked at the wooden frames, set a torch to one patch of dry brush. Sparks leapt. A crackle of flame spread along the base of the line, and any remaining Lannister gear there began to burn. Shouts rose from further down. More torches bobbed in the distance, reinforcements rushing in. "Fall back," Ned called, his voice hoarse. They had done enough. The barricade was broken, crossbow positions in disarray, several Lannister soldiers dead or wounded. He heard Elwood Caron echoing the order from the other side. Men backed away, panting from the brief but fierce melee. Flaming brush crackled, sending a plume of smoke into the night sky. A volley of arrows from the Lannister reserve hissed past, though most soared wide in the darkness. As they retreated, Ned spied movement to his left, a cluster of Lannister men trying to swing around and cut them off. He waved a handful of raiders forward, clashing steel in a flurry of sparks. Ned parried a spear thrust, then lunged inside the spearman's guard, driving his sword beneath the man's arm. Blood darkened the tunic. Another Lannister roared and rushed at Ned with a spiked mace, but a northern soldier tackled him from behind, and they went down in a frenzy of blows. The reek of sweat and iron filled Ned's nostrils. At last, the raiders broke free, half running, half stumbling back across the field. Behind them, the Lannister lines reeled in confusion, hampered by the swirl of smoke and the threat of more attacks. Arrows occasionally zipped overhead, but the darkness served the defenders now. Ned heard men gasping for air, some wounded groaning. Even in victory, the cost was clear. When they reached the postern door, he flung a hand high to signal the watchers. The door opened, and defenders pulled them inside. Back in the courtyard, men rushed to help the injured. Torches cast wild shadows on the stone. Ned sank to his knees, breathing hard. His sword arm felt numb, spattered with gore. But the plan had succeeded. The crossbow lines were broken, at least for this night. If it gained them a day of relative peace, it was a good exchange. He looked around for Elwood Caron, spotting the older knight leaning against a wall, pressing a cloth to a gash on his forearm. Caron gave him a tight-lipped nod. They had done it for now. The fortress erupted in subdued cheer as news spread that Ned's raid had hamstrung the Lannister flank. Archers on the ramparts, hearing the confusion outside, tested their range and loosed sporadic shafts, further harassing the enemy. Across the fields, the faint glow of flames showed that at least part of the barricade continued to burn. That would keep Gregor's men busy until dawn. Exhausted, Ned retired to the battered Great Hall, letting a maester bandage a cut on his shoulder. Men slapped his back in gratitude, though no one believed this small victory would break the siege. It was merely a reprieve. Still, the mood lifted. They had acted rather than waited for the hammer to drop. For a short while, the courtyard thrummed with a fierce pride. These were not helpless prey. They would fight. Morning found the Lannister lines reorganizing, catapults repositioned. Smoke curled from the remains of the burned barricade. The defenders braced for retaliation, anticipating a heavy bombardment or a push. Indeed, stones rained on the walls for an hour, but no massed assault followed. Gregor's men appeared wary. Ned took it as a sign that their nighttime raid had rattled the lion. He gleaned no joy from the carnage, only the knowledge that they had delayed the inevitable once more. That day crawled, tense and exhausting. Archers and crossbowmen on both sides exchanged potshots. A few times, groups of Lannister men ventured close to test the moat or the southwestern tower's damage. The defenders repelled them with arrow volleys. By midday, fresh rumors circulated that more Lannister outriders were riding north of Riverrun to block the roads from Seaguard, presumably to cut off any chance of Mallister aid. Brynden Tully, forced to remain mostly in the keep due to his ribs, seethed with frustration. He cornered Ned near the well, voice trembling. "We can't hold forever, Stark. Without outside help, we're trapped." Ned agreed grimly. "But I see no way to break out with so many catapults and knights massed around us. Our provisions. How many remain?" Brynden's expression darkened. "If we ration strictly, perhaps 2 more weeks at most. Then men will begin to starve, let alone the small folk." Hoster Tully grows weaker by the day. "If the old man sees his seat starve around him, I fear it'll break his spirit before the end." Ned pressed his lips together. "Perhaps a negotiated truce is possible, if only to let the small folk go." Brynden's eyes flashed. "A truce with Gregor? Gods, Ned, we know what that monster does to innocents. He'll promise mercy, then slaughter them." "I know," Ned said, voice heavy. "Yet we can't watch children die inside these walls. If we could at least secure safe passage for them, but no. You're right. Gregor would lie, or Tywin would. We can't trust them." The Blackfish's hand clenched the hilt of his dagger. "We must cling to the hope that others in the realm see sense. The Vale, the Mallisters, the phrase someone must act." Ned nodded, though it felt like a hollow consolation. "We keep sending ravens. Let us see." Late that afternoon, the Lannister catapults hammered the southwestern tower anew, determined to widen the existing crack. Dust and chipped stone rained on the courtyard. Men scrambled with planks and barrels, attempting to prop the interior structure. A portion of the upper floor collapsed, crashing down. Luckily, only minor injuries resulted, but the tower was now half-ruined. If the Lannisters tried a direct assault, that might be their point of entry. Archers redoubled their watch there, building a makeshift wooden bulwark inside. As dusk neared, Ned stood near a narrow arrow slit, gazing at the enemy lines. The swirl of uncertainty in his mind was nearly paralyzing. Remain or attempt some bold move. The Knight's raid had succeeded once, but repeating such strikes might prompt a savage counter. He recalled how swiftly the Crown's men had sacked King's Landing during the rebellion, a memory that fueled his horror at letting Gregor close in. Yet what alternative did they have? Elwood Caron approached, quiet as a shadow, letting out a soft sigh when he reached Ned's side. "We've taken count of the wounded from last night. 8 men we can ill afford to lose from the ramparts. They'll recover in time, but not quickly." Ned nodded, tension thrumming in his temples. "Thank you, Elwood. You fought well." The Stormlord Knight gripped Ned's forearm. "You did too. But how long can we keep this up? The men look to you, Stark. They see a leader who once stood beside Robert Baratheon. They still cling to the notion that you'll find a way." Ned forced a bleak smile. "I appreciate their faith, though I've found no miracle yet." Elwood lowered his voice. "Forgive my bluntness, but have you considered attempting to meet with Robert himself? If you could somehow circumvent Tywin, speak to Robert face to face, perhaps old bonds would stir in him. This war might end." Pain sparked in Ned's chest. "I've considered it. But as long as Tywin and the Lannisters hold the advantage, Robert might not even grant me an audience. Even if I rode into the camp alone, they would likely seize me, deliver me as a prize. Robert might never see me." Elwood looked down. "Yes, I understand. It's a fool's hope then." "Pardon me." "Not at all," Ned murmured. "Better a fool's hope than none at all." That evening, a scouting party from the southwestern flank brought back a single prisoner, a wounded Lannister soldier discovered near a grove of battered trees. He had apparently been left behind by his comrades. The man bled from a gash in his side, but the northern men who captured him patched him up enough to speak. Ned, Brynden, and Elwood questioned him in a dim corner of the courtyard. The soldier's face was pale, etched with pain and fear, but he answered haltingly under the threat of swords. He confirmed that Tywin Lannister was indeed in the west near the Golden Tooth, mustering more men. Gregor's force was only the vanguard. Tywin might arrive in a matter of days if the siege didn't wrap up. The soldier also mentioned something about the king's camp at Moat Cailin, vague rumors that Robert grew impatient, but Tywin had convinced him that capturing Ned Stark was the surest way to end all northern defiance. When pressed about the chance for negotiation, the prisoner spat. Ser Gregor has orders to accept only one outcome, your complete surrender and the handing over of Lord Stark and Brynden Tully. The rest might be allowed to survive as thralls to House Lannister. Or so they say. But in truth, Gregor doesn't care for parley. He wants blood. Brynden clenched his jaw, sharing a taut glance with Ned. That is no negotiation at all, the Blackfish growled. We cast our lot already. Release him or kill him. Ned hesitated. We're not butchers. Let him go, but blindfold him first. Send him outside the gates. Let them see we're not the monsters. And so it was done. The Lannister captive, still trembling, was led away by a pair of Stormlords who intended to release him on the perimeter under cover of darkness. Perhaps it would do little good, but Ned refused to stoop to cruelty. All that night, the fortress waited for fresh bombardment, but only a few sporadic catapult shots came. Most soared wide in the gloom, smashing the outer yard or burying themselves in the earth. Even so, the tension made it impossible for the defenders to sleep soundly. At dawn, an eerie calm enveloped the fields. Ned, stiff and aching, stepped onto the ramparts to see that the Lannister lines had shifted slightly. The catapults were still in place, but the ring of torches from the previous night had changed shape. He borrowed the Myrish lens from a guard and scanned the horizon. A new standard fluttered near the largest catapult, a golden lion with a red border more ornate than the simple cloth banners Gregor's men had carried. An ill omen that perhaps another high-ranking Lannister had arrived to coordinate. No sign of Tywin himself, but this was close enough. Ned conferred with Brynden, who hissed a curse. They're tightening their circle, no doubt. I saw a new group of knights in polished armor. Not the ragged edge we've been dealing with. This might be a fresh wave. Before midday, more stones crashed against Riverrun. The southwestern tower groaned under renewed assault, forcing the defenders to brace the interior. Dust choked the corridors. Archers on the walls tried valiantly to snipe the catapult crews, but the Lannisters shielded them behind thick wooden screens and layers of hides. Gregor's men had grown more cautious since the nighttime raid. They posted extra watchers and crossbow units that hammered any open vantage on the ramparts. By late afternoon, the southwestern tower's topmost section collapsed in a thunderous roar. Fragments of stone clattered down, sending men scurrying. Ned watched in horror from across the yard, heart pounding as a cloud of rubble belched outward. When it cleared, the tower was a broken stump. Shouts arose from the defenders. They rushed to man the interior walkway, piling timbers to block any direct breach. If the Lannisters advanced at once, they might try storming that wrecked portion. However, no massed assault followed. Instead, horns from the Lannister lines sounded and the bombardment ceased. A hush descended, broken only by the crackle of small fires from fallen timbers and the rasp of men breathing in relief. Ned realized the enemy might be pausing to see if the fortress was ripe for infiltration. He barked orders, sending Elwood Cairn's best swords to the southwestern tower approach, ensuring watchers on each level. The tension coiled, men expecting an attack at any moment. But none came. The sun dipped low, painting the land in a sullen gold. Lannister soldiers milled near their siege lines as though waiting for fresh instructions. Ned stood with Brynden at the base of the ruined tower, squinting at the battered stone. They'll try again soon, he murmured. When darkness provides cover. If they breach here, we must meet them in the yard. Brynden nodded, breathing shallowly through his cracked ribs. We'll form a shield wall inside the tower's ground floor. Make them fight through narrow corridors. Our archers can pepper them from the flanks. His voice held quiet determination. Night fell, black clouds scudding across the sky. An uneasy quiet stretched on. No new volley of stones came. Torchlights flickered in the yard. Men paced the walkway behind the battered tower. Ned couldn't shake the prickling sense that something was coming. He felt it in his bones, a hush like the moment before thunder. His suspicions proved correct. An hour past midnight, horns brayed from the Lannister lines and shouts echoed all at once. To arms came the cry from the southwestern tower. Men scrambled to vantage points, gripping spears and bows. Ned, fully armed, dashed to the courtyard, hearing the thunder of feet as defenders rushed to their stations. The battered tower was their obvious weak point. From the ramparts, Ned saw shapes in the gloom, Lannister knights forming up behind tall, wheeled mantlets, slowly rolling them forward. The beam of a siege ramp or battered walkway glinted behind them, flanked by crossbow squads. The plan was clear enough. Push the mantlets close, use crossbows to suppress defenders, then drive a siege ramp onto the collapsed tower rubble. With a breach in the upper floors, they could attempt an escalade, pouring men in. Arrows from the defenders whistled out, a few thudding into the mantlets. But the enemy advanced methodically, anchoring their contraptions to the ground. The ring of iron and wood battered the night. More horns signaled the main push. Gregor's men roared, brandishing swords and shields. Torches bobbed in a menacing line. Ned realized at once this was a concerted assault. They'd hammered the tower enough to make a breach feasible, and now they aimed to exploit it. He rushed to the southwestern tower interior, where Brynden oversaw a defense. The corridor was choked with dust and debris, but the men had cleared a path for a shield wall. Archers lined an upper walkway. A pit of hot coals waited with 2 barrels of pitch ready to be hurled down if the Lannisters broke through. The entire fortress vibrated with the pounding of war drums from outside. Inside the darkness, men steeled themselves. Ned took position near the center of the shield wall, sword in hand, heart thrumming with the lethal energy of imminent battle. "Hold," he told them quietly. "Do not break rank. Let them climb through the rubble. Then we strike." No sooner had the words left his lips than a crash sounded overhead. Stones shifted and bits of the upper tower wall tumbled. The Lannisters had thrown a wooden ramp across the top gap, bridging from the debris to a half-collapsed upper floor. Ned glimpsed the glow of torches flickering up there, bobbing shapes of men scurrying across. Arrows hissed from the defenders, striking some. Cries of pain echoed. But more Lannisters came, dropping into the tower's crumbled second level. Above, the defenders poured burning pitch from a vantage hole, igniting a section of the ramp. Flames licked upward, illuminating flailing shapes. The stench of burning wood and flesh filled the gloom. Screams rent the air. Yet the Lannister knights pressed on, some leaping across the flames onto more stable footing. Crossbow bolts whistled from behind them, cutting down defenders who exposed themselves to loose arrows. Ned heard Brynden's sharp command, "Archers, focus on the second level. Stop them from gaining a foothold." Twangs of bowstrings reverberated. Lannister men stumbled off ledges, howling as they fell to the floor below with sickening thuds. But more kept coming. Then a portion of the second-level rubble gave way with a resounding crack. The defenders cursed and scattered as a shower of debris rained down. 2 Lannister knights crashed to the ground, half buried in stone. One moaned, pinned, the other unmoving. Dust clouded everything. For a moment, Ned could hardly see. He clenched his sword, coughing, and braced for the forward surge. It came. A handful of Lannister men, crossbows abandoned, dropped onto the ground floor, swords drawn. They roared, seeing the defenders ahead. Ned and the shield wall advanced a step, meeting them in a savage clash of steel. Ned lunged at the first knight, who wore a battered lion crest on his chest. Their swords rang, sparks flying. The knight snarled a curse, shoving Ned's shield aside. Ned pivoted, hooking the man's weapon with the crossguard of his sword, then twisted. The knight lost grip. Ned's backslash opened the man's faceplate, blood spurting. He toppled, shrieking. A second knight hammered at the shield wall, but the defenders thrust spears into his midsection. He staggered, pinned by multiple points, then collapsed as swords finished the job. Others tried to climb through, but arrows from above and the press of the shield wall repelled them. The corridor echoed with the ring of steel on steel, the stench of sweat and fear. Flames crackled overhead and black smoke swirled. Amid the chaos, Ned glimpsed yet more men dropping into the tower from the partial second level. Their torches cast harsh, flickering shadows. A swirl of crossbow bolts hissed. One hammered into a northern spearman who fell back with a gurgled cry. Another embedded in a Stormlord's shield, quivering. Brynden Tully, still hobbling, managed to direct archers to pick off the newly arrived knights from an angle. Some of the Lannisters reeled, arrows in their armor joints. For House Tully, men roared, hacking at the intruders. The floor grew slippery with blood and dust. A swirl of broken masonry underfoot threatened to trip the combatants. Ned barely caught himself when a chunk of rubble gave way beneath his boot. Another Lannister knight rushed him from the flank, sword raised. Ned twisted, parried desperately. A jolt of pain shot through his shoulder where an old bruise from the raid still ached. He clenched his teeth, forcing the knight's blade wide, then drove his own sword through the gap in the man's gorget. The knight jerked, breath bubbling, and slid off Ned's steel with a wet sound. The tide of intruders slowed. They realized the defenders were too many in the cramped corridor. The Lannister men who remained on the second level began to retreat, but some got caught in the flames licking the edge of their ramp. A few pitched themselves into the darkness, risking broken bones over certain incineration. Screams tore the night. The stench of cooked flesh made Ned's stomach turn. Yet still the defenders pressed on with discipline, forcing any survivors back up or out. Within minutes, the tower fell silent except for the crackle of burning timber and the groans of the wounded. "Cease." Brynden coughed, half collapsing against a section of wall. "They're withdrawing." Ned wiped sweat and blood from his brow. He saw Lannister shapes fleeing across the ramp in the flickering glow, some ablaze, some dragging wounded comrades. At last, the ramp collapsed in a shower of sparks, plunging the second level into darkness. The defenders howled a ragged victory cry. For now, the breach was held. He surveyed the carnage. The corridor was strewn with bodies, both friend and foe. Some northern men lay crumpled, crossbow bolts sprouting from their backs. Others bled from savage sword wounds. A thick haze of smoke stung the eyes. Ned forced himself to breathe, stepping gingerly past the remains of what might once have been a Lannister squire, half-crushed by falling stone. He signaled men to form a rudimentary perimeter, ensuring no second wave would arrive. Brynden, panting heavily, touched Ned's arm. "We did it," he rasped. "They failed to break through." Ned nodded, but the weight of sorrow pinned his heart. "At a cost. Let's see to the wounded." It was a grim, methodical aftermath. Torches in the corridor revealed the heartbreak, a dozen defenders dead, many more injured. The Lannisters had lost a similar number, if not more, but they could afford it. Their lines outside had reserves. As men carried bodies out to the courtyard, a hush of exhaustion settled over them. The southwestern tower was now all but ruined. Another assault at dawn, and who knew if the defenders could hold a second time. Nonetheless, morale found a spark. They had repelled a direct attempt. Ser Gregor's men had not triumphed easily. That knowledge kept heads high when dawn light seeped through the broken tower, illuminating the devastation. Ned emerged into the courtyard, battered and splattered with grime, to find men slumped against walls, gulping water. Some forced weary smiles. Elwood Caron, though nursing a slash on his leg, gripped Ned's shoulder. "You fought like a man possessed, my lord." "And so did you," Ned replied, voice ragged. "But they'll try again, or they'll simply bombard us further." Elwood grimaced, offering a faint, bitter chuckle. "Let them come. We'll feed them more of the same. Might be the madness of war speaking, but better a fierce stand than a slow death by hunger." Ned could hardly argue. He left Elwood to the maesters and wandered to a quiet patch of the yard, leaning against a half-broken arch. His muscles screamed with every step, and every breath felt thick with dust. The siege had raged for days, and each day chipped away at Riverrun's strength. They could not keep fighting pitched battles in the corridors. Eventually, men would be too depleted to mount a proper defense. A soft footfall approached. Brynden Tully, ribs bound, face lined with anguish. He said nothing at first, only gazed at the broken tower. At length he spoke in a low rumble. "Each time they test us, we respond, but we lose more blood. The castle bleeds from 1,000 cuts. We might stand weeks or less, but the end is bleak unless something changes." Ned's throat felt raw. "I know. We can only pray ravens reach someone who cares, or that Tywin's attention is diverted by some other threat. This alliance, battered though it is, stands for a reason. We must hold to that reason." Brynden nodded wearily. "Perhaps news from Dorne or the Reach will come, or from the Vale. But it might be too late by then." Morning brightened into a pale, watery sun. The siege lines loomed, but no fresh assault came that day. Instead, the Lannisters resumed catapult bombardment, methodical and punishing. Stones pounded the courtyard and battered the walls. The southwestern tower was largely destroyed, so they began targeting a smaller tower on the northern side, hoping to find another weak link. Each impact jarred the fortress. The well was struck by flying debris, and men worried the water might become polluted with rubble. Indeed, the day was a grueling test of endurance. Some men flinched at every crash, eyes hollow from sleepless nights. On the third hour past midday, watchers on the ramparts shouted that a small party approached under a white flag. The defenders tensed, suspecting a trick, but men parted in the courtyard as a single rider neared with a standard-bearer. They wore no gleaming mail, just travel-stained cloaks. Ned ordered caution, though curiosity gnawed at him. Perhaps Gregor wanted another parley after the failed night assault. Or maybe these men carried a new threat from Tywin. At the main gate, the rider halted. He called out in a clear voice, "In the name of House Lannister, I bear a message. Open if you dare speak in peace." Ned considered sending archers to chase them away, but Brynden insisted they at least hear the message. The gate opened partially, allowing the rider to enter alone, flanked by archers on the walls. The standard-bearer remained outside. Dust covered the man's boots. He had the look of a minor noble in Lannister service. Middle-aged, sweaty brow, hawkish nose. He reined in his horse near the battered courtyard. Ned, Brynden, and Elwood stepped forward, each sweaty and smeared with grime. The man bowed stiffly from the saddle. "My lords, I bring you terms from Ser Gregor Clegane, who acts in Lord Tywin's name." Ned's voice was hollow. "We've heard your terms, our surrender and the delivering of hostages. We refused once." A flicker of tension crossed the rider's face. But circumstances evolve. My master extends a different invitation. Lord Tywin's main host approaches within days. If you do not wish a massacre when he arrives, you may open your gates, yield Lord Stark and Ser Brynden Tully, and let the rest go. The castle, the small folk, your lesser lords, they may depart, provided they disarm. House Lannister will claim Riverrun. Brynden spat. "Claim it if you can, you dogs. We stand for House Tully. You'll never take it without paying dearly." The rider held up a hand. "I speak in peace. This is your final chance, or so Ser Gregor says. If you resist, no quarter will be given once Lord Tywin arrives. The children, the women, all of them will face the sword." Elwood Caron's face twisted with rage, and he reached for his blade. Ned lifted a restraining arm. "We do not harm envoys. But know this, we reject your demands. House Tully will not yield its seat to murderers. I will not yield myself to a butcher's block. Go. Tell your master we stand firm." The rider's jaw tightened. "So be it." He turned his horse sharply. "I pity your small folk. Remember that the king himself condones this, Lord Stark." Then he rode out, escorted by glares and raised bows. The gate slammed behind him. A hush settled, broken only by the distant whistle of wind over rubble. Men exhaled, exchanging grim looks. Another parley ended in threats. Ned placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, feeling the old anger churn inside. The king condoned it, the king who once laughed in the practice yard at the Eyrie, who once promised justice and freedom. Now he allowed Tywin's monstrous hound to terrorize a region, threatening children and innocents. Ned's heart pounded with a mixture of rage and sorrow. But giving himself up would accomplish nothing beyond strengthening the Lannister hold. Gregor would kill him, or Tywin would hold him as a trophy. They would proceed to punish any other pockets of defiance. Nothing would be solved, so the war churned on. Dusk brought a sudden flurry of horns from the Lannister lines. The watchers on the ramparts peered out to see columns of men shifting, as if new arrivals had come. More tents sprang up. The defenders braced, half expecting Tywin himself. But the watchers glimpsed no new grand banners beyond the Lion. Possibly it was just another wave of fresh levies from the west. Another ring in the siege. Ned gathered lords in the great hall, battered as it was, for an urgent council. Brynden Tully, Elwood Caron, Ser Desmond Grell, and other captains formed a circle around a scarred table. Torchlight wavered on their gaunt cheeks. Ned wasted no time with pleasantries. "We stand on the brink. Tywin's approach spells doom if we remain enclosed. We have 2 weeks of grain at best, water uncertain. So we must consider a breakout or a last stand." Elwood Caron rubbed his bandaged leg. "A breakout? With thousands of Lannisters ringed around us? They'll ride us down unless we find a path they cannot swiftly block." Brynden nodded. "The Red Fork to the south is heavily patrolled. The southwestern tower is ruined. The catapults cover the northern route. The only possibility might be the confluence where Riverrun's moat meets the Tumblestone, but that's deep water. We'd need boats or rafts." Ser Desmond Grell added, "We might salvage some old boats from the fortress cellars, though I doubt we have enough for the entire army. Women and children first? But then the men remain behind to fight." Ned's got twisted. "If that's our only route, we might at least spare the small folk from the final carnage. We can hold a rear guard while they cross, but it'd be a desperate gamble. The Lannisters have outriders who could track us downstream." Silence weighed heavily. No plan seemed free of doom. The men hovered in exhausted despair until a distant shout from outside pierced the hush. Then horns from the ramparts blared. Everyone jolted, expecting an attack. Ned and the council rushed out, hearing commotion in the courtyard. Archers pointed toward the northern horizon, excitement in their voices. Ned grabbed a Myrish lens and climbed the steps to the wall, heart pounding. There, beyond the ring of Lannister tents, along a distant ridge, torches burned in an unexpected line. Shapes of a host in movement could be seen, but not lion banners. The watchers strained to identify the sigils. At last, a fierce murmur spread. It was a silver eagle on blue, or so it seemed, and perhaps the moose of House Hornwood too. Confusion reigned. Another allied force? The watchers passed the lens from hand to hand. The men on that ridge seemed numerous, too many for a minor raiding band. A new wave of hope flickered in the defenders' breasts. In the courtyard, men started whispering of the Vale, or the North, or some riverlords. Ned's heart hammered as he tried to see more detail. The vantage was poor, but it was clear that an armed column had arrived on the perimeter of the Lannister lines. Flashes of steel indicated cavalry. Ye Lannisters, alerted by horns, appeared to be scrambling to meet them. In the flickering torchlight, Ned glimpsed a swirl of confusion as Lannister outriders galloped to intercept. An arrow-laden hush gripped Riverrun. The watchers on both sides strained eyes in the gloom. Then, from that distant ridge, horns sounded, a deep, resonant call. The new host began advancing. The Lannisters moved to block, torches weaving. Before long, the faint clash of steel drifted across the fields, though too distant to see clearly. The defenders erupted in subdued cheers. Someone was attacking the Lannisters from the flank, or at least forcing them to divert. Could it be Mallisters from Seaguard? Perhaps the Freys had decided to help. Speculations flew. Brynden Tully joined Ned at the parapet, the strain of his injuries evident, but a spark of hope lit his gaze. We must prepare to sally out if this new force truly engages them. That might be our chance to break the siege. Agreed, Ned said, excitement battling caution. But let's see how large they are. If it's a small band, they might be swallowed by the Lannister host. Within minutes, the watchers observed swirling torches that indicated a skirmish. More horns blared from both the newcomers and the Lannisters. It seemed the new host was pressing forward. Fires glimmered as a section of the Lannister encampment caught flame, likely a supply tent or a siege engine set alight. Shouts carried on the night wind. The defenders recognized the ring of pitched battle. Men in Riverrun's courtyard roared softly in encouragement, though they dared not charge blindly out yet. If the newcomers were indeed allies, they might break the ring enough for the fortress to join the fray. Ned barked orders. He commanded Elwood Caron to gather a cavalry troop while Brynden organized foot soldiers at the gate. They would watch for a sign that the Lannisters were truly disarrayed. The southwestern tower was too damaged for a direct sally, so they'd exit from the main gate should an opening appear. Tense moments passed, each feeling like an eternity. Clouds of smoke billowed where the fight raged. The lens revealed confusion, Lannister lines shifting, some men retreating, others mounting a defense. The newcomers advanced with surprising coordination, felling tent poles and presumably attacking supply wagons. Ned caught a glimpse of a standard, a shape like falcon wings, or a stylized bird of prey. Then, in a surge of recognition, he recalled the sigil of House Belmore from the Vale, or possibly a variation used by other Vale lords. Could that mean the Vale had arrived under Jon Arryn's direction? Before he could confirm, a tremendous crash echoed in the distance, perhaps a catapult destroyed or an explosion of stored pitch. Flames soared, painting the night in orange. The Lannister horns blared again, but the newcomers' horns answered, bold and resolute. A second wave seemed to appear behind them, carrying torches in a wide arc. The watchers on Riverrun's walls exchanged exultant stares. This was no small raiding party. It looked like a well-organized host delivering a flank assault. The entire Lannister perimeter around the fortress quivered, men rushing to face the new threat, leaving some positions near Riverrun less fortified. Ned clenched his jaw. Brynden, Elwood, this is it. Ready the men at the gate. We strike while they're divided. Even if we can't break free entirely, we can shatter a chunk of their lines, link with the newcomers. Already, a wave of excitement rippled through the courtyard. Men snatched weapons, hastily saddled horses. Trumpeters took up positions near the gate. Archers lined the ramparts, scanning for a target to exploit. Brynden gave Ned a fierce grin. I'll muster the foot. You handle the cavalry, my lord. Let's bleed them from both sides. Ned moved with swift purpose, adrenaline slicing through exhaustion. He gathered a formation of cavalry, Stormlords, Northern Riders, Riverlanders who had salvageable mounts. Elwood Karen, wincing from his leg wound, insisted on mounting up. Swords glinted in torchlight, men anxious to pay back the Lannisters for the days of torment. Within minutes, close to 300 horsemen assembled near the main gate, while the foot soldiers formed behind them, prepared to follow out once they had a path. At Ned's signal, the gate creaked open. The drawbridge lowered. At first, no catapult stones hailed down. The Lannisters were too distracted by the new attack. Ned spurred his horse forward, leading the cavalry out onto the field. The chill night air whipped his face. Behind him, hoofs thundered, men brandishing swords and spears. From the walls, archers hooped encouragement. Ahead, they saw disordered groups of Lannisters pivoting in confusion, some brandishing pikes to form a half-baked defensive line. But they were pinned between the fortress and the unknown host pressing from the other side. The clash was swift. Ned's riders crashed into the Lannister flank, shouts echoing as steel met flesh. Men in lion-crested surcoats folded under the initial impact, some pinned beneath rearing horses. Others attempted to rally around a battered standard, but the impetus of the cavalry was unstoppable for the first critical moments. Ned sliced through a spearman's collar, feeling the jolt of steel biting bone. He twisted the reins, guiding his horse deeper into the press. Karen's men hammered a knot of crossbowmen, scattering them. Bryndon's foot soldiers, emerging from the gate behind the cavalry, fell upon the disoriented Lannister ranks. The field erupted in savage melee. In the distance, the new arrivals continued to set tents aflame and drive the Lannisters from behind. It was chaos. Torches guttered, men screaming, the stink of blood thick in the air. Ned spotted a cluster of Lion Knights trying to form a wedge to counterattack. He raised his sword, rallying a handful of Northern Riders, and they charged. Steel rang. A knight wearing a golden lion helm lunged at Ned, but Ned parried, then brought his blade down on the man's unprotected calf. The knight howled, toppling from his horse. Another Lannister tried to thrust a spear at Ned's mount, but a Stormlord cut him down from behind. Everywhere was swirling confusion, cries of pain, the flicker of flames leaping from one tent to the next. Gradually, the Lannisters buckled. Some scattered, fleeing westward. Others sought to regroup near the southwestern approach. Ned steered his horse that way, battered from the swirl of close combat. He glimpsed Elwood Karen, bloodied but alive, leading men in pursuit of a retreating band. Through the smoke and dust, Ned thought he saw the shape of a massive figure. Could it be Gregor Clegane himself, rallying a small group? They disappeared behind a cluster of supply wagons. Before Ned could investigate, Brynden Tully and a wave of foot soldiers charged past, pressing the advantage. The Lannisters reeled under the combined assault from fortress defenders and the unknown host from the north. At last, a horn sounded from across the field, one of the newcomers blowing a series of short blasts. The meaning was unclear, but the effect was immediate. More men swept in, clad in half-plate and carrying a variety of sigils. Ned glimpsed the Silver Eagle again alongside smaller banners. These newcomers crashed into the Lannister flank with savage force. The defenders recognized a chance for a complete rout. Cheers erupted among Ned's men, who joined the fray wholeheartedly. It did not become a neat, orderly victory. War never was. Despite the confusion, plenty of Lannisters fought back viciously and some tried to hold a rear guard. The field turned into a swirl of separate skirmishes. Ned cut down another man who lunged at him with a halberd. The clang of steel battered his ears. The hiss of flames from the tents left the air choked with acrid smoke. Eventually, pockets of Lannister men broke and ran, sprinting into the darkness or flinging themselves onto horses if they could. The lines near Riverrun's southwestern approach collapsed, leaving behind a jumbled mass of fallen. Shouts rose from the defenders, each cluster calling out in disbelieving triumph. The new host pressed forward, chasing stragglers. Ned slowed his horse, panting, as the immediate enemies around him lay dead or dying. The glow of fires painted the carnage in ghastly reds and oranges. The ground was slick with blood. A moan from a wounded man to Ned's left reminded him that the cost had been high on both sides. Men began to gather, picking among the wreckage. Ned guided his horse through the scattered tents, calling for survivors, checking that the Lannisters were truly in retreat. Brynden Tully limped into view, leaning on a spear for balance. "They're routed," he managed, chest heaving. "We've secured most of their catapults, or what remains of them. The rest burned." That new force hammered them from behind. "Where is that new force now?" Ned asked, glancing around. He saw shapes in the gloom, men in unfamiliar tabards. The nearest wore a stylized falcon crest that Ned couldn't immediately place, but it was reminiscent of the Vale's falcon of House Aaron. Could these be Vale bannermen? Brynden pointed. "They're regrouping near that ridge, I believe. We should approach carefully, determine if they're truly friend or if they just hate the Lannisters more." Ned nodded. "Gather the cavalry for an organized approach. Let's see who leads them." Word spread that the foe was broken, at least in this sector. The battered southwestern tower might not be under threat tonight, and the men from Riverrun could attempt to salvage weapons or supplies from the Lannister camp. Fire crackled as canvas tents burned, but a few remained intact. Fresh horses, saddles, even barrels of provisions might be there for the taking. The defenders, starved for weeks, exulted in the chance to reclaim spoils. Ned ordered them not to descend into looting or cruelty. "We're not the same as Gregor's men," he reminded them, but they needed these supplies to survive. A group of about 50 defenders formed up behind Ned as he trotted toward the ridge, wanting to meet this new ally. Smoke drifted in the night breeze, stinging eyes and throats. Clusters of fleeing Lannisters vanished into the darkness, and no one pursued too far. Under a half-moon, Ned led his men carefully, swords sheathed but hearts pounding with curiosity. On the ridge, a ring of the newcomers clustered, swords out, half expecting betrayal. As Ned approached, archers among them raised arrows in warning. But a stout knight in partial plate pushed forward, calling for a halt. Ned drew up, raising an open palm. "We come as friends, if you count the Lannisters as foes. I am Eddard Stark." The stout knight halted in midstep. "Lord Stark," he said, voice thick with emotion. "Pardon my caution. I am Ser Burton Waynwood, sworn to House Waynwood of the Vale." He gestured behind him, where more men in Vale insignia stood. "We come under Lord Yon Royce and Lady Anya Waynwood's banners, along with smaller Vale lords. We aim to break the Lannister stranglehold on Riverrun." Relief surged through Ned. "The Vale?" he breathed. "But how? Did Jon Arryn send you?" Waynwood shook his head, sadness in his eyes. "Lord Arryn remains bound to King Robert's court, but many Vale lords have grown uneasy with the king's harshness and Tywin's tyranny. We decided, as the old friends of House Stark, to act. Bronze Yon Royce leads us. He's further back with the main column, harrying Lannister reinforcements. We joined with some loyal Northmen who crossed the Mountains of the Moon, braving the high passes." Ned's mind spun. Northmen crossing the Vale? That meant they had circumvented the main roads, slipping through mountainous terrain to reach the Riverlands. A dangerous route indeed, but it explained the moose crest he'd glimpsed, perhaps men of House Hornwood or House Glover. If so, they were a precious link to home. A wave of gratitude and awe washed over him, nearly buckling his knees. "I cannot express how this lifts our hearts," he said, voice thick. Riverrun was on the brink. Waynwood nodded. "We could see as much. We had to move swiftly before Tywin arrived. We took advantage of the scattered Lannister outriders. Praise the gods we reached you in time." The men behind Ned let out ragged cheers, some clasping the Vale Knights in heartfelt embraces. Swift introductions followed. Indeed, Yon Royce was leading the main force a little further out, ensuring no second wave of Lannisters lurked. Another Vale Lord, Belmore, was present, along with knights from House Templeton and a small retinue of northern transplants, perhaps 100 men from minor northern houses who had slipped through the mountains to join this cause. Ned resolved to greet each personally when time allowed. Even in the afterglow of victory, caution remained. The Lannisters still had men scattered about, and Gregor might rally if he found fresh loyalists. For now, the field was theirs. Ned invited Waynwood and the others to bring their men inside Riverrun's walls where they could coordinate. The southwestern approach lay open, littered with broken catapults and gutted tents. Torchlight flickered on the wreckage. With hearts brimming, the defenders escorted their newfound allies through the remnants of the siege line. Men parted to let them pass, exchanging tired but triumphant grins. The battered gates of Riverrun loomed, ironically welcoming in the wake of so much strife. Inside, the courtyard erupted in stunned celebration. The small folk who had cowered in corners now emerged, eyes bright with wonder. Soldiers embraced, speaking of how the Vale had come to their aid. Brynn and Tully, leaning on a spear, approached, tears glistening in his eyes. He clasped the newcomer's arms, voicing deep gratitude. Elwood Karen gave them a hearty grin, though he sank onto a crate, wincing at his leg wound. Even the reserved watchers on the walls cheered the Vale's arrival, though the night was far spent and the fortress half in ruins. Eventually, Yohn Royce rode in, a towering figure in dark bronze armor etched with runes, the sigil of House Royce on his surcoat. He dismounted near Ned. They regarded each other for a moment before clasping arms. Ned recognized the same stern face from years past, the man who had served as a fierce bannerman to Jon Arryn. Royce's voice boomed in greeting. "Lord Stark, you've been a hard man to find. The realm's rumors swirl like leaves in autumn. I'm glad we got here before the lion devoured you completely." Ned managed a weary smile. "Your timing is a gift from the gods. We were nearly broken. I cannot thank you enough. But how did you muster such a force?" Royce inclined his head. "Jon Arryn is locked in the king's grasp, but many Vale lords have grown uneasy. We watch as Tywin ravages the Riverlands. The king does nothing to stop him. Some of us remember our old friendships, the vow we took to defend justice. We began gathering knights discreetly in the mountains, away from Robert's watchful eye. Our numbers aren't massive, perhaps 3,000 men, but enough to tip the scales if we strike at the right moment. We joined with a small band of Northmen who navigated mountain passes to avoid Moat Cailin, lest the king's men bar their way. 3,000. That was a respectable force indeed, especially now that Gregor's lines had been shattered. Ned's heart soared. That is more than we dared hope. We can unify with your force, secure the Riverlands. Then perhaps we move on Robert or Tywin with a real chance of success." Royce's expression hardened. "We must move quickly. Tywin is rumored to be near with a larger host. And if the king chooses to march south from the Neck, we might find ourselves facing two armies." Ned nodded. "Indeed. But for tonight, we have at least lifted the siege. We must gather what supplies we can from the Lannister camp, tend the wounded, and plan our next step at dawn." Royce agreed, and so men scattered to do exactly that. Ned walked with him through Riverrun's battered corridors, showing him the collapsed towers and dust-choked halls. They passed the wounded lying on pallets, some drifting in and out of consciousness. A shadow of sorrow passed over Royce's face. "They've endured too much," he said softly. "They have," Ned replied. "But your arrival changes everything. Perhaps now Tywin will think twice before continuing these atrocities." Royce's armor clinked as he studied the wreckage of the southwestern tower. "Perhaps. Or perhaps he'll come in greater strength. We must be ready." His gaze settled on Ned, brow furrowed. "I hear Robert will not relent so long as you remain defiant. The Vale lords who marched with me do not want to see the realm torn apart. Is there any chance you'd negotiate directly with the king if we force Tywin away?" Ned hesitated, recalling Elwood Karen's suggestion. "I would speak to Robert if he were free of Tywin's influence. But as it stands, he's become reliant on Lannister gold and men. He sees me as a traitor for refusing to condone the slaughter of children and innocents." Royce exhaled. "Then we press on, I suppose. I pledge the Vale's strength to your cause, but we must find a swift resolution. Winter looms eventually, and the Vale can't remain mobilized indefinitely." Ned laid a hand on Royce's arm, genuine gratitude shining in his eyes. "We'll do all we can. For now, let's see to reorganizing. Tomorrow, we hold a war council with all who stand with us, Tully, Stormlords, your Vale Knights, and the Northmen you brought. We find the next step, be it driving Tywin back or forging a corridor for real negotiations." With that agreement, they parted. The fortress settled into a new bustle, men sorting through Lannister supplies hauled in from the broken siege lines. The banners of House Vale lords fluttered in the courtyard. For the first time in weeks, laughter and relief intermingled with the groans of the wounded. Some of the small folk ventured out from corners to see these new saviors. Others lit small fires to warm themselves, no longer afraid of catapult stones crashing overhead. The sky still glowed faintly with the reflection of distant fires on the horizon, but the threat that had plagued them for so many days was, for the moment, scattered. Ned walked among them, exhaustion dogging each step, but hope lifting his posture. He'd imagined this moment so many times, relief arriving from somewhere, anywhere, to break the lion's jaws. That it came from the Vale, once his own foster home, felt poetic. He paused briefly, remembering Jon Arryn's kind but firm lessons, Robert's wide grin as a boy. Strange how the world twisted them all. Perhaps the Vale lords proved that some still upheld the older, nobler ideals, justice, loyalty, defense of the innocent. Eventually, Ned found a quiet corner near the keep's battered library, sank onto a wooden bench, and cradled his head in his hands. Relief warred with fatigue and sorrow for the many dead. They had survived a siege that lasted weeks. But the war was far from over. Tywin Lannister still roamed, Robert Baratheon still commanded the throne's resources, and the realm's wounds only deepened. Ned lifted his head, gazing at the starless sky through a cracked window. If the gods were listening, he prayed for a chance to end this madness before more children bled, before more houses were burned to ash. In the courtyard, the men's voices rose in a ragged cheer as someone rolled in a barrel of Lannister provisions, salted pork if the label was to be believed. Starving defenders converged, jokes and banter erupting. Ned smiled faintly. Let them have a moment of joy. At least. The taste of reprieve, no matter how brief, might fortify them for the battles yet to come. He would gather with Yohn Royce and the other lords at sunrise, forging a plan. Perhaps they would ride out to meet Tywin preemptively or secure the trident. Perhaps they'd try to open lines to Dorne or the Reach, pressuring Robert from all sides. So many paths loomed, each branching with new dangers. But for tonight, as the embers of Lannister tents still burned on the horizon, the defenders of Riverrun could finally breathe without stone crashing onto them. Ned closed his eyes, leaning back against the cold stone wall. The noise from the courtyard receded to a dim roar in his mind. In that fleeting calm, he pictured Winterfell's courtyard, the silent hush of snow, the warmth of Catelyn's hand. He recalled the vow that had guided him: protect the innocent, uphold honor, reject cruelty. Even in the swirl of war, that vow still guided him forward. If the Vale Lords had risked everything to come here, there was yet hope that the rest of the realm might awaken. Perhaps in the end Robert would see how far he'd strayed. Or perhaps a new storm of steel awaited them. There was no way to know. But for once, the tide had turned, if only for a moment. And in that fragile moment, Ned Stark dared to hope that somewhere in Westeros a better future still flickered like a candle in the dark. Ned Stark stirred from a shallow doze in the corner of Riverrun's half-ruined library, dawnlight creeping through the cracks in the ceiling. The battered fortress had found a rare moment of calm, though the faint tang of burntwood still clung to the air, and the courtyard beyond bustled with new life and the lingering stench of old death. Overnight, the Vale forces had mingled with the defenders, exchanging battered greetings and shared relief. High on the ramparts, archers watched for any sign of Lannister remnants, while beyond the walls lay the mangled remains of tents and siege machinery. Some of the small folk ventured out now in cautious wonder, collecting stray arrows from the field or rummaging for anything edible from the wrecked camp. A battered hush hung over everything, like the stillness after a storm and perhaps the hush before a new one. For the first time in weeks, Riverrun's defenders could breathe free of immediate terror. The massive host of Lannister men had scattered or fallen in the night, broken by the pincer of the fortress defenders and the newly arrived Vale troops. Yet no one assumed the war was done. Whispers drifted that Tywin Lannister himself roamed somewhere to the west with an even larger army and that King Robert might march south if the fighting continued to escalate. All Ned knew for certain was that Yohn Royce and other lords of the Vale had risked their own realms to come here, forging a path of uncertain alliances in the name of old friendship and a refusal to watch Tywin ravage the Riverlands unchecked. That alone was a bright thread in the darkness. Pushing himself to his feet, Ned shook off the dregs of sleep. Even that small motion summoned aches from a dozen bruises and cuts. Every muscle in his body protested. There was no time to indulge the pain. He left the hushed library, stepping into a corridor where men shuffled by carrying crates of supplies looted from the Lannister camp. The taste of fresh bread and salted pork from the seized barrels had done wonders for morale. Some men claimed they'd not eaten so well in months. But the fortress was awash in tasks, caring for the wounded, burying the dead, clearing rubble from the southwestern tower, reorganizing arms and armor. And crucially, preparing for the possibility that Tywin's host might soon bear down on them. In the courtyard, the morning light revealed just how many newcomers from the Vale had arrived. Their banners fluttered on hastily erected poles: House Royce's runic bronze, House Waynwood's crossed longswords, House Templeton's castle tower, House Belmore's swooping falcon. And indeed, as rumored, a small contingent of Northmen stood among them, men wearing the sigils of lesser northern houses: Hornwood, Serwyn, Mormont, even a few tall fighters with a Bear Island device. They had a ragged look, as though their journey through the high passes had cost them dearly. Ned spied a few bearded warriors quietly comparing scars with the battered Stormlords. Strange alliances indeed: Vale Knights, northern outliers, Stormlords led by Elwood Caron, and the battered Tully loyalists. In another time, such a gathering might have been cause for a grand festival. Now they were drawn together by war and the looming menace of both King Robert and Tywin Lannister. At the center of the courtyard, a circle of tents had sprung up for the Vale Lords. Yohn Royce's was the largest, a sturdy canvas pocked with mud from the road. Soldiers milled around, cleaning swords or leading horses to the makeshift stables. Ned spotted Yohn, tall and broad-shouldered in partial armor, conversing with Brynden Tully. The Blackfish leaned heavily on a walking stick but seemed more alert than he had in days, exulting in the success that had broken the siege. Both men raised a hand to beckon Ned over. He approached them with quiet purpose, greeting Brynden with a nod. "You look better rested, Sir Brynden." Brynden let out a short laugh. "Better than I've felt in weeks, thanks to Lord Royce here. We owe the Vale a debt that can't be easily repaid." Yohn Royce gave a polite shrug, though his eyes glinted with determination. "The Vale stands by House Aaron's old vows, and we remember who helped free the realm from the Mad King. We do not stand idle while Tywin resurrects the worst of tyranny." Ned inclined his head. "You have our gratitude and the gratitude of the Riverlands. Would that your presence alone could end the bloodshed." Royce nodded gravely. "We can hope. But from what I gather, Tywin is not far, and if King Robert stirs from the neck, we may soon be caught between hammer and anvil." He folded his arms, scanning the courtyard. "We must plan swiftly. I propose we assemble all lords in a war council," Brynden said. "We can gather in the old Great Hall, battered though it is. Enough space remains to seat the heads of each faction, House Tully, the Vale, Stark's Northmen, the Storm Lords, and so on." Ned gave his assent. "Yes, let us do so at once. Time is precious." Word spread quickly, summoning the lords to meet. Men hurried to prepare the battered Great Hall, clearing a space among piles of rubble and war spoils. Torches were lit in iron sconces along the walls. A few battered tables were set up with wooden stools for the highest lords. Others would stand at the edges. Outside, the smell of breakfast drifted through the yard as men wolfed down a meal, storing energy for battles yet to come. Within the hour, the hall filled. Yohn Royce arrived with a small retinue: Lord Belmore, Lady Anya Waynwood herself, a formidable woman in a mail shirt and a cloak pinned with steel, and a handful of lesser Vale knights. From the fortress side, Ned took a seat, flanked by Elwood Caron, his wounded leg braced with a splint, and Ser Desmond Grell. Brynden Tully settled near the head of the table, gingerly resting his battered ribs. A cluster of Storm Lord knights stood behind Elwood, arms folded. Even the battered young heirs of lesser river lords hovered near, anxious to glean some plan that might reclaim their farmland from the Lannisters. Hoster Tully did not appear. His health had worsened overnight, the maester said. He lay abed, barely conscious. The steward of Riverrun attended in his stead, pale with worry. The hall quieted as the lords took stock of each other in the flickering torchlight. For a moment, Ned felt an odd sense of unity, so many factions joined by necessity, men and women once divided by region or minor feuds, now forging a single purpose. Yohn Royce began in a deep voice that carried to every corner of the hall. "My lords and ladies, we gather at a turning point in this war. The Lannister siege here is broken, at least for the moment. But the conflict remains on a knife's edge. Tywin Lannister is rumored to be near with a larger army, and King Robert might yet march from the neck if he sees an advantage. We must decide how to proceed before they converge." Ser Desmond Grell, wearing a battered breastplate, spoke up. "We stand nearly out of supplies. We found some in the enemy camp, but not enough to feed the entire fortress for long. If Tywin arrives in force, a new siege could begin. Even these walls cannot endure endless battering. Or we face an open-field battle where we risk annihilation." Elwood Caron's gaze shifted among them. "We Storm Lords remain with the cause, but we're not enough on our own to stand against Tywin's might if it numbers tens of thousands. Our best chance is to link up with any allies in the Riverlands or beyond. Dorne might yet rise, or the Mallisters from Seaguard might join us. But that takes time. Tywin won't grant us that." Lady Anya Waynwood, steel-haired and resolute, folded her gloved hands on the table. "The Vale cannot remain in the Riverlands indefinitely. We left behind garrisons, but if Robert calls the banners, the entire kingdom might catch fire. We came to break the Lannisters' cruelty here and to stand by our old alliances. But in a prolonged war of attrition, even we will run short of food and men." Brynden Tully cleared his throat, wincing. "Perhaps we should consider a strike at Tywin before he fully unites his forces. Catch him unawares and break his host in detail. We have the advantage of the Vale's fresh troops, plus the battered but still formidable defenders of Riverrun. If we wait for Tywin to come to us, we risk being hemmed in again. A murmur of both agreement and apprehension spread. House Belmore's representative, a thin-faced knight named Ser Helvar, frowned. Tywin is cunning. If we ride west, we might run into an ambush. The Westerlands are his domain. He knows every pass. Ned listened carefully, mind-turning. Before we consider an offensive, we must weigh the threat of King Robert from the north. If we march west, Robert might descend behind us. We do not have a unified realm but 2 or 3 separate warfronts. We cannot be blind to the possibility that the king has grown tired of waiting and will ride with his stormlords or the crown's men. Royce nodded gravely. We must place scouts along the roads from the neck. My men from the Vale can spare a handful of outriders, sending them east to watch for any sign of the king's approach. Elwood Caron exhaled. What of a diplomatic approach? Now that we have a stronger alliance, North, Riverlands, Stormlands, Vale, can we not send another raven to the king, urging reason? A hush followed. The lords exchanged uncertain glances. Bryndon's mouth twisted. We tried reason. Robert refused. Tywin's outrages have only grown. Do we think Robert, enthralled by Lannister gold, will yield now? Ned's chest tightened as he recalled the futility of earlier pleas. I doubt it. If Robert were free of Tywin, perhaps. But he's not. The crown stands behind House Baratheon and House Lannister in unholy alliance. Our stance remains the same. We refuse to condone the murder of children, the terrorizing of entire regions, all done in the name of the throne. Unless Robert recants those policies, or at least punishes the worst offenders, we cannot simply bend the knee. A nod of grim agreement traveled around the table. Lady Anya Waynwood's face hardened. Then so be it. We stand for justice, even if it means facing the king's wrath. But let us be clear-eyed about our odds. If Tywin unites with Robert, they might field an army that dwarfs ours. Yohn Royce drummed his fingers. Which leads to another question. Do we attempt to reach Dorne or the Reach? If the Martells or Tyrells perceive an opportunity to strike the Lannisters, we might tip the balance. Brynden Tully's eyes flickered. We've sent ravens south, but no reply has come. Even if Dorne is outraged by the murder of Princess Elia and her children, they move slowly. The Tyrells remain uncertain. They might fear direct confrontation with the crown. From where Ned stood, leaning one hand on the table, a single clear path emerged. We can't remain idle. We should gather what strength we can from the Riverlands, refortify here, and perhaps push west to harass Tywin's vanguard. If we stall him or weaken him, we might open breathing space to secure more allies. Meanwhile, we keep watchers for any sign of the king. If Robert does not move, we can shift the war's momentum. If he does, we'll adapt. Yohn Royce exchanged looks with Lady Anya, who gave a curt nod. That plan has merit. My men remain fresh, though we lost some in the night's assault. If we do not challenge Tywin, he will gather overwhelming numbers. It might be best to strike first. Elwood Caron spoke in a low tone. We Stormlords are tired from weeks of siege, but we'll ride if that's the decision. The question is, can we leave enough garrison to protect Riverrun from any renewed siege if the main force marches west? Ser Desmond Grell gestured. We have a local militia forming from the small folk plus the Tully retinue that remains. Some men are fit for defense only, having injuries or older age. Perhaps 1,000 could hold these walls if we do not see an onslaught on the scale of the last siege. Brynden snorted softly. 1,000 is meager if Tywin returns in true force, but it might delay him or at least buy us time to respond. Ned could see the lines of the plan forming. Then let us settle it. We gather a field army from the Vale Lords, the Storm Lords, the Northmen who came with you, and the Riverlanders still able to fight. That might total 6,000 or 7,000, possibly more if local houses rally. We leave behind a garrison of 1,000 or so to hold Riverrun under, say, Ser Desmond's command. We push west in careful marches, searching for Tywin's vanguard. If we can defeat him in detail, we reduce his threat. If not, we retreat to better ground. And all the while, we keep watchers to the north for the king. A ripple of agreement spread. The plan, though fraught with risk, felt more proactive than waiting for Tywin to encircle them anew. They hammered out specifics, which knights would remain, how to store the Lannister provisions, how to handle the small folk who had taken shelter in Riverrun. Some suggestions arose to transfer as many refugees as possible to lightly impacted villages or to the Vale's protection, but the Vale Lords were hesitant. Their own supply lines were tenuous. Ultimately, it was decided the small folk might remain under the castle's aegis if they wished, or follow the army west if they had relatives in that direction. An imperfect solution, but war offered no perfect mercies. "Then we march in 3 days," Yon Royce declared, rising from the table. "By that time we'll have sorted the spoils, reorganized the men, and hopefully gleaned more intelligence about Tywin's location." The lords voiced assent. The tension in the hall eased slightly, replaced by a quiet resolution. Ned exhaled. They had a plan, albeit one set upon precarious ground. But better to face the storm than cower in it. The realm was already soaked in blood, and only bold action might end the madness. The council broke up, men dispersing to prepare. Outside, the sky had grown a pale blue, the morning advancing. Ned took a moment alone at the southwestern tower, staring at the rubble that had once threatened to collapse entirely on them. Workers toiled in the wreckage, carefully clearing stones so they could shore up the tower's base. The reek of old fires clung to everything. Yet for once, the wind carried a note of possibility. They had driven the siege back. They were battered, but not broken. A voice behind him said, "Is it truly wise, riding west in search of Tywin? Could we not simply entrench here with the Vale's help?" He turned to see the steward of Riverrun, who wore a worried expression. "Lord Hoster is too ill to speak, but if he could, I imagine he'd want Riverrun protected at all costs." Ned offered a soft nod. "A fair question, but if Tywin roams free, he can gather more men, starve out the countryside, and come back stronger. We do not intend to abandon Riverrun. A garrison will remain. Yet if we do nothing, we might face a siege 10 times worse." The steward sighed, shoulders slumping. "You are right, my lord. Still, my heart aches for the people here. So much blood spilled on these stones already." Ned gently rested a hand on the man's shoulder. "I understand. War spares no one. But with the Vale's reinforcements, we have a chance to limit further suffering, if the gods are merciful." The steward gave a bowed acknowledgement, then left. Ned lingered a moment longer, letting the wind cut across his face. He recalled the earlier days of the rebellion, marching with Robert in a righteous cause. Now everything felt reversed. They were the rebels again, except the king wore Robert's face, and the oppression came from Lannisters. Fate's cruelty had no bounds. He turned and made for the courtyard, determined to start preparations. Everywhere he walked, he encountered fresh evidence of what they'd endured. Battered men limping, bloodstains on stone, the acrid tang of burned siege equipment. Yet also he saw flickers of hope. Vale knights discussing a route to join more river lords, storm lords patching each other's armor. Men found ways to laugh at small mercies as if the prospect of standing shoulder to shoulder in the field had rekindled a sense of pride. He ended up near a makeshift stable where a northern soldier in a patched cloak was brushing down a horse. The man recognized Ned and straightened at once. "My Lord Stark," he said, voice thick with a northern accent. "I marched with Lord Hornwood through the mountains. Hard journey, but we made it." His expression was reverent. "We heard you stood against the king's cruelty, that you refused to murder children in the Targaryen line, that you stand for honor. So we came, though it cost us dear." Ned felt a pang. "You've done more than I could ask. Thank you. Your service will not be forgotten." The soldier nodded, tears bright in his eyes. "The North remembers. We wouldn't let you face this alone." That phrase, "the North remembers," resonated with Ned as he stepped away. Indeed, the memory of their reasons for opposing Robert burned bright. If they gave in now, they'd be no better than the last regime that scoured the realm for supposed threats. So they would keep fighting for as long as it took. He prayed that something good might emerge from the chaos. Over the next 3 days, Riverrun bustled like an overturned anthill. Men loaded wagons with provisions gleaned from the Lannister camp. Crates of salted pork, sacks of barley, dried fruit, spare arrows, rolls of bandages, every resource they could muster was set aside for the upcoming march. Those chosen to remain as garrison under Ser Desmond Grell's command prepared to mend the southwestern tower, stockpile arrows, and refortify the gates. Brynden Tully insisted on marching west with Ned, though the maesters advised rest. He refused to let his seat face new dangers alone. His presence, though physically hampered, was symbolically crucial for rallying river lords along the route. Meanwhile, Yon Royce and the Vale Lords organized their cavalry. Lady Anya Wainwood oversaw a muster of 2,000 men from the mountains, fresh-faced compared to the siege-weary Tully troops. House Belmore contributed another 500, along with smaller contingents from Templeton, Redfort, and others. Some knights had died in the daring midnight assault, but they considered the cost worth paying to free Riverrun. The excitement of an onward campaign stirred them. Ned also made a point to meet the small band of Northmen who had traveled with the Vale. They were led by a grizzled Hornwood captain named Gendrick Snow, a bastard, but respected. Gendrick explained how they'd skirted the King's Watch at Moat Cailin by taking an ancient mountain pass known to a few hardy clans near the Vale's border. The trek cost them weeks, and some men perished in avalanches or wildling attacks, but they'd pressed on, determined to aid Ned. The stories reaffirmed how tenuous every step in this war had become. Yet the North was not wholly absent from the struggle. Small though this band was, it warmed Ned's heart to know they carried news of him back home. With them was a single woman fighter from Bear Island, fierce and silent, but she gave Ned a curt nod that told him the Mormonts still remembered their vow to House Stark. On the second evening, Ned visited Hoster Tully's chamber, though it pained him to see the old man so diminished. The maester said Hoster had brief lucid moments but spent most hours in feverish murmurs. Ned quietly relayed the plan in case the Tully lord could hear. "We ride west with your nephew Brynden. We shall do what we can to protect the Riverlands from Tywin. Your steward remains in good hands here. Riverrun shall not fall again, God's willing." Hoster's eyes fluttered. He managed a faint whisper, "Protect them. Tully, name, keep them safe." Then he sank back into a rasping breath. The maester dabbed his forehead with a cool cloth. Ned lingered for a few minutes, uncertain if Hoster truly understood. War had stolen so much from House Tully over the years. Ned quietly prayed that Hoster would at least live to see the realm free from Tywin's yoke. By the dawn of the third day, the fortress shook with the bustle of final preparations. Horses stomped in lines, men affixed tabards over mail, storm lords tested the edges of their swords. Wagons creaked under newly loaded supplies. Ned oversaw the distribution of rations. Each foot soldier carried a few days' worth in case the baggage train was delayed. The plan was to march in 2 columns, the Vale Knights and cavalry leading, followed by a mixed infantry from the Riverlands, Storm Lords, and the small northern band. Brynden Tully, though in pain, would ride near the front to signal that House Tully marched in defense of its own lands. The courtyard thrummed with determination as trumpets sounded. Ned stood by the main gate, greeting the lords as they formed up. Yon Royce, in his bronze-etched armor, nodded curtly. Lady Anya Wainwood, wearing a plain steel cuirass, spurred her horse and gave Ned a confident glance. Elwood Karen limped but insisted on leading the Storm Lord cavalry. Brynden Tully, pale but resolute, sat astride a rangy horse, flanked by his personal guard. The entire assembly exuded a sense of grim purpose. Waving farewell from the battlements, Sir Desmond Grell and the steward of Riverrun watched with the garrison. The fortress gates rumbled open wide, sunlight spilling onto the battered drawbridge. One by one, the columns moved out, boots thumping on wood, hooves echoing in the still morning air. Ned rode near the head, scanning the horizon for any threat. They passed the southwestern field that had once been Gregor's main camp, now reduced to charred remains and scattered corpses. The men averted their eyes from the worst sights, burying what bodies they could quickly. Vultures circled overhead, nature's grim acceptance of war. But the allied host pressed onward, leaving Riverrun behind them. A hush settled as they moved west, heading deeper into territory that might yet bristle with Lannister ambushes. The Riverlands unrolled before them like a wounded tapestry. Entire swaths of farmland lay blackened from earlier raids, occasional farmsteads still smoldered or stood deserted. Some villages were empty, shutters swinging in the wind, no living soul in sight. Now and then the column passed a cluster of survivors lurking behind ditches. Those survivors waved cautiously, relieved that these troops bore falcon or trout banners rather than the lion. The Vale Knights and Tully men distributed what small rations they could spare, urging villagers to remain hidden or to come behind the army for better protection. It was a slow, painful journey, reminding all that Tywin's cruelty had stained the land. At midday, the host paused to water horses near a shallow stream. Ned, dismounting, approached Yon Royce. "We aim for the Golden Tooth region, correct? Tywin might gather there or near the border with the Westerlands." Royce nodded. "Aye. Scouts suggest he's arrayed around that region, mustering new forces. We'll find a vantage, see if we can draw him into a field battle on ground of our choosing. If we're lucky, we can isolate part of his army before it merges with the rest." Elwood Karen joined them, shading his eyes from the sun. The The Storm Lords will ride as a flanking force. If we spot Tywin's outriders, we'll engage them. We can't let them slip back with intelligence too soon. Ned agreed. Yes, we must keep him guessing. Any sign of Robert's men from the north? A scout nearby answered. None yet, my lord. Our watchers near Harrenhal saw no major force coming down the King's Road. That doesn't mean Robert won't appear eventually. Ned's jaw tightened. He felt the tension that came from operating in the dark. Still, they had no better choice. They resumed marching. Through the afternoon, the columns trudged along winding roads, crossing small tributaries of the Red Fork. Some men muttered at the slow pace, others took advantage to glean leftover harvest from neglected fields. The nights during this campaign might be dangerous. Tywin's men were masters of night raids, so marching by day was safer. Brynden Tully sent outriders ahead, gleaning what few scraps of news local peasants could offer. Most had only fearful tales of Lannister pillagers. That night, they camped in a broad meadow flanked by a copse of oak trees. Pickets stood guard on all sides, mindful of possible ambush. The men built small fires, cooking what rations they had. Under the starry sky, Ned wandered among them, hearing bits of conversation. Vale knights recounted the high pass journey. Stormlords marveled that they now marched side by side with Tully men. A few Northmen quietly told stories of Winterfell's courts. War forged strange bonds. Occasionally, Ned offered a reassuring smile or a firm hand on a weary soldier's shoulder. He recognized the same gleam of battered hope that had carried them through the siege. Before turning in, Ned joined Brynden Tully outside a large campaign tent. The Blackfish reclined on a low stool, wincing whenever he moved. I'm not as young as I once was, he muttered. But I'll keep going. The entire Riverlands is at stake. He gestured to the dark horizon. Somewhere out there, Tywin plans his next cruelty. Ned squatted beside him. Tomorrow we push deeper west. We might meet local lords. Some might rally to us if they see Tully banners. Let's hope we gather more than we face. Brynden inclined his head. A gamble, but that's war. They parted with quiet understanding. Ned returned to his own small tent, letting exhaustion claim him. Dreams came, swirling with images of Robert's face flickering between jovial youth and wrathful king. The skeleton of kings landing burning anew, the entire realm caught in a cycle of vengeance. He woke with a start to the first hint of dawn. Their second day of travel west brought them to a region dotted with rolling hills. The farmland showed signs of scattered skirmishes. Burned fences, arrow-riddled barns, the occasional shallow grave. The men marched in wary formation, cavalry on the wings, archers in the center, foot soldiers trudging between supply wagons. In the mid-afternoon, scouts reported a small holdfast up ahead, Stonyford Keep, rumored to have ties to House Vance or one of the lesser riverlords. The allied host advanced cautiously, expecting a fight. Instead, they found the keep half-ruined by a Lannister raid weeks prior, with only a dozen local men barricaded inside, half-starved. They hailed the Tully banners with relief, explaining that roving Lannisters had murdered their lord. They asked for sanctuary. The allied lords provided what small help they could, urging them to gather survivors and follow or remain behind if they wished. The men sobbed, thankful that Tully had returned. On the third day, the host crossed a larger waterway, one of the branches of the Tumblestone. Bridges had been burned by Lannisters to slow pursuit, forcing the allied men to ford a shallower crossing under the watchful eye of pickets. In the rush of cold water, some supplies got soaked, but they managed to cross with minimal losses. Yohn Roy swore, glancing upstream at the destroyed bridge. Tywin's thorough, damn him. He wants to hamper any army that tries to push west. Elwood Caron shrugged, water dripping from his horse's flanks. We keep going. If the next crossing is also destroyed, we find another route. Tywin can't block them all. As they advanced deeper, the mood grew more tense. Skies turned overcast, a chill wind blowing from the west. The land rose and fell in slopes, trees growing denser. Perfect terrain for ambush. Vale outriders scouted far ahead, returning with news that columns of smoke had been spotted on the horizon, possibly a large Lannister camp or a burning village. The allied host maintained a tight formation. Late that afternoon, they encountered real resistance. A band of Lannister outriders, perhaps 200 strong, spotted the column from a ridge. The Vale scouts rushed back, warning of possible attack. Ned quickly formed lines, ordering archers to the front, cavalry to the flanks. But after a few arrow exchanges, the Lannisters pulled back, presumably riding to inform their commander of the Allied approach. The defenders lost a handful of men in the skirmish, while 2 Lannisters fell to northern arrows. Tense but inconclusive. "They'll know we're here in force," Brynden Tully said. "No more element of surprise. We can only hope we close on Tywin's position before he's fully ready." That night, the Allied lords conferred around a campfire, setting a picket line. The trees rustled ominously. Jon Royce kept scanning the darkness, half expecting a Lannister raid. "Tomorrow, we push to the Golden Road area. Our outriders claim Tywin might have a forward camp there, near an old crossroad fort. We must be ready for a pitched battle." Ned looked at each face in turn, from Lady Anya's stern profile to Elwood Caron's set jaw. "So be it. If we find them, we strike hard and fast to avoid letting them gather reinforcements. Let's see if that net yields Tywin himself or a chunk of his army we can handle." They parted for uneasy sleep. Several times in the night, horns sounded from the perimeter, but it turned out to be false alarms, twigs snapping under animals or the wind rustling leaves. The men were taut as bowstrings, knowing a major clash might be just hours away. By dawn, thick clouds covered the sky, threatening rain. The Allied host marched once more, columns snaking along a muddy track. The outriders reported scattered Lannister signs, hoof prints, burned farmhouses, likely footprints from a larger camp. Morale flickered between cautious hope, maybe they'd find Tywin unprepared, and dread that he might have an overwhelming host. Around midday, the land opened into a wide, shallow valley. A ridge curved along the northern side. The outriders signaled vigorously from that ridge. Ned, Jon Royce, Brynden, and a few others rode up to meet the scouts. From the ridge, they could see a plain below, dotted with the remains of a fort along a small river. The scouts pointed out columns of tents further downstream, partially hidden by trees. A tattered lion banner flapped above the largest tent. Even from this distance, it was clear that hundreds, maybe thousands, of Lannister soldiers occupied the site. The vantage was too distant to gauge exact numbers, but the camp looked sizable. Smoke from cooking fires rose in several distinct plumes. "This must be one of Tywin's forward camps," Ned said, scanning through a Myrish lens. "I see some catapults, a line of wagons. Hard to say if Tywin is present, but the lion banner is prominent. They look better organized than Gregor's men were." Brynden frowned, shading his eyes. "They have cavalry pickets patrolling. We can't expect total surprise. Yet if we strike swiftly, we might catch them forming lines. What do you suggest?" Jon Royce surveyed the terrain. "We can approach from 2 directions, one column up that slope, the other crossing near the river. Pin them if we can. The risk is that if they have more men hidden or a route for quick reinforcements, we'll be hammered. But dithering is no better." Lady Anya Waynwood, who had joined them, studied the plain with a steely gaze. "If we wait, they might spot our entire host and entrench further. We should commit before dusk. Storm them, drive them from the fort. If Tywin is there, we might capture or kill him, ending the threat in one blow." Ned inhaled slowly. He recalled dozens of battles from the previous rebellion, each fraught with risk. "I agree we cannot linger. Our men are prepared. Let's form a plan." They convened quickly, deciding to split the Allied army into 3 prongs. The Vale Knights, led by Jon Royce and Lady Anya, would circle north of the ridge, hitting the Lannister flank. Brynden Tully would lead the central column of infantry straight along the main approach, drawing their attention. Ned and Elwood Caron would command a smaller cavalry wedge to cross the river at a shallow point, hopefully flanking the camp from the south. Once engaged, they would push forward until the Lannisters broke or they discovered it was too large to handle. If the latter, they'd retreat in good order, but morale was high enough that many believed they could triumph with the advantage of surprise and the synergy of the combined force. Men rushed to their assigned positions, hearts pounding. The wind carried the threat of rain, which might hamper cavalry, so time was of the essence. The columns spread out, following the plan. Ned parted from Jon Royce with a firm clasp of arms, each wishing the other well. The ground underfoot grew softer, the sky gray. A hush of anticipation fell across the Allied ranks. Ned's cavalry wedge, numbering about 800 riders total, descended a gentle slope to where the river curved shallow. Elwood Karen rode near Ned, grim determination etched on his face. The Storm Lords were battered from weeks of war but could still muster courage while the small northern band joined them, brandishing spears. The men moved at a trot, mindful of the muddy banks. They timed their charge with Brynden Tully's central column, using horns as a signal. From the crest of a small hill, Ned glimpsed the Lannister camp again. No horns yet. Brynden must be positioning the foot. The enemy camp seemed unsuspecting. Smoke from midday fires drifted upward, though pickets roamed. Ned inhaled, thinking of all the men about to die, men who might have families in the Westerlands. A pang of sorrow. But cruelty had to be stopped, and Tywin's campaign had left them no choice. Then the horns rang out, echoing across the plain. That was Brynden's signal. Almost at once, Ned saw figures in the Lannister camp scurrying, pointing to the ridge where the Tully banners must be appearing. Shouts carried faintly on the wind. The surprise was partial but still advantage enough. Ned lifted his own horn, gave 2 short blasts, and spurred his horse forward. The cavalry wedge surged, forging into the shallow water. Hoofs splashed as men shouted war cries, the swirl of tabards reflecting dire wolf, trout, or falcon devices among the Stormlord sigils. They aimed for the southern flank of the Lannister camp. At first, they met minimal resistance. A handful of Lannister scouts tried to form a line but were trampled or scattered by the cavalry's impetus. Ned slashed a man's spear aside, powering through the shallows. Beside him, Elwood Karen urged men to keep formation. Once across the river, the wedge galloped up the gentle bank, crashing into the edges of the camp. Tents flapped, cooking fires were kicked over, and startled soldiers scrambled for weapons. Moments later, from the west, came the thunderous roar of Brynden Tully's infantry charging behind a wave of archers. Arrows hissed overhead, cutting down disoriented Lannisters. The clamor rose to a fever pitch, men screaming, steel clashing, the pounding of hooves. Ned's group pressed onward, hacking at disorganized Lannisters who tried to form a shield wall near a cluster of wagons. Another volley of Tully arrows hammered them from the side. The line wavered. Before the defenders could regroup, horns blared from the north ridge. The Vale Knights descended, Lady Anya at the forefront, her cloak streaming. They slammed into the Lannister flank. That pincer threatened to envelop the camp. The entire battlefield became a swirl of torches, war cries, hoarse whinnies. The Lannisters fought back fiercely in places, some knights rallying around a battered lion banner, but the triple assault kept them from forming a stable defense. Ned cut down a crossbowman who aimed at him, ignoring the stinging gash on his left arm. He saw glimpses of Elwood Karen to his right, driving a pair of Lannister men from behind a wagon. Smoke rose as flames caught a supply tent. Archers from the Vale peppered any pockets of resistance. The synergy was devastating. Lannister men realized they were pinned from multiple directions, their lines collapsing into chaos. Yet pockets of fierce fighting erupted. Near a makeshift corral, a group of Lannister knights tried to organize. Ned led a portion of cavalry to charge them. Swords rang, sparks flying. A knight with a lion-crested helm engaged Ned in single combat, striking heavy blows that jarred his arm. Ned parried, shifting in the saddle, and found an opening to slash across the man's midsection. Blood sprayed. The knight toppled with a cry. Another lunged at Ned, but a Storm Lord speared him from the side. The swirl of men, horses, and blazing tents was dizzying. The ground turned slick with mud and gore. Amid the battle's frenzy, Ned scanned for a sign of Tywin Lannister, perhaps the golden hair, the stern face. But he saw no figure that matched. Instead, the largest lion banner near the center of the camp belonged to lesser Lannister bannermen. Possibly this was only a portion of Tywin's force, not the main host. Still, if they could defeat it thoroughly, that was progress. Encouraged, the allied men pressed on, scattering the last pockets of resistance. Soon, calls for quarter arose from those Lannisters who realized the fight was lost. Some tried to flee north only to meet Vale cavalry. Others drowned in the river as they attempted to cross in panic. After a final surge near the wagon line, the Lannister force shattered. The allied columns swept the camp, gathering up frightened men who threw down weapons. Wounded from both sides lay sprawled among collapsed tents, moaning for aid. The stench of blood, smoke, and raw fear hung thick in the air. Ned called for a halt to the slaughter, ordering men to accept prisoners where possible. He loathed unnecessary butchery. Even now, they fought to end cruelty, not perpetuate it. As the dust settled, Brynden Tully's infantry fanned out to secure the perimeter. The Vale Knights rallied near a scorched patch of ground, dismounting to take stock of their casualties. Elwood Karen's Storm Lords extinguished small fires, saving what supplies they could. Ned rode through the wreckage, sword still drawn. Bodies littered the ground, many wearing the lion crest. Allied dead and wounded were among them too, a grim testament to the cost of even a successful assault. He found Yohn Royce near the center, kneeling beside a fallen Vale Knight, cradling the man's head. Blood pooled around them. Royce's face was set in sorrow. "A cousin of mine," he said when Ned approached softly. "Died bravely." Ned offered a solemn nod, then turned to Brynden Tully, who arrived limping from a fresh knock to his side. "We have the camp, but no sign of Tywin. The man commanding these troops might be a lesser lord. Let's see if we can glean answers from prisoners." Brynden pointed to a cluster of captured Lannisters, some battered, others wide-eyed. "We'll question them. With luck, we'll learn where Tywin's main host is." Exhausted men corralled the prisoners, forcing them to kneel. One older Lannister officer had a gash on his temple but glared defiantly. Ned dismounted, stepping close. "Who commands here? Where's Tywin Lannister?" The officer spat blood. "You'll get no help from me, Stark. His lordship is beyond your reach." Brynden scowled, but Ned stayed calm. "Your men are beaten. Tell us where Tywin mustered, and perhaps we'll show mercy." A younger prisoner, trembling, blurted, "Tywin's main force is west, near Ashmark, maybe half a day's ride. They said he'd come here soon, but now, I don't know." The older officer shot him a furious look, but the young man continued, voice shaking. "We were only an advance guard told to hold this fort. Tywin has thousands more." Ned exchanged a glance with Brynden, then looked at the young prisoner again. "Where, precisely?" The prisoner swallowed hard, eyes darting. "By the old mines near Ashmark. Word is he's raising more bannermen, forging weapons. Some say the king might come, or might not. We only do as told." That gave Ned enough insight to guess Tywin's movement. If he was half a day west with thousands, he might descend at any moment. They had no time to waste. Brynden exhaled. "So we must choose. Do we press on, attempt another surprise, or fortify this position to meet him?" Yohn Royce, stepping forward, clasped Ned's shoulder. "We've taken losses, but we still have the advantage of momentum. If Tywin is unprepared for us, we might break him. But if he's strong and we're forced into a head-on clash with an outnumbered force, it could doom us." A hush fell as leaders gathered around. Elwood Caron, breathing heavily from the fight, gave a curt nod. "We can't stay in this half-burned fort with minimal defenses. Either we move swiftly or we retreat to a better position. But to turn back now might waste our victory." Men around them wrestled with the question, adrenaline still coursing from the battle. The ground was thick with the dead and dying. Brynden Tully wiped sweat from his brow. "If Tywin is so close, let's at least send outriders to confirm. If we find an opening to strike him before he unites further, we should do so. The realm may never forgive us if we let him slip away." Ned weighed the logic. The thought of facing Tywin's rumored thousands was sobering, but so was the notion of letting him combine with King Robert or muster more men. "Agreed. We gather what we can from this camp, treat our wounded, send outriders. If we see an opening, we strike quickly. Otherwise, we position ourselves advantageously. Let us not forget the risk from Robert." Royce nodded. "We'll keep watchers on the eastern roads as well. The moment we see any sign of the king's host, we reevaluate. But for now, let's finish here." A wave of relief and exhaustion rippled. The men set about collecting spoils, swords, armor, rations, perhaps some coin from the Lannister coffers. They also scoured for any sign of captured Riverlanders or potential intelligence. Some captive soldiers mumbled about Tywin's fury at losing the river on siege. Others whispered that Gregor Clegane was still alive, somewhere in Tywin's orbit. The Allied side found small groups of terrified peasants huddling behind collapsed tents, evidently forced to serve the Lannisters as laborers. Freed, they wept with gratitude. By the time darkness fell, the Allied host had made the Lannister camp their own. Though many tents were burned, enough remained to shelter the wounded from the gathering rain. Sentries ringed the perimeter, anticipating a counterattack. The fort itself, a ruined shell, gave minimal protection, but archers could mount the crumbling walls. Thunder rolled in the distance and lightning flashed over the southwestern sky. Storms threatened to complicate everything come morning. Ned found a quiet corner beside a half-collapsed wagon. The swirling smoke from a lingering fire stung his eyes. A few stormlords gathered near, murmuring about old battles. He felt the day's fatigue weigh on him like a lead cloak, but sleep was a distant dream. Each thunderclap reminded him that Tywin might strike under cover of night. To steady himself, he walked among the wounded. Maesters from the Vale and the fortress worked in tandem, though supplies were limited. Groans of pain filled the air. Ned knelt beside a northern soldier whose arm had been nearly severed, offering a few comforting words. The man recognized him, gasping thanks even as the maester tried to staunch the bleeding. Farther along, a Vale Knight mumbled deliriously, having lost a foot to an axe blow. Scenes of quiet horror repeated themselves. War was not glory but blood and heartbreak. Eventually, Ned made his way to Brynden Tully's makeshift command tent, where Jon Royce and Elwood Karen huddled over a flickering lantern. Rain began to patter on the canvas overhead. They were discussing the day's casualties, perhaps 100 Allied dead, more wounded. A stiff price, though less than had it been a pitched field with prepared Lannister lines. They captured or killed nearly the entire Lannister garrison of 1,000 or so, a significant blow. Yet no sign of Tywin or any senior Lannister figure. Royce looked up. We plan to send outriders at first light if the storm allows. They'll head west toward Ashmark, see if Tywin's truly there. If the mountains block them or the rains swell the rivers, we might have to wait. Our men need rest. Ned's voice came out flat with exhaustion. Agreed. We can't march an entire army in the dark while thunderstorms loom, especially with wounded to tend. We hold this position tonight, remain on high alert. Elwood Karen nodded. We've posted triple sentries. If the Lannisters attempt a midnight counter, they'll find us ready. But I suspect Tywin would gather more strength rather than rush in. He's too cunning. They ended the discussion with a silent prayer that the storm would not hamper them too much. Ned found a spot by a small brazier in the corner of the tent, rubbed his temples, and drifted into a fitful doze. Thunder rumbled and the wind rattled the tent. Outside, the storm broke, sending sheets of rain lashing the ground. Men cursed as water pooled around the half-burned tents. A few smaller fires were extinguished. Lightning illuminated the dismal scene, banners flapping wetly, wagons sinking into mud, the lumps of dead strewn across the plain. Yet they had reason to claim victory. The night wore on with no sign of a Lannister reprisal. Perhaps Tywin had not realized the scale of the Allied presence. Or perhaps he waited for a more opportune moment to strike. Dawn arrived in a sullen gray light, revealing a camp sodden by rain. Men rose, grumbling about soaked bedrolls, but parted to clear drainage channels or find what dryness they could. Despite the discomfort, the host's spirits ran high. They'd won a major skirmish. Over a breakfast of cold bread and salted meat, men swapped stories of the night's triumphs. Brynden Tully moved stiffly among them, praising their valor. Some peasants from the local area crept out of hiding to tentatively approach. The Allied lords tried to reassure them, though few illusions remained that the war was near ending. Mid-morning brought word from the Outriders, no sign of Tywin's main force in the immediate area. They discovered a few traces of large troop movement further west. The land near Ashmark was mountainous, dotted with old mines and narrow passes. The Outriders did not venture too far, wary of ambush. One rumor surfaced that Tywin had marched even farther south, possibly pivoting around to outflank them. Confusion reigned. The Allied leadership gathered again in the soggy remains of the Lannister fort to debate the next move. Jon Royce studied a damp scrap of parchment on which the Outriders had sketched approximate routes. We can push west along the main road, hoping to corner Tywin near Ashmark, or we can turn south, suspecting he's shifted that way. Either path could lead to success or an empty chase. Elwood Karen frowned. If Tywin truly marched south, we might be heading the wrong way if we keep going west. We risk stranding ourselves in these mountains. On the other hand, chasing rumors might let Tywin slip away entirely. Brynden Tully placed a hand on the table. We must recall the risk from Robert. If the king moves, we can't stray so far from the trident that we cannot respond. The realm is too wide. Damn Tywin, always elusive. Ned listened, weighing the threads of rumor. Tywin's cunning is legendary, but if he marched south in secret, perhaps he means to link with another Lannister force. Or he aims to strike at some riverland stronghold we left uncovered. The entire realm is undone. We can't protect every corner. Lady Anya Waynwood sighed. We can't let him gather unstoppable strength. Our best chance might be to commit to a path west or south and force an engagement. If we remain here, we gain nothing. A hush followed, each searching for clarity in a sea of unknowns. Finally, Ned spoke with quiet conviction. Let us continue west a short distance, verifying Tywin's presence near Ashmark. If we find nothing, we pivot south quickly. Meanwhile, we send outriders to the south in parallel. That way, if Tywin has indeed shifted direction, we learn swiftly. Royce nodded. A workable compromise. We'll do it. The men are ready to march again. We leave behind minimal forces to hold this camp. Our wounded cannot travel easily. Then we push on. So it was decided. By noon, the host reassembled in the muddy plain, leaving a small detachment of about 200 to guard the wounded and the Lannister prisoners. The skies remained leaden, threatening more rain. The roads west grew narrower, weaving between rolling hills and thick copses of trees. Progress was slow, the men cursing the mud, but they pressed on in a sprawl of infantry, cavalry, and supply wagons. 2 days of dreary travel ensued, marked by fleeting skirmishes with Lannister scouts. Each encounter suggested they were on the right track, more signs of recent campfires, hoofprints, and looted farmsteads. The Outriders reported rumors from local peasants that a massive Lannister host had indeed gathered west, but they also heard whispers that part of it might have broken off and gone south. Conflicting accounts. The allied lords persevered, hoping for a decisive confrontation. On the second evening, as dusk fell, the Outriders returned with a jolt of real news. They'd glimpsed what they believed to be Tywin's main host in a valley about 10 miles ahead, near an ancient watchtower overlooking a rocky pass. Thousands of tents, well-disciplined, carrying Tywin's personal banners, crimson and gold. The Outriders had not ventured too close for fear of being detected, but they surmised that if the allied force advanced another day's march, they might well meet Tywin in open battle. Men's hearts soared and quailed in equal measure. Could this be the moment they confronted the dreaded Tywin Lannister face to face? They quickly made camp, forging a plan to rise at first light, approach the pass, and see if Tywin would offer battle. Some whispered that Tywin might have monstrous numbers. Others declared he would run once he realized he was outflanked. Emotions ran high, some men swigging from flasks to steady nerves. Ned convened with Jon Royce, Brynden, Lady Anya, Elwood Karen, and the other captains under a large canvas tent. Lanterns burned, lighting anxious faces. Royce said, if the Outriders are correct, Tywin's camp sits near a pass with good vantage. He could be waiting for us. But if he's pinned, he might retreat further into the mountains or risk a pitched battle. We must be cautious. Brynden Tully rubbed his side. Let's see if we can force him to show his hand. If he stands and fights, we might break him. If he flees, we chase, but carefully. We can't let him slip behind us. Elwood Karen, arms folded, gave a grim smile. Our men want an end to this. They yearn to avenge the atrocities we've seen. If Tywin stands tomorrow, the day might decide the shape of this war. Ned looked around the circle, remembering the battered defenders at Riverrun, the Vale's long trek, the Stormlord's dissatisfaction with Robert's cruelty, the small northern band who risked life and limb to support him. All these forces converged now, forging an alliance that might topple Tywin's ambitions or be destroyed in a single massive clash. The tension bristled through the tent. Then we rest tonight and rise ready. If fortune smiles, we end Tywin's terror. If not, we fight to uphold what's right. The realm has bled enough. A murmur of agreement sealed the plan. Men parted with stiff bows, preparing for the dawn. Outside, the night was cold and dark, no moon to guide them. Ned paced the perimeter of the camp once again, ensuring sentries were posted. He glimpsed Lady Anya Waynwood quietly talking to a group of Vale archers, praising them for their discipline. Jon Royce conferred with a few of his younger knights about cavalry maneuvers. Brynden Tully scowled at the horizon as though hoping to see Tywin's banner through the gloom. Elwood Karen wrapped a cloak around his shoulders and sank onto a crate, leg throbbing but determination shining in his eyes. Ned paused by a small fire where the band of Northmen huddled. Gendrik Snow stood, inclining his head. My lord, we stand with you tomorrow no matter how the battle goes. The North remembers. We do not yield to cruelty. Ned felt a lump in his throat. Thank you, all of you. We stand together. He gazed at the circle of weary faces, each resolved in quiet bravery. War had forced them into an improbable fellowship. If the gods were just, they might prevail. He retired to his tent, though true sleep eluded him. Memories churned, his father's death under the Mad King, the rebellion's bitter triumph, the vow that they would build a better realm. Instead, the realm had sunk into new shadows. Duty demanded he keep fighting, even if it pitted him against the friend he once loved. The flicker of a lamp cast wavering shapes on the tent walls. Eventually, he dozed, sword within arm's reach. Before dawn, horns roused the camp. Men rose stiffly, saddling horses, belting on swords, rolling away tents. Fires were doused. An electrified hush cloaked them. They marched out under a gray sky, the chill wind carrying the promise of rain. As they neared the pass, Outriders returned with final confirmation Tywin's host had not moved. Thousands of men, an array of banners, catapults, war wagons. Enough might to rival them or surpass them. The allied lords formed lines, hearts pounding. Jon Royce took the right flank, commanding Vale cavalry. Brynden Tully and Lady Anya formed the center with foot soldiers from the Riverlands and Vale. Ned Stark and Elwood Karen commanded the left flank, a mix of Stormlords, Northmen, and Tully Knights. In total, perhaps 8 or 9,000 strong, battered but resolute. Ahead, the pass opened into a wide valley ringed by rocky slopes. The Lannister lines spread across the valley floor. Even at distance, one could sense their discipline, bright armor, ranks of spears, cavalry wings. The Golden Lion banners whipped in the breeze, interspersed with lesser banners of allied houses. War horns boomed from the Lannister side, echoing across the valley. The allied men tensed. This was it. Ned reined in beside Brynden Tully, scanning the distant lines. If we must fight, we'd best do so swiftly before they can envelop us. They seem well positioned, but not unassailable. Brendan's face was stony. I see no sign of Tywin himself. Possibly he's somewhere near the center. If we break their center, the rest may fold. Or if Tywin falls, that might end the battle quickly. A horn blast from the Lannister side signaled readiness. The allied horns responded, a clash of brassy notes that set hearts racing. Ned took a deep breath, recalling the fateful battles of the rebellion, the roar of the trident, Robert's triumphant warhammer. Now, that same unstoppable force lay arrayed against him in principle, though Robert was not physically here. He forced the sentiment away. The men needed him present and steady. One final look passed between the allied leaders across the lines. Then the drums began, a low pounding that reverberated in every chest. Orders rang out. The allied host advanced, banners lifting in the wind. On the Lannister side, ranks of spearmen lowered pikes, crossbows angled. The distance closed, step by thunderous step. The day's early light glinted off steel in 1,000 bright sparks. Ned edged forward with his cavalry, the horses snorting in tension. He could make out the individual helms of the Lannister front line now, no signs of flight or stalling. They were here to fight in earnest. A hush fell, then someone loosed the first arrow. It arced overhead, burying itself in a Lannister shield. Then a wave of crossbow bolts hissed in reply. The battle commenced. Roaring shouts and the clang of steel erupted. The allied center, led by Brynden and Lady Anya's foot, charged the Lannister ranks, colliding in a riot of spears and swords. Ned spurred his horse, leading the cavalry on the left flank to sweep around, hoping to flank the Lannister crossbow lines. But the Lannisters had stationed knights to guard their wings. They met Ned's charge with bristling lances. Horses screamed, men toppled. Ned slashed at a knight's lance, deflecting it with the flat of his blade. A storm lord next to him took a spear to the chest, flipping off his mount in a spray of blood. Chaos reigned. From the corner of his eye, Ned saw Vale cavalry on the right flank clash with Lannister riders, each side swirling in a cavalry melee. The shriek of frightened horses mingled with the clang of swords. In the center, foot soldiers battered each other in savage lines, pikes thrusting. Archers from both sides rained arrows. Some soared wide, others found marks in the press. Bodies piled up in the muddy grass. The roar of war consumed the valley. Ned pressed deeper, aiming to disrupt the Lannister crossbows. Elwood Caron led a group forward, hacking past a ring of Lannister men. Arrows whizzed overhead, and a crossbow bolt grazed Ned's thigh, ripping his breeches. Pain flared, but he grit his teeth and urged his stallion on. Soon, they reached a cluster of crossbowmen reloading behind a line of spears. Ned and his cavalry crashed into them, steel on steel. Crossbowmen scattered or fell under slicing swords. A hail of arrow fire from the allied archers behind them finished the job. The left flank began to curve inward, threatening to envelop that portion of the Lannister lines. A surge of hope. But the Lannisters were far from beaten. At the center, more of their infantry poured in, a second wave. Horns blared. Catapults lobbing stones from behind their lines battered the allied foot, though not as effectively as they might, given the close-quarters nature of the fight. Ned glimpsed large standard-bearers rallying pockets of Lannister knights for a countercharge. He and Elwood tried to regroup the cavalry, but the field was a swirling mess of engaged lines. The fighting escalated. A pounding heartbeat of chaos. Mud churned under thousands of boots. The tang of blood saturated the air. Men died every moment, each life snuffed in the grim press. Hours seemed to pass in the span of heartbeats. Ned found himself locked in a brutal dance of parrying and slashing. A Lannister knight hammered him with a morning star, nearly unseating him. Another blow battered his shield to pieces. He gasped, thrust his sword into a gap in the knight's armor, felt the quiver of flesh giving way. The knight collapsed, still gripping the morning star's chain. Ned jerked free, panting. Where was the leadership of the Lannister side? At one point, a lull opened in the lines near the left flank. Ned saw a mounted figure in fancy armor, flanked by a half-dozen knights, trying to rally men. Could that be Tywin? No, this figure was younger, with dark hair. Possibly one of Tywin's bannermen. A group of Vale riders crashed into them, scattering the rally. Ned spurred on, but the moment passed in a swirl of dust. On the Allied right, Yohn Royce's cavalry forced the Lannister riders back, slowly turning that flank. In the center, the Tullyvale infantry line advanced another dozen yards, though at terrible cost. The Lannister ranks threatened to collapse inward if their wings were compromised. But then fresh horns echoed from the Lannister rear. A new wave of soldiers came flooding forward, reserves perhaps numbering in the hundreds. They hammered into the Allied center, pushing Brynden Tully's men back. Shouts of alarm rang out. The Allied lines wavered. Men risked being pinned between that onslaught and the remnants of the Lannister front. Ned cursed, struggling to keep track. War was an ever-shifting puzzle of lines and morale. If the Allied center broke, the flanks would be exposed. Amid the chaos, Elwood Caron urged men to ride to Brynden's aid. Ned followed, leading what cavalry they could spare. They crashed into the side of the fresh Lannister wave, sowing confusion. The volley of crossbow bolts that followed ripped into Lannister ranks. Vale archers on a distant slope used the vantage to great effect. The Lannisters reeled again. Another roar from the Allied lines signaled in advance. Step by step, the Allies reclaimed momentum. At that moment, a hush seemed to blanket Ned's mind. Through the swirl of fighting, he glimpsed a figure in polished plate, standing tall amid a cluster of retreating Lannister men. Gray-green eyes beneath a flared helm, golden hair catching the muddy light. Tywin Lannister, if Ned's memory served. He stared for a heartbeat. Yes, it had to be Tywin. The man's stern visage was set in iron determination, though Ned could not read his expression from this distance. Tywin, flanked by a ring of household guards, tried to stiffen the line, gesturing with an ornate sword to direct his men. Ned's pulse thundered. If they could take Tywin now, the entire Lannister force might collapse. But Tywin was not easily approached. A wedge of seasoned knights surrounded him. And just as Ned spurred his horse, fresh Lannister cavalry burst in from the side, intercepting. A savage melee erupted, forcing Ned to break off. He lost sight of Tywin in the confusion. Shouts clashed, hooves battered the earth. A blow from behind nearly unhorsed him. He turned to slash at a Lannister spearman, cutting him down. By the time he looked for Tywin again, the gold-haired figure was gone, swallowed by the swirling fight. Slowly, inexorably, the Allied lines advanced again. Vale cavalry hammered the Lannister flank, Tully foot pressed the center, Stormlords and Northmen flanked the other side. The Lannisters broke in pockets, some retreating to catapults, others forming desperate shield walls. The thunder of horns and the ring of steel dominated the valley. As the day wore on, exhaustion set in, men panting, caked with blood and mud, arms trembling. But the Allied side sensed victory if they could keep the pressure. Finally, with both flanks collapsing and the center battered by repeated charges, the Lannisters began a full retreat. Horn calls echoed and men streamed away from the pass, discarding shields to run faster. The Allied leaders exhorted their men to pursue. Shattered catapults were left behind. Ned, too weary to chase far, let the cavalry handle the pursuit. He reined up near the battered middle of the field where bodies lay thick. Pools of blood turned the grass red. The stench was overwhelming. Allies limped among the fallen, checking for survivors. A few Lannisters tried to resist, but archers cut them down. Brynden Tully arrived, leaning on a soldier's shoulder, gasping. They're fleeing to the west. Tywin must be with them or else separate. We hammered them hard. Ned dismounted with effort, nearly buckling. Blood dripped from a cut on his brow. We'll see if the outriders can find him. The main thing is they broke. We've done what we set out to do. Yohn Royce approached, helmet under one arm, face streaked with soot. We lost many, he said quietly, scanning the carnage. But the Lannisters have lost more. If Tywin escapes, we must remain vigilant. This was a blow, but not the end. We can't chase them into the western mountains blindly. Elwood Caron came, bleeding from a slice across his cheek. He forced a smile. The day is ours. By the gods, we might have changed the realm's course here. Men around them began to cheer raggedly. The battered triumph overshadowed the horror underfoot, at least for that moment. They had faced Tywin's might in a pitched battle and driven it away. The realm had not seen Tywin beaten so soundly in years. The Allied host was left standing in command of the field. Ned closed his eyes briefly, letting the swirl of cheers and sobs wash over him. They had come far from the siege of Riverrun. They had risked everything, forging an improbable alliance, and for now they stood victorious. But war did not end with a single victory. Tywin, though beaten, was not dead or captured. Robert Baratheon remained in the neck. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the plain of corpses. Ned forced himself to address the tasks at hand, gather the wounded, bury the dead as best they could, salvage what supplies they might. Another day's work lay ahead, and beyond that, an uncertain horizon. Yet the faint light of hope flickered stronger than it had in weeks. By standing together, they had defied cruelty, and perhaps, if fortune held, they might turn the realm away from the dark path it had tread for too long. Ned gazed across the field where crows circled. He remembered the old words of House Stark, "Winter is coming." Yes, and with it the test of every vow, every act. If they continued to hold to honor, to refuse the lure of butchery, maybe the snows would yield something better in the spring. Maybe Robert, wherever he was, would finally see what destruction Tywin had sown. Or maybe the realm would be torn further. In that moment, among the fallen, Ned clung to the single truth: they had chosen to stand for what was right, and they had not yet fallen. So long as that choice remained, there was a chance for the kingdom to heal. And in the swirling gloom, that chance was enough. The wind that gusted across the battlefield that evening carried more than the lingering stench of blood and smoke. It bore an undercurrent of uneasy triumph. Scattered cheers still rose in patches across the field of corpses, where allied soldiers gathered in tight clusters to confirm victory and account for their own. The ground squelched beneath their boots, turning ruddy with mud and gore. Horses whinnied and stamped, some riderless, flinching at the crows that were already beginning to circle. Here and there, moans of the wounded drifted over the clamor. Yet this was a triumph, though a costly one, and the men who had fought so hard to rid the Riverlands of Tywin Lannister's iron grip clung to that truth with desperate pride. Ned Stark stood near the broken remnants of a Lannister war wagon, leaning on his sword. He could feel his body protesting every small shift of weight. Pain throbbed at the gash on his brow and the bolt scrape on his thigh. His cloak hung heavy with grime, and his arms trembled from the hours of fighting. But it was done. The roar of battle had quieted to the ragged after-sound of survivors. Cries for help, the clash of steel on steel as scattered foes were cornered or captured, the barking of orders by allied knights trying to enforce discipline in the aftermath. Looking out across the churned valley, he could scarcely believe it. They had faced Tywin Lannister's host in a pitched engagement near Ashmark, a confrontation so many had feared. Though the Lion's armies had been formidable, the allied forces from the Vale, the Riverlands, the Stormlands, and a scattering of Northmen had pressed on in a three-pronged assault. When the lines broke, it happened with the same savage suddenness that often decided battles, a slackening of discipline here, a pocket of fierce cavalry pushing forward there, and then wave upon wave of men pulling back in fear of encirclement. By the time the sun slanted low in the sky, the Lannister center had collapsed. The rest followed. In the distance, plumes of dust trailed westward where the remnants of Tywin's army had fled, harried by allied outriders. Already, horns had signaled that the main body of the allied host would not pursue too far into the mountains in darkness. Even so, the victory felt real. The sting of Tywin's intimidation had lessened. Another day's hammer blow to the Lion, two such major defeats in a short span, first losing Riverrun's siege, then losing this pitched battle. It was possible the momentum had shifted in the realm. Ned turned, spotting Brynden Tully limping across the wreckage. The Blackfish looked drawn and pallid, but determination still lit his eyes. His injuries from the earlier weeks had not fully healed, yet he had refused to remain behind. Now he pressed a hand to his side, wincing with each step. A spray of dried blood, not all his own, matted the front of his surcoat. When he caught Ned's gaze, he mustered a tired smile. "I'd feared another near-run thing," Brynden said quietly, "but it seems Tywin decided the day wasn't worth more blood. They're scattering west in disarray. Yohn Royce's outriders confirm no organized force remains in the valley." Ned nodded. "We still lost too many. I've scarcely begun to tally. The field is a butcher's yard." He raised his eyes to the battered lines of men who were methodically gathering their wounded and dragging the dead into rows. Yet it could have been worse. If Tywin had pinned us between those ridges, we might have shared a different fate. Brynden sighed, relief mingling with grief. "We must see to it that this is not in vain. 2 defeats in quick succession, Riverrun freed, and now a victory at Ashmark's threshold. That might rattle Tywin's hold. The realm will hear of it." Ned cast a glance at the looming slopes to the west, where the last glimmers of sunlight caught the peaks. "Yes," he said, "though we'd best not forget King Robert. If he finally stirs from the neck, we might find ourselves facing a fresh threat." He felt the old ache for the man Robert had once been, for the dream they'd shared of toppling the Mad King and forging a realm of justice. Yet the friend he remembered seemed far away, replaced by the iron-fisted monarch who condoned Tywin's atrocities. A distant horn call interrupted their talk, one of the Vale signals. When Ned peered across the field, he saw Yohn Royce astride a mud-spattered stallion, beckoning the allied captains to gather around a large wrecked catapult that lay on its side. "I'll go," Ned said to Brynden. Have the men keep securing prisoners. We can't let fear or rage spark a massacre. Brendan nodded and limped off, issuing orders in a low voice. Ned picked his way through the chaos. A handful of Lannister wounded lay moaning or calling for mother or gods. Sometimes allied soldiers stooped to render aid or search for spoils. More than once, Ned had to remind men to keep their anger in check. The realm's hatred for Tywin's cruelty burned deep, and some saw any Lannister as undeserving of mercy. But Ned refused to let them become the monsters they despised. This war had begun precisely because they'd rejected the notion of butcher's work. He prayed that principle would hold, though he knew some men found it difficult to quell the thirst for vengeance. He reached the battered catapult where Yohn Royce sat tall in the saddle, scanning the horizon. Lady Anya Waynwood was beside him, her armor splashed with gore and her cheek sporting a fresh bruise. Elwood Cairn stood at the base of the catapult, leaning heavily on a spear, face pale from a cut across his temple that trickled blood. Despite their fatigue, they exuded the fierce satisfaction of a battle won. Royce's voice carried wearily. We've driven them out, but I fear we can't chase them far tonight. The terrain grows treacherous and their scattered bands might rally or set traps. We lack the numbers to safely comb every pass. Ned agreed. We risk losing more than we'd gain by plunging blindly in the dark. Let them run. We can regroup here, bury our dead, tend our wounded. Then decide if we continue the pursuit tomorrow or if we shift the war's focus. Lady Anya wiped her brow with a blood-smeared gauntlet. I'd love to see Tywin cornered once and for all, but I doubt we can force a quick end if he's determined to flee. The man has resources. Also, I keep thinking about news from the Neck. If the king sees us triumphing here, might he march to put us down? Elwood Cairn spat onto the ground. I suspect so. Robert cannot allow these defeats to stand unchallenged. If we let Tywin slip away, we might live to face the king's hammer. Or he might unify with Tywin at some point. The realm is in tatters, but that might still be a threat. Yohn Royce exhaled, glancing toward Ned. We came to break Tywin's tyranny and to stand with you, Lord Stark, in resisting the king's cruel policies. We've done well so far, but the question is, do we push the advantage or consolidate? Our men are exhausted. This is a real dilemma. Ned surveyed the field again, heart heavy. We must at least assess our casualties and glean what we can from prisoners. If Tywin's main host is broken or severely weakened, we might attempt a swift chase. But I suspect he'll still have enough men to remain dangerous. He drew a breath. One step at a time. Let's secure the field, set up a defensive perimeter, and gather for a council by nightfall. We'll share what intelligence we have and decide how to proceed. It was enough direction for now. They parted to their tasks. Ned joined a cluster of storm lords who were clearing a swath of ground near a toppled Lannister banner to serve as a triage station. Already, the smell of open wounds and boiled wine hung in the damp evening air. Maesters from the Vale bustled among lines of prone soldiers, their robes stained red to the knees, administering poppy milk and stitching gashes by the ruddy glow of torches. Ned knelt to speak with one injured archer who recognized him with hazy eyes, managing a faint grin. Lord Stark, we did it, the man whispered, then coughed up flecks of blood. Ned squeezed the man's hand gently, urging him to hold on. Nearby, a limp Lannister soldier, his lion crest slashed by a sword stroke, had a broken spear lodged in his gut. One of the allied footmen turned to Ned and asked if they should even bother with him. Ned nodded firmly. If he's alive, help him. We're not butchers. The footman begrudgingly bent to see if the man still drew breath. Such scenes repeated across the broad valley. The crows that circled overhead grew bolder, swooping closer each time men turned their backs. The living worked frantically to gather or burn the bodies of the dead, not wanting disease to fester. Small squads carried torches, planting them at intervals to guide the pickets that circled the area. Soon the entire plain flickered with scattered firelight, creating a surreal patchwork of shadows. Near twilight, a cold drizzle began to fall, a miserable drizzle that soaked through cloaks and made every old bruise ache anew. Men grumbled, though some called it a blessing that the drizzle would help wash away blood. Ned retreated to a half-collapsed stretch of wagon ramparts that his soldiers had propped into a makeshift shelter. The ground beneath was still muddy, but at least the overhead tarps kept the worst of the rain out. Within that crude shelter, Yohn Royce, Lady Anya Waynwood, Elwood Cairn, Brynden Tully, and a few other key commanders gathered. Torchlight danced on their weary faces. Ned stood among them, his sword laid aside, a bandage wrapped around the cut on his arm. Rain pattered on the tarps. The hush of the battlefield formed a background murmur, boots sloshing in puddles, the occasional groan of a wounded man, the stamping of horses as men tried to calm them. Royce spoke first. Our outriders have chased the fleeing Lannisters a short distance. They confirm the route leads into rugged hills. The enemy is in chaos, but we see no sign of a cohesive rearguard. Some outriders captured a few stragglers. They say Tywin survived, that he rode west with a handful of bodyguards. They suspect he'll regroup, but not tonight. Elwood Karen grunted. Regroup, yes, but with what? We destroyed or scattered thousands. He might gather more from the Westerlands, but that could take weeks. Lady Anya nodded. Weeks might be enough for the king to intervene, and if Robert arrives, Tywin can link with him. The dynamic changes again. Brynden Tully shifted, pressing a hand to his side. At least for now, the immediate threat to the Riverlands is lifted. We could press our advantage, keep hitting Tywin's scattered remnants. Or we could pivot, returning to the Riverlands proper to solidify defenses, or even move north to face the king before he can march. I know not which is best. All eyes turned to Ned. He felt their expectations weighing on him. He was the one who had started the stand by refusing Robert's edicts, sparking the fracture that led to new alliances. Now, with Tywin battered, the question loomed. Was it better to stay on the offensive or to anticipate Robert's next move? He inhaled, letting the torch's dim glow play on his face. If we had infinite men, I'd say chase Tywin to the gates of Casterly Rock. But we don't. Our forces are depleted. We can't risk an extended chase into mountainous terrain. Not with Winter's Edge creeping closer and the king unaccounted for. If Robert marches, we need the strength to meet him. As for the Riverlands, Ned went on, we've freed Riverrun and broken the Lion's hold. The small folk might begin to recover if we keep pushing smaller Lannister raiding bands out. We might do that more easily if we maintain a centralized position, rather than diving deeper west. Perhaps we should secure a line along the Red Fork or near Harrenhal so that we can pivot if the king appears. If Tywin attempts to muster again, we'll have outriders in place. Silence followed. Elwood Karen sighed. You propose caution. I can't say I disagree. Chasing Tywin blind could be a fool's errand. The Storm Lords have bled plenty. I'd rather ensure we don't lose everything if Robert suddenly arrives. Yohn Royce rubbed a hand across his bearded jaw. Yes, we could hold a strong position in the Riverlands, gather local lords who remain. If Tywin tries a resurgence or if Robert comes from the neck, we'd be well placed to respond. We might also keep sending ravens to Dorne or the Reach, urging them to see that the lion is reeling. They might be more inclined to join us if we appear stable. Lady Anya's eyes flicked around. I suspect they will. News of Tywin's defeat here will spread, just as word of the fiasco at Riverrun must have. But I wonder, does this bring us any closer to peace? Or only a larger conflagration? Brynden Tully let out a dry laugh. Peace would require Robert to renounce his cruelty and Tywin to step aside. That seems as likely as the others tap dancing on the wall. But we can shape the realm's future if we don't let up. Right now, Tywin's battered, the king is still idle at the neck, or so we guess, and we hold the advantage for the first time. Let's not squander it. Ned nodded. Agreed. We'll not slip back into passivity. We'll gather the wounded, reorganize, then move back toward the heart of the Riverlands, somewhere we can fortify. Perhaps near Harrenhal if it's not too compromised. We'll keep outriders watching west. If we see a chance to strike Tywin's muster again, we can. If the king moves, we react swiftly. A murmur of assent passed among them. That at least offered a framework. They hashed out details, a day or two for the men to recover, bury the dead, gather supplies from the beaten Lannister camp. Then a steady march east, hopefully unopposed. The talk was subdued, overshadowed by the knowledge that the war was far from done, even if they'd pried loose the lion's jaws for now. By the time they finished, full night had fallen, the drizzle turning into a persistent rain. The torches outside the makeshift shelter sputtered in the damp, casting eerie shadows on the churned mud. Men trudged about, heads bent, some carrying the last of the wounded to drier ground. The allied lords parted, each to see to his responsibilities, leaving Ned alone with his thoughts. He lingered by the tarp's edge, letting cold droplets spatter his face. The swirling gloom beyond was alive with flickering lights, the hush of pained moans, the occasional bark of an officer. This was the true face of war, battered men, soaked and half-starved, picking through ruin to see if the next dawn would bring them fresh horrors. He thought of Robert at Storm's End once, so full of life, proclaiming they would reshape the realm. Now the realm threatened to shape them into the next set of butchers if they did not remain vigilant. Yet this night, the allied host had proved that justice and mercy could stand firm. They had not stooped to cruelty, nor had they faltered before Tywin's might. When he turned away, exhaustion swamped him so completely that he nearly collapsed. A bedroll lay under the shelter. He eased himself down, ignoring the squelch of damp ground. A quick meal of stale bread and watery wine was all he could manage. Sleep tugged at him, yet each time he closed his eyes, images of the day's slaughter flared behind his lids, Robert's face glimmering at the edges. He tried to smother that recollection, focusing instead on the raw sense of relief that Tywin's menace, for now, had been blunted. Eventually, weariness prevailed, drawing him into a restless doze. He woke to the pale light of an overcast dawn, a stiffness in his joints that made him groan. Outside, men were stirring, cursing the mud that clung to everything. The drizzle had ceased, leaving a chill wind that rattled the half-burned tents. Brynden Tully was already up, hobbling among the lines, a grim set to his mouth. Everywhere Ned looked, he saw the cost of victory, hundreds of fresh graves hastily dug in the soggy earth, the living left to keep forging ahead. Throughout the morning, squads scoured the battlefield's edges for any last survivors or stragglers. Some emerged from the gullies, half-dead or delirious. Allied archers kept watch in case Lannister rearguards lingered. But beyond the valley, no threat materialized. Jon Royce estimated they had the day to organize before any significant enemy force could gather. So the men set to gathering loot from battered wagons, salvaging unbroken weapons, rounding up lost horses. A few captured Lannisters insisted on their innocence, claiming they'd only followed Tywin out of fear. The Allied leaders debated what to do with them. Ultimately, Ned urged a middle path: let them remain as prisoners under guard, perhaps to be ransomed or used as leverage if the realm's war shifted. They were not to be slaughtered. Some men grumbled but complied. By midday, a halting calm settled. The Allied captains met near a cleaner patch of ground where a row of stunted trees offered a bit of shade from the watery sun. Brynden Tully tallied the final casualty numbers: nearly 800 Allied soldiers dead, hundreds more wounded, out of an army that had numbered close to 9,000 before the battle. The Lannisters had likely lost as many or more, plus some captured, plus the chaos of retreat. It was a blow that would take time to heal on both sides. Ned saw the weight of those numbers etched in every face. War's cost had grown heavier still. Yet they all recognized that achieving such a victory against Tywin was no small feat. If the realm's scattered lords heard that Tywin had been driven off again, it might embolden others to oppose Robert's harshness. Or so they hoped. Jon Royce spoke quietly of how the Vale men, though weary, felt renewed pride in this cause. Lady Anya said the same. That her knights believed in forging an end to Lannister terror. Perhaps that solidarity would endure long enough to see the war's conclusion. They spent another day in that valley, ensuring the wounded could be transported, burning more mounds of the dead to stave off disease, distributing rations. Scouts ranged out, searching for any sign that Tywin lurked nearby or was turning to mount a sudden counterstrike. The land remained eerily quiet. Some local peasants crept forth from the hills, begging for food or burying their own kin. The Allied leaders gave them what meager help they could. Ned found each such encounter heartbreaking, a reminder of the havoc Tywin's policies had inflicted. On the second morning after the battle, they broke camp under a gray sky. Men formed up in columns, wagons rattling with fresh supplies gleaned from the conquered Lannister stores. They left behind a small party to guard some of the severely wounded who couldn't be moved. A local holdfast was commandeered to serve as an infirmary. The tearful wives and mothers of the area promised to tend the men. With final instructions from Ned and Jon Royce, the main body marched eastward, heading back into the Riverlands with the goal of establishing a more secure foothold. They maintained outriders in all directions. None reported any large Lannister presence. Travel was grueling in the aftermath of rain. The roads turned slick with mud, supply wagons sank up to their axles, and men had to improvise planks to keep them moving. Spirits remained high, though, for the men carried themselves as victors. At each battered village they passed, small folk emerged to stare wide-eyed at the Allied banners. Some villagers even offered thanks or meager gifts of preserved vegetables, though the Allied soldiers politely refused to overburden them. The small folk had so little left. Ned repeated the same message: we've broken Tywin's hold here. Remain vigilant, but fear less. He saw tears in some eyes, relief tempered by sorrow for those already lost. After 3 days of travel, they reached a crossroads near a shallow stretch of the Red Fork. Harrenhal lay further east, a menacing silhouette in the distance. Ned, Brynden, and the other leaders conferred, deciding that Harrenhal, massive though it was, could serve as a rallying point. It was half-ruined, many sections left crumbling, but the fortress's sheer scale made it a formidable bastion. The question was whether Lannister forces had already garrisoned it. Reports suggested the seat's nominal overlords had fled or been forced out by earlier raids. Possibly some mercenaries or minor bands lingered. In the end, they resolved to investigate Harrenhal, expecting either an easy entry if the castle stood empty or a short siege if petty tyrants had taken hold. Harrenhal, with its cursed reputation, was not a place most men willingly lingered, but in a realm at war, any strong walls might prove invaluable. The Allied columns turned north along the twisting roads that led around the Great Lake near Harrenhal's base. The weather remained cold and drizzly, and men grumbled about stiff joints and soaked boots. Ned shared their complaints but kept them pressing onward, promising the men more stable shelter soon. On a bleak afternoon, they emerged from a patch of dense forest onto a clear vantage where Harrenhal's melted towers rose black against the sky like a monstrous claw. Even from miles away, the fortress dwarfed ordinary castles, shaped by the ambition of Harren the Black centuries before dragons melted his walls. The Allied men whispered about ghosts and curses that supposedly haunted Harrenhal. Some shivered, though perhaps it was only the chill wind. The keep's gargantuan silhouette appeared silent and grim, no visible banners flying from its parapets. The Allied leaders advanced cautiously, sending scouts ahead. They returned with news. Aside from a few ragged bandits who fled at first sight, Harrenhal seemed empty. A handful of squatters from the local area eked out a pitiful existence in the lesser halls, but no large armed presence. The gates stood partially open, battered by time and neglect. With caution, the main army approached. Men readied for a fight, but none materialized. Harrenhal was abandoned, but for cawing crows perched on its ruined battlements. In the courtyard, the scale of the castle's ruin felt overwhelming. Its outer walls soared impossibly high, pitted with black scorch marks from dragonfire centuries past. Here and there, entire sections had collapsed, leaving rubble-choked corridors. A few forlorn huts nestled in the shadows of the courtyard where squatters or local fugitives had taken refuge. They peered out at the Allied host in terror, certain this was a new wave of torment. Ned had men reassure them, offering a bit of bread. Some scurried away, refusing to trust any who bore arms. Soon, though, the Allied men scattered through the wards, marveling at Harrenhal's expanse. Even in ruin, it contained more ground than many functioning castles. Supply wagons rolled in under the squealing portcullis chain. Torchlight danced on the cracked stone of great halls that had not been properly inhabited for years. Rain dripped from holes in the roofs of lesser keeps. A musty smell pervaded everything. But it was shelter of a sort extensive if eerie. Jon Royce called it a castle fit for a cursed king, shaking his head at the hollow windows high above. They spent the remainder of the day securing the perimeter, stationing pickets at each gatehouse, exploring the labyrinth of corridors to ensure no hidden bandits lurked. Men found old storerooms, mostly empty or rotted. The main keep, though partially collapsed, offered a large enclosed hall that could host command meetings. Stables behind the second bailey held some rotted straw, but it was better than nothing for the Allied horses. By nightfall, the Allied columns had settled in, lighting fires in battered hearths, stringing cloth over holes in the ceilings, driving out the largest nests of crows and rats. It was a grim sort of lodging, but at least the walls were thick. The wind howled outside, whistling around the towers like an echo of old ghosts. Men huddled in corners, telling whispered stories of Harren the Black's doom. Some spat thrice to ward off curses. Others prayed to any gods that might be listening. Ned walked the courtyard, lamp in hand, watching the flickers of campfires scattered around. Familiar knights from the Vale or Stormlands greeted him with respectful nods. They were battered but undefeated. That alone heartened him. Brynden Tully had insisted they store what provisions they had in one of the largest stone chambers, appointing guards to prevent looting or spoilage. If Tywin or Robert came, Harrenhal's walls might give them a strong defensive advantage, assuming no major collapse occurred. He suppressed a shiver, remembering the fortress's ill reputation. The men would have to put superstition aside. Inside the keep's main hall, the Allied leadership convened around a broad stone table, half broken at one corner. Torches and iron sconces revealed the melted architecture that once soared above. Bits of rubble littered the floor, yet it would do as a gathering spot. The men sat on salvaged chairs or crates, each wearing cloaks to ward off the chill. Rain pattered overhead, seeping through cracks in the roof. The mood was subdued but determined. Even the flicker of victory from the last battle felt overshadowed by the knowledge that the war's next step remained uncertain. Brynden Tully, massaging his ribs, summarized the latest from scouts. No sign of Lannisters within miles. They had retreated or scattered, presumably deeper into the Westerlands. The southwestern roads were muddy and ill-suited for a large returning army. Jon Royce relayed that his Vale outriders had found no sign of King Robert's approach in the Riverlands, though rumors suggested the king might be mobilizing in the Crownlands or near Moat Cailin. In short, the realm was quiet here but not stable. Lady Anya Waynwood pressed for a plan. "We have a castle that few can easily storm, provided we shore up the weaker sections. If Tywin reappears soon, we can likely hold. But if Robert appears from the south or east, we risk being pinned here." Elwood Cairn sat with a bandaged brow, frowning. "And we cannot abandon the Riverlands. We came to free these lands from Tywin's cruelty, but if the king or a new Lannister muster arrives, all our work might unravel. Are we to remain on the defensive, or do we keep pressing outward?" Ned laced his fingers together. "For now, let us fortify Harrenhal as a central base. We can send riders to local lords, encouraging them to provide men or support. We can also dispatch envoys to the Vale, the North, and even the Reach or Dorne, proclaiming Tywin's defeats. If the realm sees that Tywin bleeds, more might join us. Meanwhile, we watch for any sign of Robert. If the king is truly marching, we must decide whether to meet him in open field or remain behind these walls. The choice will hinge on how large a force he brings." Brynden Tully nodded. "I can reach out to the Riverlords who remain scattered. Vansess, Pipers, Mutons, possibly the Freys if they're willing to do anything but count coin. With Tywin's hold broken, they might rally to House Tully again. That alone could add thousands more to our alliance." Jon Royce's gaze flicked around. "We Vale lords will hold here a while longer, but winter can't be far. If the war drags on, we risk supply issues. We'll do what we can." He paused, glancing at Ned. "What if we tried once more to open lines to King Robert? Now that Tywin has been beaten, maybe Robert would see sense, no longer convinced we're easy prey. Perhaps he'd negotiate a truce if we guarantee some conditions, like refusing to harbor Targaryen exiles. All the talk of child slaying. Maybe Robert might yield that point if we show him we stand united." A hush followed. Ned recalled the heartbreak of old attempts to reason with Robert, the messages from the early days of the rebellion. Each time, Robert demanded absolute submission, including the pursuit of Targaryen exiles. "If I believed Robert would truly recant or reign in Tywin, I'd ride to King's Landing myself. But he has not done so. He permitted the murder of Rhaegar's children in the sack of King's Landing, and then condoned Tywin's rampage across the realm. I fear Tywin's gold and influence remain too strong in the king's court. A token victory over Tywin might not suffice to soften Robert's stance. Yet part of him yearned for a solution that might end the bloodshed without toppling the entire monarchy." He forced a sigh. "Still, if we do open channels, maybe through Jon Arryn or another moderate at court, it can't hurt. So yes, send a raven to the capital if we know how. The lines of communication might be heavily watched." Elwood Cairn snorted. "Given the Lannisters' infiltration, any raven to King's Landing might be seized. But it's worth trying. Even if it fails, we can say we attempted peace." So decided, they parted again. Over the next week, Harrenhal transformed into a hive of rebuilding. Allied soldiers replaced rotted beams, patched sections of roof, and cleared rubble. Crews of men scoured the farmland around, bringing in meager harvest from local fields. A few riverlords trickled in after hearing word. Small retinues from House Vance or House Piper, each relieved to see Tully banners flying again. They pledged men and supplies, though the region had been ravaged so thoroughly that few resources remained. Ned welcomed them, encouraging them to recruit more from across the Riverlands. If enough houses rallied, Tywin's next incursion might be impossible. Some new arrivals brought rumors, talk of how King Robert raged in King's Landing, uncertain whether to ride north or south, or how the crown was strapped for funds after the sacking of Targaryen treasure. None of it was fully confirmed. Gradually, Harrenhal's courtyard swelled with soldiers. They joked about ghosts in the deeper halls, spooked by odd drafts and creaking floors. The fortress's monstrous scale made it easy to hide or get lost. Now and then, voices echoed weirdly along stone corridors. But discipline held. The allied host felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were forging a new stronghold from cursed ground. If Tywin or the king wanted to uproot them, they'd pay a heavy price. One chilly dawn, an outrider rushed in, panting, to report that a contingent of men approached from the north carrying House Frey's twin tower sigil. The allied watchers braced, uncertain if the notoriously fickle Walder Frey intended friend or foe. Brynden Tully spat that trusting Frey was like trusting a fox in a henhouse. Still, they had to see what the old man wanted. The gates opened enough to admit the newcomers. Turned out the group was only a small delegation led by a lesser grandson of Walder Frey, Ser Gladwyn Frey, a thin-lipped man with watery eyes. He greeted the allied lords in Harrenhal's yard, bowing stiffly, an air of forced courtesy about him. Brynden Tully's tone was cold. Frey's arrival is unexpected. Is your lord grandfather too infirm to come himself? Everyone knew Walder Frey was old but cunning as a snake. Ser Gladwyn coughed. Lord Walder regrets he cannot travel. He sends me to ascertain the truth of rumors that House Tully and its new allies have repelled Tywin Lannister from the Riverlands. We hear many things from travelers at the Twins, some of which are contradictory. My lord grandfather desires to know whether peace is soon at hand or if he should fortify the crossings. Elwood Caron murmured in aside to Ned. He wants to see which side holds the advantage before choosing. Ned offered Gladwyn a polite but firm greeting. We have indeed driven Tywin out of Riverrun and feed a Major Lannister host near Ashmark. Our alliance holds Harrenhal now. If Lord Walder is wise, he'll see that Tywin's power has been checked. We aim to secure the Riverlands further. If the Freys wish to assist, we welcome it. If they prefer neutrality, so be it. Ser Gladwyn's lips twitched. My lord grandfather remains a loyal subject of the king, of course, but he abhors violence in the Riverlands. Should the king come north, House Frey might balance its duties carefully. For now, we simply gather information. Brynden snorted in open disdain. Then gather it. Are you done? Gladwyn seemed taken aback by the bluntness. He recovered, forcing a brittle smile. I will bring word to Lord Walder that the rumors of Tywin's defeats are true. He may be open to further discussions. If the realm changes further, the twins stand ready to negotiate any toll for crossing, as always. With that, the Frey party left, ignoring the glares of men who saw them as untrustworthy opportunists. Brynden spat on the ground after they passed the gates. We'll see which side Frey picks in the end. Likely whichever pays him more. Let him scuttle away. The Tully side had no illusions about an alliance with Frey. Still, if the Freys recognized the allied strength, they might at least not hamper them. The next few days brought more trickles of visitors. A small band from House Piper arrived, confirming they'd scattered some Lannister raiders to the southeast. Another messenger from House Mallister rode in from Seaguard, bearing cautious goodwill. Mallister men might soon join if King Robert threatened the northern Riverlands. Ned took it all as a sign that the region was slowly rallying. If word spread that Tywin's rampage had been halted, more lords might break from the king's orbit, preferring to side with the alliance that stood for mercy and justice. Or so they hoped. Meanwhile, outriders kept watch for any hint of Robert's movement. One day, a Vale scout rushed back with reports that the king's men had been sighted near the Trident, but the rumors were confused. Another day, a local woodcutter claimed to see Stormland banners traveling east, but that might have been a random patrol. The entire realm lay in flux. Every rumor incited a flicker of panic or excitement, then fizzled into uncertainty. Tension built like a heavy storm cloud, pressing on Harrenhal's population. Would Robert appear with a massive army, or remain in King's Landing, or do something else entirely? Amid these uncertainties, Ned tried to maintain morale. He inspected the repairs on Harrenhal's lesser walls. He visited the sick wards where maesters tended men from multiple regions, encouraging them to share meager jokes. He wrote letters to the north, though he doubted they would pass the neck easily. He prayed alone in the darkest corners of the ruined castle, recalling times spent with Robert in their youth, trying to quell the bitterness that threatened to consume him. This war, begun for a righteous cause, had turned brother against brother. The memory of the battered farmland around him fueled his resolve not to yield to the monstrous logic that had corrupted the king. At length, word came from returning scouts. Tywin had not reorganized a new host. Some rumors placed him nursing his wounds near Casterly Rock, far to the west. Others said he lingered in the hills, collecting smaller forces. None suggested an immediate threat to Harrenhal. The allied lords debated pressing west once more, but the approach of shorter days and the possibility of Robert's imminent march dissuaded them. Instead, they strengthened local defenses, cleared roads for supply wagons, and spread out to protect riverland villages. Brynden Tully organized local patrols that bore Tully banners, letting the small folk see that House Tully had reclaimed its domain. Occasional skirmishes occurred with ragged bands of Lannister marauders who refused to yield, but the allies soon chased them off. One late afternoon, a battered rider clattered into Harrenhal's courtyard, face drawn with exhaustion. He wore the sigil of House Arryn, a white falcon on blue. The entire castle stirred. Yohn Royce rushed out, along with Lady Anya, Ned, Brynden, and others. The courier nearly collapsed off his horse, gasping that he brought urgent news from the Eyrie. Startled, they helped him inside, where he gulped water. Then, in a trembling voice, he relayed that Jon Arryn had died in King's Landing. Some claimed from illness, others whispered foul play. The entire Vale was in turmoil. The king had not marched from the Neck, but instead was rumored to be forging new alliances in the Crownlands. Tension soared in the capital. Meanwhile, some Vale lords threatened to break away from the crown altogether, but the official regent for the young Lord Robert Arryn was uncertain. The news jolted the allied lords. Jon Arryn, once the father figure to Ned and Robert alike, gone. If it was truly illness or something darker, none could be sure. Yohn Royce clenched his fists, eyes glistening with sorrow. Lord Arryn was our hope for mediating with Robert. This changes everything. If the king or the Lannisters had a hand in this, Seven save us. Brynden Tully let out a shaky breath. It might have been natural. Jon was older, but the timing, it's suspect. The realm teeters and the king's hand, someone who might have tempered Robert, perishes. Ned felt the blow keenly. Jon Arryn had been the man who raised him and Robert, teaching them the ways of knighthood and honor. The idea of him gone, especially now, made the realm seem even more precarious. If Jon is truly dead, the Vale may be thrown into internal conflict. Lord Robert Arryn is a child. Many might vie to be his protector or take advantage. We can't rely on the Vale's indefinite presence here if they must look to their own borders. Yohn Royce nodded heavily. That's true. My loyalties remain to the Vale, but I also cannot forsake this cause. I must see if Lady Anya or others can hold the Vale stable while we remain, or if some of us must return at once. It's a dire blow. And if Robert Baratheon used this moment to push an advantage, we might lose all we've gained. Lady Anya pressed her lips into a thin line. We must send envoys to the Vale at once. Let them know what we've accomplished, reassure them that we still stand for the realm's welfare. Perhaps some of us can return to secure the Eyrie if need be. But the rest must keep watch here. The talk turned frantic. Ned recognized that the alliance hinged partly on the Vale's support. If that crumbled due to internal strife, the allied host could fracture, leaving the battered Riverlands and the scattered Storm Lords isolated. So a plan formed. Yohn Royce would remain at Harrenhal with a solid core of Vale forces for the moment. He refused to abandon Ned and Brynden altogether, but Lady Anya and a portion of her knights would ride back to the Vale, seeking to stabilize the region in the wake of Jon Arryn's death. They would bring news of Tywin's defeats and the allied stance on the king's cruelty. If all went well, they might secure a new caretaker for the young Lord Robert Arryn who sympathized with the cause, preventing the Vale from sliding back into Robert's sphere. The plan carried risk, but they had no choice. Word of Jon Arryn's death rippled through Harrenhal's ranks, sowing dismay. Many recognized how vital Jon had been as a moderating force in King Robert's council. If Robert grew more rash or let Tywin further dominate policy, the entire realm could be devoured by a second wave of war. The men steeled themselves. They had chosen this path. No sense retreating now. That night, in the half-burned Great Hall, Ned found himself alone near a dying brazier. Rain hammered the castle's walls, the wind shrieking through the melted towers. Shadows wavered across the floor. He pressed a hand to his bandaged brow, thoughts churning. Jon Arryn gone. Robert enthroned in the capital, possibly under Lannister thrall. Tywin momentarily beaten but not destroyed. The realm's future hung by a thread. He pictured the moment he'd refused Robert's edicts at the start of all this, setting them on an inexorable collision course. Could he have found another way? The memory of murdered Targaryen children haunted him. No, he could not have abided that. Best to stand firm and pray it led to a realm free of such horrors. A soft footstep disturbed him. He glanced up to see Brynden Tully approach, expression somber. Couldn't sleep, the Blackfish murmured. Kept thinking of the old days when Jon Arryn's counsel steadied us all. Now we must find our own way. Ned nodded. He was a second father to me. If it was truly murder, may the gods punish those responsible. Brynden lowered his gaze. There's talk that the king might name a new hand, possibly Tywin himself or some other hawk who'd wage a full campaign. If that comes to pass, we face more blood. A heavy silence settled. Ned rose from the brazier. Then we meet it. We have come this far, cannot yield. Robert may have lost himself, but we hold to the vows that once bound us. Let that be enough. They parted, each lost in somber reflections. Another day dawned with Harrenhal stirring to the news that Lady Anya's contingent would depart for the Vale. She spoke briefly to the allied men, praising them for their bravery and promising that House Waynwood would not forget the cause. Some Vale knights insisted on staying with Yohn Royce, swearing they'd see it through. Others felt duty-bound to ride with Lady Anya, given their fealty. Tearful farewells were exchanged, horses readied. Ned stood at the gates with Brynden and Yohn to watch them ride out into the mist-shrouded roads. The sight of those diminishing banners drove home how fragile the alliance was. If the Vale faced upheaval, only half its strength might remain committed here. In the days that followed, quiet gloom settled over Harrenhal. The men drilled in the courtyard, prepared defenses, replaced rotted gates with fresh timber from the forest. Patrols fanned across the riverlands to ensure Lannister stragglers did not regroup. Brynden Tully's efforts to rally local lords continued, bringing in small groups from House Mouton, House Bracken, House Blackwood, ancient enemies forced by desperation to unify under Tully. Some bristled at the presence of Vale Knights or Storm Lords, but eventually accepted the new order. If King Robert arrived, they argued they would stand behind Tully's defiance. Ned saw the seeds of a broader coalition, though it was riddled with internal tension. Old feuds between Bracken and Blackwood simmered in the background, requiring constant mediation. Eventually, a raven arrived from the Eyrie, Lady Anya's missive. She had reached the Vale with minimal trouble, discovered confusion among the lords after Jon Arryn's death, but insisted that many still honor the old alliances. However, the boy Lord Robert Arryn was cloistered, fiercely protected by some Arryn kin who believed siding with the king might shield them. Conflict loomed. She planned to do what she could to keep the Vale from fracturing. The letter ended with a vow that she would return with more knights if stability was achieved. Time slipped by, the days shortening. Autumn's chill settled across the riverlands. The farmland around Harrenhal yielded meager gleanings, but not enough to sustain the swelling fortress for a full winter. Ned worried that if Robert or Tywin came in the colder months, their supply lines could strangle them. So caravans from friendlier river lords and from the Vale, where possible, brought what they could. Harrenhal's storehouses filled slowly, not without strain. Each day, men weighed the possibility of forging outward in a new campaign, but each day's scouts brought no sign that Tywin had reassembled a serious threat. Meanwhile, rumors circulated that Robert faced unrest in the Crownlands or that he might be reinforcing Moat Cailin. It was as though the realm stood in a stalemate, each side waiting for a decisive pivot. One raw morning, Ned and Brynden Tully rode out with a small escort, touring the farmland near the castle to meet newly returned peasants. They passed burned hamlets once ravaged by Lannister men, now dotted with fresh repairs. At one such place, they found a handful of children clearing rubble from a half-collapsed stable. The eldest, a girl no more than 11, stared at Ned with hollow eyes. She recognized the Tully sigil on Brynden's surcoat, though, and after a moment, she offered the ghost of a smile. "They said you chased the lions away," she whispered. "Thank you." Ned felt his chest tighten, recalling that this war had begun largely in response to the slaughter of children under the Targaryen name. Here was a child living in terror of the same brand of brutality. He dismounted, knelt, spoke gentle words to her, promised that they would not let the lions return. She looked unconvinced but nodded warily. As they rode back to Harrenhal, Brynden shook his head. "So many scars across these lands. How do we undo such terror?" Ned gazed at the bleak horizon. "Perhaps we can't undo it. But we can ensure no further horrors follow. That must be enough." Arriving at the castle, they found a stirring commotion in the courtyard. A small band of half-frozen men had come from the north, waving a Stark banner, another minor contingent of Northmen who'd slipped past the king's watchers in the neck, carrying news from Winterfell. Ned's heart leapt. He rushed to meet them, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The band numbered scarcely 20, led by a gruff man who introduced himself as Warwick, sworn to House Manderley. He bore a letter from Catelyn Stark. Ned's hands trembled as he cracked the seal. He read by torchlight, eyes devouring her words. She spoke of the children's health, Rob growing, Sansa learning needlework, Arya refusing to keep still, baby Bran still in her arms. She worried daily for Ned's safety. Tensions in the north had been minimal, though some houses grew restless with no definitive direction. Roose Bolton still guarded Moat Cailin, no sign the king had marched there. House Manderley at White Harbor prepared ships for an uncertain conflict. She pleaded with Ned to end the war quickly if it was within his power, but also trusted his judgment, believing he fought for the realm's soul. Reading it, Ned felt tears well up. He composed himself, wrote a quick reply summarizing the Allied victories and precarious peace, urging them to remain steadfast. Warwick said he would carry it back if possible, though the route was dangerous. Ned gripped the man's hand in gratitude. That night, with the letter tucked safely in his vest, Ned paced Harrenhal's ramparts. The fortress rose black against the moonless sky. He paused at a vantage overlooking the courtyard, seeing men huddled around fires, storm lords mixing with Tullyfoot, Vale Knights polishing gear in the corner, Northmen joking about the fortress's ghosts. The swirl of so many houses mingled gave Ned a flicker of pride. They'd forged a unity from raw necessity. Maybe the unity would shape a new era if they survived the final tests of this war. His thoughts returned to King Robert. Would the king truly remain idle forever, letting Tywin suffer repeated defeats, or would he come blazing with the full might of the crown? If Robert brought 100 banners, the alliance might be outnumbered. But perhaps the realm's hearts had begun to turn. The Storm Lords who joined Ned had parted ways with Robert in disgust. The Vale was half lost to him. The Riverlands coalesced behind Tully. Even the North might muster if Ned signaled. If that day came, Robert might find himself faced with the same rebellion he once led, only reversed. The irony stung. Yet Ned clung to the belief that justice demanded no less. He retired late, mind swirling with possibilities. Time drifted onward, days blending into weeks. Harrenhal's repairs continued, outlying villages found a measure of respite. The Allied force remained, sharpened by occasional skirmishes but mostly idle. Messengers circulated, proclaiming that Tywin had retreated to the Westerlands or perhaps to the southern passes. Another rumor suggested he parleyed with the king in secret. The allies braced for a storm that did not arrive. Then, one crisp dawn, outriders galloped in with alarming tidings. A large force had been spotted crossing the Trident from the north, near a place called Saltpans. The watchers glimpsed royal banners, the crowned stag mixed with golden lions. A chill swept Harrenhal. Robert was coming at last, and presumably Tywin's men with him. The outriders estimated the force might be thousands strong, though exact numbers were unclear. They marched south, presumably toward the heart of the Riverlands or Harrenhal. War's final collision might be looming, as many had feared. Ned, standing among the lords in Harrenhal's battered courtyard, felt the tension snap taut. Yohn Royce's face hardened. Brynden Tully paled. Elwood Cairn straightened, ignoring the pain in his leg. All understood what this might mean. Robert's open assault on the alliance that had defied his orders, coupled with Tywin's battered but still potent resources. The question was, should they remain behind Harrenhal's massive walls to force a siege, or should they ride out to meet the king? Debate flared. Harrenhal was formidable but undermanned. A prolonged siege in winter's approach could be ruinous. On the other hand, meeting Robert in open field could lead to a swift, decisive battle that might favor the crown's numbers. Some argued they could try one last diplomatic overture. Ride forth under a white flag to speak with Robert face to face. Ned's heart twisted at the thought, remembering how far gone Robert's moods had seemed. Yet, for the realm's sake, perhaps he should attempt it. After hours of anxious discussion, they reached a precarious consensus. They would not simply yield Harrenhal. They would wait for confirmation that Robert's force approached in earnest. If so, Ned would personally request a parley with the king, one final attempt to avert mass slaughter. If Robert refused or demanded total submission, the alliance would either stand behind Harrenhal's walls or choose a battlefield less ruinous. The plan was fraught with risk, but they had come too far to turn craven. As men scrambled to fortify the gates, Brynden Tully pulled Ned aside, voice hushed. If you ride out under a white flag and Robert captures you, we lose our figurehead. The alliance might unravel. Are you sure you want to risk it? Ned gazed at the old knight's lined face. I have to. If there's a chance Robert will listen, if a fraction of the friend I once knew remains, I owe the realm that chance. I set us on this path by refusing him. If it ends in blood, I must face him and attempt to reason. Otherwise, we're just repeating the cycle of vengeance that's plagued this land. Brynden nodded slowly. You speak with the same stubborn honor that got us here. I only pray the king's anger is not so hot that he slays you at once. Ned's eyes flickered with regret. So do I, but we can't hide. I'll do my part. Within the day, outriders confirmed that Robert's host indeed approached from the north, apparently joined by partial Lannister forces coming east. The rumored size varied, but some watchers claimed at least 15,000. Twice the alliance's muster, if accurate. The final confrontation loomed. Anxiety ratcheted higher. Harrenhal's courtyard bustled with final preparations. Men hammered wooden reinforcements. Archers tested vantage points on the broken towers. Lords rechecked supply lines. They braced for siege or open battle. On the dawn that watchers spied the first columns of Robert's approaching scouts, Ned armed himself carefully. He donned a simpler steel breastplate than the battered plate he'd worn at Ashmark, wanting to appear less threatening for a parley. Still, he retained a sword at his side. A white cloth was fastened to a lance. He told Brynden and Yon that he would ride out with a small retinue, no more than a score of knights, to present the alliance's desire to speak with the king. The plan, if Robert agreed, they would arrange a proper meeting on neutral ground. If Robert refused or demanded immediate surrender, well, Harrenhal's gates would remain barred and war would unfold. Brynden insisted on accompanying Ned despite his injuries. Elwood Caron volunteered as well. They selected a handful of knights from each faction, Vale, Riverlands, Stormlords, and even 2 Northmen. The rest prepared to hold Harrenhal. The Watchers signaled that Robert's forward lines were less than an hour away. The allied party exited the gates, crossing the moat on a lowered drawbridge. Sentries observed them with tense expressions. The day was gray, the wind biting. Smoke from distant farmland drifted in the air. Ned felt the pit of his stomach churn. This was it. Either Robert would speak or a savage fight loomed, one that might drown the realm in new horrors. They rode across the open ground before Harrenhal's towering walls, the white flag fluttering in the cold breeze. In the distance, the king's men arrayed into partial formation, black silhouettes against the dull sky. A crowned stag banner snapped overhead, mingled with Lannister lions. Ned's heart clenched. Once, that banner had been a beacon of hope in the rebellion. Now it symbolized the threat of tyranny they had opposed. How far had the realm fallen since that day on the Trident when Robert struck down Rhaegar? As they neared, horn calls echoed. The king's lines parted to allow a small contingent to ride forth, presumably to meet the parley. Ned could see the flash of plate and the glint of gold. He recognized shapes of men bearing antler crests, and there, by the gods, yes, that unmistakable broad-shouldered figure, though heavier than before, a thick beard framing a face carved by anger. Robert Baratheon. The king. The man Ned had once called brother. Another figure wearing shining golden armor rode close to Robert's side. Lannister crest, perhaps? Others flanked them. Tywin among them, or a Lannister champion? The allied group slowed, hearts pounding as they approached speaking distance. The riders on the king's side halted. In the swirling hush, Ned glimpsed Robert's features under a heavy helm. The king's beard was streaked with gray, his eyes bloodshot, lines of worry or rage etched around them. He had gained weight, but the powerful shoulders were the same. A massive warhammer strapped to his saddle recalled the weapon that once killed Rhaegar Targaryen. The sight sent Ned's mind spinning back years. At last, Robert's voice boomed. Ned Stark. By the gods, do my eyes deceive me? The tone was laced with tension, not the old warmth. Ned swallowed, lifting his own helm's visor to show his face. Your Grace, he said, voice carrying. I come under a white flag to speak. Will you hear me? Robert's jaw clenched, eyes flicking to Brynden, Tully, Elwood Caron, the others. Then he spat on the ground. You come at last, do you? After defying me, slaughtering my men, warring across the realm. Talk if you must. I'll not promise courtesy if your words displease me. Ned's heart ached, but he kept his composure. We stand for the same ideals once shared when we overthrew the Mad King, that no ruler should slaughter innocents or condone widespread cruelty. Silence. Robert snarled, gripping his warhammer shaft. You dare lecture me? After you defied my rightful orders? The Targaryens remain a threat and the realm needed strength. Instead, you coddle traitors and break the king's peace. Elwood Karen bristled, but Ned held up a hand, cautioning him. I refuse to murder children, Robert. We oppose Tywin's rampages that destroyed entire villages. If that is defiance, so be it. But we did it to protect the realm from the cycle of blood. Robert's face twisted with anger, spurring his horse a pace forward. Knights at his side tensed. This realm bleeds because you undermined me. I offered you a chance to stand by my side to finish the last of the Targaryen threat. Instead, you spat on my throne, forging alliances with traitors. By all rights, I should have your head. Behind Robert, a figure in gilded armor watched impassively. Ned guessed it might be Tywin Lannister or perhaps the famed Kingsguard knight Jaime Lannister. But the face was concealed behind a helm with a golden lion crest. Another man wore partial plate bearing the same sigil, likely a higher Lannister retainer. The tension was palpable. The king's force behind them shifted, tens of thousands, if rumors were true. Ned's small party was dwarfed. Harrenhal's massive silhouette loomed behind him, silent. He took a breath. Your Grace, I beg you to recall our bond. We fought together to end cruelty. Now you stand with those who slaughter children and terrorize the innocent. The alliance behind those walls does not seek your throne, only an end to atrocities. Will you meet with us, Robert, speak truly without bloodshed, or will you spill more innocent lives? Robert's eyes flashed. You speak of children, but you empower House Tully and these stormlords who disobeyed me. What of the innocents who died because your rebels torched villages loyal to the crown? Ned shook his head, frustration flaring. The villages that burned were Tywin's doing. We sought to spare them. Check the accounts from the Riverlands. Your Grace, if you want to punish the real butchers, look no further than Tywin's men who sacked King's Landing once. Have you forgotten the blood on their hands? A bitter laugh tore from Robert's throat. I remember Rhaegar's spawn dying, yes. And that was a mercy, ensuring no Targaryen rose again. I had no quarrel with you then, Ned. But now you hamper me from finishing the job. Targaryen exiles linger across the sea, plotting revenge. I must be sure they find no allies here. Ned's voice hardened. We've offered no alliance to Targaryens. Our sole stand is that butchering children on rumor alone is monstrous. If you cannot see that, Robert, then the throne has blinded you. Robert's knuckles whitened on the warhammer. The tension hovered a breath away from violence. At last, he exhaled, force come into his tone. Enough. We come to retake the Riverlands. You hold Harrenhal in defiance of your king. Surrender it and surrender yourself. The rest may keep their lands if they bend the knee. Brynden Tully spat. Bend the knee and watch your Lannister hounds burn our people again. Never. The king glowered. Then you choose war. Or do you, Ned Stark, choose it for them? Ned's throat felt tight. This was the moment. If he yielded, the war might cease, but the king's cruelty would remain unchallenged. If he refused, bloodshed was inevitable. He forced his chin high. We choose an end to tyranny, not subservience to a new brand of madness. If you insist on destroying us for refusing to butcher innocents, so be it. But know that the realm sees your true face. You are no better than the Mad King if you kill those who stand for mercy. A hush fell. Robert's expression darkened, eyes flaring with old, wounded betrayal. For a heartbeat, Ned thought the king might strike him down then and there. But a gloved hand, perhaps Tywin or a Lannister knight, touched Robert's arm, murmuring something. The king jerked his head aside, then spat again, glaring at Ned. Then we are done. If you do not yield within the day, Harrenhal will be stormed and no quarter given, Robert said. You have your precious chance. Rethink or face the hammer you once admired. The next time we meet, Ned Stark, it will be steel, not words. Ned's heart sank. He glanced once more at that bearded face, searching for a flicker of the friend he'd known. He found only fury. So be it. Harrenhal stands. We will not bow to cruelty. Robert snorted. Cruelty is defiance of the rightful king. You dug this grave yourself. He wheeled his horse and his knights followed, leaving Ned and his retinue to watch them recede. The tension was so thick it felt suffocating. Slowly, Brynden Tully and the others guided their mounts back toward Harrenhal's gate, faces grim. The final break was done. War would resume in earnest, now with Robert himself leading the crowned stag into battle. Inside the walls, the allied men recognized the outcome on sight. The king's massed ranks were visible from the battlements, a sea of tents forming in the distance, the crowned stag and lion banners bright. Ned dismounted, informing Yohn Royce of Robert's ultimatum. A day to yield or face a storm. The fortress erupted into a hive of frantic preparation. Archers stalked arrow loops. Boulders were readied for dropping from the parapets. Moats deepened with additional stakes. The men scurried, silent resolve filling the air. They had known this might come. The only question was how long they could hold. That evening, Ned retreated to a corner of the main hall, writing final letters. One to Caitlin, explaining that Robert's host approached, and one to the men at Moat Cailin, urging them to keep the North safe. Each letter might never reach its destination, but he tried. Outside, the king's forces ringed Harrenhal in a broad sweep, far enough to avoid arrow fire. Torches glimmered like a constellation of doom. Some men on the walls muttered that the entire horizon was dark with them. Brynden joined Ned late, brow furrowed. They might try to starve us out. Harrenhal is huge, but we have supplies. Yet if Robert has the numbers, a direct assault could overwhelm us. This place is formidable, but not invincible. The southwestern sections remain half-ruined. Ned stared at the guttering torch in his hand. We'll fight or starve or attempt to break out. None are good options. But surrender is unthinkable. Robert demands total capitulation. He'd kill me, execute others, and keep the realm under the Lannisters' shadow. Brynden's voice hushed. We hold as long as we can, then see if the rest of the realm rises, or if Tywin's presence here changes anything. The king mentioned the Lannisters. Likely Tywin stands behind him, goading for a swift end. Ned nodded, heartsick. Tomorrow at dawn, the siege begins, unless Robert changes his mind. We stand firm. They parted, each weighed by the knowledge that the final confrontation was at hand. That night, Harrenhal's wards and halls were abuzz with last-minute tasks. Men sharpened blades, whispered prayers, exchanged morbid jests about curses and ghosts defending them. In the main yard, watchers on the walls reported a hush from Robert's camp, save for the braying of horns at intervals. Felt like the calm before a monstrous storm. Ned, in a dark corner of the keep, knelt and pressed his forehead against cold stone, recalling better days. The hush of Winterfell's godswood, the swirl of childhood laughter with Robert, all undone by the wheel of power and the thirst for dominance. He had chosen to stand for mercy, refusing to kill children for acclaim. If this was the cost, he would pay it. But the swirl of heartbreak threatened to undo him. He inhaled slowly, found a quiet resolve. The men in Harrenhal needed him steady. Caitlyn's letter weighed on his heart, but he let that love stiffen his spine rather than weaken it. At dawn, horns blared across the plain, echoing from Harrenhal's massive walls. The king's men roused in force. Lannister banners fluttered amid the stag. From the ramparts, allied archers tested range, loosing a few arrows that fell short. The watchers glimpsed siege towers under construction, catapults being readied. Some men trembled, recalling the monstrous catapult onslaught at Riverrun. This would be far larger, with Robert's entire might behind it. Harrenhal might endure a siege for weeks or months, but the battered defenders could only guess if their supplies would last. The realm teetered. One day's delay might bring more allies or might see them undone. Ned climbed to the highest vantage still intact, scanning the horizon. He could see hundreds of tents, lines of cavalry, pikes glinting in the early light. This was not the small royal expedition of earlier rumors. It was the king's host. Perhaps Robert had spent these months assembling it. A full war hammered on their gates. A faint memory flickered. Robert laughing in the eyrie, vowing they'd conquer the world side by side. Now, on opposite sides of a siege, Ned whispered to the wind, "My friend, why have you strayed so far?" No answer came but the call of crows perched on Harrenhal's highest tower. Below, the men roused to their positions, bracing for the first blow. In the yard, Jon Royce directed Vale archers to vantage loops. Brynden Tully conferred with the Stormlords about potential sally ports. Drums rumbled from the king's lines. Soon, catapults might fling boulders at these cursed walls, or the kings might attempt a direct storm. The final test of their convictions was about to unfold. Ned exhaled, tasting the morning chill, steeling himself for whatever came. War had led them here, to Harrenhal's monstrous shadow, defying a king once beloved. But they had chosen this path for reasons they believed just. If the cost was their lives, so be it. The realm might judge them in the years to come. Straightening, He descended the stone steps to join the men in the courtyard, sword at his side, ready to greet the thunder of siege. No matter the outcome, they would not betray the principles that had sparked this rebellion within a rebellion. Robert's horns roared again, shaking the morning air. Harrenhal's defenders rallied, and in Ned Stark's chest, a fierce determination glowed, courage in the face of heartbreak, for the sake of a realm that deserved better than tyranny under any sigil.